Welcome back to the course. In the previous lessons, we learned a lot about this program. But in the following lessons, we're going to see how we can create more advanced projects, such as 3D projects and VFX. First, we're going to take a look at 3D projects. We have worked a bit with 3D tools in After Effects, but in the following lessons, we're going to take a deeper look into how certain tools work, such as Cinema 4D, light layers, camera layers, and so much more. So start up your After Effects, and now let's get started with our first lesson. With most 3D compositions, we're gonna need something called a camera layer. We've used camera layers before, but it's been a while, and in this lesson, we're going to recap all that we've learned and get familiar with this layer before we move on with the rest of our lessons. So camera layers allow us to look at 3D objects from different angles and distances. So I made a shape right here turned to 3D. When I make a new camera layer, I can take a look at this shape maybe from the left side and then pan towards the right side. So camera layers allow me to see things from different angles. These are some examples. We got some nice presets here. And if you're not seeing these, you can just go into View, switch 3D View, and just choose your preset right here. We can also view our shape composition in two different ways. So over here I have active camera, and over here I have my top view. If you moved one of your presets, I'm going to use the Orbit Around tool to orbit this. Let's say I made my custom view one look like this, but I wanted to snap back into the initial position. I can right click here, go to switch 3D view, and just reset that preset. It's going to jump right back where it was. We also have the pan under tool, which allows us to move our 3D layers around. Finally, we have the dolly tool, which allows us to zoom in towards our cursor. We also have the rotation tool. We can use it to rotate our shape around the anchor point, which is currently set at the center. But we can use the anchor point tool to move it towards one corner using Z, X, or Y. All right, so those were the tools. We now know what they're used for when it comes to 3D shapes, of course. Now let's create our camera layer and revise the settings. Go to Layer, New Camera. We get our camera settings. So the first thing that we see is the type. There's two options here. One is a one-node camera and the other is two-node camera. So one-node camera basically means that the camera will just turn around itself, while two-node camera has 2 points, meaning that it has its own point, but then it has another one, which is the point of interest. Usually we would use the two-node camera, but there are some special cases where you would need one-node camera. So let's say I have an apple in my composition. This is my camera. I want my camera to rotate over here, but around my apple. So using the two-node camera, it allows me to keep the distance between my lens and my apple while rotating around. But the one-node camera doesn't have this set point of interest, so it would just kind of be moving around your apple in a different way. So those were the types. I'm going to choose two-node for now. Most times we're going to use this. We can choose the name of our camera, type it in. Then we have the preset, which you can either leave to custom or choose one right here. So all of these numbers that you see are related to the focal length of your camera. By default, it would be on 35 millimeters. So when I change this, let's go to 15 millimeter. You can see that the angle of view is different, the zoom is different, and just the way the camera works will be different. Let's go to 200 millimeters. You can see now it's 10, 3762, and it's just looking different. The most common one that you would use is between 24 millimeter to 35 millimeter. But if you want a super wide camera, you would go for 15. And if you want a good zoom, you would go for 200 millimeters. So choose your preset based on what's happening in your composition. I'm going to stick with the classic 35mm. We have something called zoom, which is the distance of the lens to the image plane. Thankfully, we have this picture that is showing us exactly what's happening. You can see the distance between our camera lens to the composition, which currently is this red square. So you would change this if you want, but when you choose a preset, it already gives you a number. And to go back to 35, this is the number I get. So that's zoom, and then we have angle of view, which is how wide your lens is. So the wider your lens, the wider the angle at which the camera sees your composition. It's kind of like real life cameras when we got wide angle lenses. We're gonna get everything in our scene when we have a wide angle. But when we bring this down to, let's say, 200, we're going to get a very short angle. So we're going to see less of what's happening because the angle here is pretty short. You can see when I use a zoom preset, like the highest amount of zoom, we get 10 degrees. But when I go to my widest angle, it's 100 degrees. So that's the difference. Next, we have something called the depth of field. So depth of field concerns the following down here: aperture, f-stop, and blur level. We can change this even after creating our camera. These all concern how blurry your composition is when the camera moves away. We're going to see what that looks like soon. So we have two things down here called focal length and focus distance. Focal length is the distance between a camera's plane, which is here, to the camera lens. Focus distance is the distance between the lens to whatever is happening in your composition. So that's what these two are. You can change the units. You can go for pixels, inches, or millimeters. Millimeters is the most common one. I'm going to leave it there. And then we have film size. It's the distance from your sensor, the camera sensor, to the camera lens. You can decide whether you want to measure it vertically, diagonally, or horizontally. So horizontal would be like this, vertical, diagonal. If you're not sure what settings you should put for all of these, just stick with one of the presets. I will stick with 35mm, then hit OK. So now in our custom view, we get this box that gives us the camera and the point of interest. I'm going to make another one. Another camera, turn it to 35mm, and let's see where that went. I'm going to turn off camera 1. I'm going to name this new camera 1 node. Change the color into yellow so we can tell the difference. So our 2-node camera has the box down here, but it also has this middle line that I'm sure you can see, which is the point of interest. On the other hand, the 1-node camera has the same box, but it doesn't have that point of interest. So if you have a center point in your composition, you would want to use the 2-node camera because you can just set this anchor point exactly on your main subject. So that's what it looks like from a glance. I'm going to delete 1 node, and we can now move this camera around our shape. Just click on this box and move it around. You can go further, closer, and just work with it until you get a nice view in your active camera, which is your final scene. Let's zoom into our camera box. The circles here are the rotations. We can use these straight lines as positions. So this right now is X position. We get Y position, this green line, and finally Z position. We've also got some nice rotate options. This is the Z rotation. Next is Y rotation. Finally, we've got the X rotation. So you can use the gizmo right here. The handles are called the gizmo to work with the way your camera sees your shape. Let's open up the camera and look at the options we've got. So we have the point of interest that we talked about. You can set this onto your subject. I'm going to duplicate this and make another one. You can see that my cyan shape is further away from my red shape. If I switch to top view, we can see the distance. Red, cyan. So I can set my point of interest to focus on one of these shapes. Grab my anchor point tool and I can just maybe set it, let's turn off snapping, set it onto my cyan shape. So it's going to be moving towards that position. Set it onto your other shape. It's going to do the exact same thing. It's going to be prioritizing that new anchor point. All right. Next, we got the position, which we talked about. We got X, Y, and Z. Then we got the orientation. This is X. Let me zoom out here so you can see exactly what's happening. This is X. This is Y. And this is Z. Then we've got the X rotation, Y rotation, and Z rotation. Now, the reason why we get similar movement in orientation and the other three rotation is because with rotations, I can put cycles. So maybe I want my camera to spin on the Y-axis one full cycle. So I'm going to go in 3 seconds, type in 2, and create 2 cycles for Y rotation. So as you can see, it goes once and twice. But with orientation, we cannot create cycles. The highest number I can put for orientation in Y is 300. So I can only go for one cycle. And as you can see, I only get from 0 to 360. But if I use these guys separately, I can maybe have it spin around the x-axis 3 times, 4 times. And that will be easier when we're making keyframes. So those were the positioning. So for our camera, let's go ahead and see the camera options and how these affect our final production. See you guys in the next part of this lesson. So most of these guys are things that we saw when we were making our camera layer. That means that once you've made your camera, you can always come down here and change a few things, such as all of these guys. There are some additional things that we're going to take a look at now. Before that, I will create a space between my 2 shapes. Let's change this to top view so I'm going to hit R and reset my orientation. Do the same thing for shape number 2. Right click, reset. Then hit P on my shape 2 and move it way behind our red shape. This way I can show you guys better how the blur settings will affect our composition. We had our zoom, which is the distance between the distance from our lens to the image plane. If we bring it back, you can see that we're moving further away from our image. At the same time, we're also widening the angle from our lens. So you can use this to affect how your lens functions on the image plane. This right here is the image plane, which you can, by the way, change by hitting P, using Z to either go past your shapes or before your shapes. So that's what zoom does. Gonna bring it back to what I had, which is, I think it was like almost 2000 pixels. Then we have depth of field, which is going to introduce blurring for areas that are not in focus. Just like a real camera, we have the same options for aperture, focus distance, and blur level. When you turn this off, we no longer have the option to change our focus distance, aperture, and blur level. So this is what it looks like when it's turned off. When I turn it on, we get this second line, which basically determines the focus distance. So it's the distance from the camera to the plane and decides exactly what's in focus and what's blurred. So if I grab focus distance, you can see the second line is moving past my shapes And when I pull it closer to the camera, it's going to go in front of my shapes. Right now, we're not really seeing a difference because I haven't changed my aperture and blur level. So to see this blurring effect better, I'm going to import an image and I'm going to place it underneath my shapes so we can see how we can blur out this image while keeping the shapes in focus. I'm going to hit P and move it behind my two shapes all the way in the back. So let's go back to our camera. I'm going to change my render into Classic 3D for this one. And when we increase our aperture, I have mine at around, I'm going to increase it even more, this much, 1140. Remember that this is pixels and not f-stops. So if you've used a real camera, you may be wondering why is the number so high. That's because we're working with pixels instead of f-stops. So when I increase my aperture, you can see that we're getting some blur. But my shapes are quite blurry compared to my background. That's because we have our focus distance set closer to our image rather than the shape. When I grab my focus distance backwards, maybe right on my image, I'm gonna get a sharp image while my shapes are blurry. When I bring it all the way back to our first image, everything else is blurry except the first image. So you can use focus distance paired with aperture and blur level to create this really nice depth of field. It's better to use a camera layer to create depth of field rather than a regular blur effect like Gaussian blur, camera lens blur, because this will give you a lot more freedom on how your blur looks and it gives a more natural blur effect. If you add to this, you're going to get a really blurry result, but if you remove from it, you will get a sharp result. Let's go back to 100. Then we have something called iris shape. This is the shape of your lens. By default, it's on fast rectangle, but this is not ideal for most projects because it gives a really odd looking blur. You may not see that big of a difference, but usually you want to keep your iris shape on one of the options down here, like an octagon. You can see this gives us a softer result. I like to go for a shape that has more sides. That will give me a softer look. So this is triangle right now. It's pretty sharp. This is fast rectangle, but octagon gives us a soft look. So depending on what you're doing, you would want to choose your iris shape. We have iris rotation. Currently it's on 0%, but when you rotate this, it's rotating whatever shape you chose here. So it could give you a different look, but at a glance, you won't really see that big of a difference. We have iris roundness. Gonna zoom in on one of our shapes. The background, I mean. Turn this to 0. Go to triangle. It's going to round whatever shape you choose. So on triangle, which doesn't have that many sides, when I have it on 0, it's going to look like this. But when I increase it, we are getting a softer look because we're rounding the sides of our triangle. And we have a bunch of other options. These are all related to your lens. By default, you wouldn't really go past your iris shape unless you're doing something important. The next items we have are for the highlights that your lens captures. So when you increase the gain for your highlights, maybe reduce the threshold, you're getting more of those highlights brought into your lens, and therefore you'll get a result like this. When you increase the threshold, it's going to be more precise about what comes into your lens. So it looks pretty normal here. But when you reduce it, you're kind of opening the door for all of those highlights to glow inside. We can decide the gain of our highlights once they're inside. If you remove it to 0, you can see there are no highlights anymore. Bring it to 100. We're going to really intensify those highlights. You can also change the saturation of those highlights. If it's 0, it's going to be plain white. But if you increase it, you can get a nice blue color, which depends on what's in your picture. So because I have a lot of blue, it's going to make my highlight blue too. But if I set it to 0, I will get no saturation on my highlights. Now let's grab all of these options, right click and reset. So I get my original camera settings. And that's pretty much it when it concerns cameras. This was just a recap on what cameras are, because in the following lessons, we're going to use them quite often. So knowing what they are and what the settings are, it's going to help you understand the process a lot better. I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and I will see you in the next one. With light, you can show the dimension of your work and create some really interesting shadows. In this lesson, we're going to see how these layers function and what the different types of light look like. Create your new composition with the color black. Hit OK, make a solid layer, Command Y or Control Y. Choose a vibrant color. Then make a shape layer. So something really simple. I'm going to make a circle, put it at the center of my work. And now we want to turn these into 3D layers. So we cannot use light layers on 2D objects. That's the first thing about these type of layers. We're going to need 3D layers, and it really helps when there is a space between your objects. So let's go into Custom V1 over here and grab our shape layer, hit P, then drag it closer and away from your solid layer. I'm going to hit C on my keyboard, and now you can see there's a nice space between our solid and our shape. Go back into active camera. So at a glance, nothing looks different, but in reality, we have brought the circle closer to the camera. I'm going to make a camera layer as well. We already learned about cameras. Just bring it in and lock it. We're not going to be animating anything yet. So to create a light layer, you need to go up here, Layer, New Light. You can also make a light layer down here, right click, New Light. So we have some settings before we create the light layer. The first thing is your name. You can type in anything you want. Next, we have our light type. So we have 4 different types here. And I'm going to start with the most basic one, which is the point light. Later on, we'll see what the others do, but point light essentially emits light from a single point. We're going to stick with this one, so it's less complicated than all the other ones. You can start with this one for now. And one thing about the point light is that it doesn't have a point of interest, meaning that similar to the one-node camera that we saw, doesn't have a point of interest, so for simpler luminosity results, you would want to use the point light. Next is intensity, which is how intense that light is. You can increase or decrease it. 100% is a good place to start. We can always come back in the layer options and change this, so this is not permanent. Next, we have fall off, which is basically the decrease of luminosity over distance. So when you're creating distance between your object and your light, let's say it's here, you're going to create fall off, and this will make your composition look more realistic. So imagine a flashlight that you're pointing onto a white ball. As you move further away from that ball, you're going to naturally create some fall off, and the luminosity will decrease when you move away from the ball. So if you want to create a realistic lighting effect, you would want to choose one of the fall off options. But if you're just trying to put light to show the different sides of your shape, you can leave it on none. I will show you what these guys look like later on, but for now, let's just leave this on none. The next option is cast shadows. When you enable this, you're going to have your shape cast its shadow when the light is in front of it. So if I have this turned on and I keep my light here, I will get a shadow from my white ball. But if I turn this off, there will be no shadow even though my light is over here. Down here we have options for the shadows, how dark it is. You can go from 0% to more than 100%, and the diffusion that we can change. So this right now is my light. Click away, lock my shape layer. I'm going to make my circle another color. Let's go for this purple. Lock my shape. Now this star thing is your light. When you move it away, you can see that my purple shape is becoming darker, but towards the right where my light is, it's a bit brighter. So it's pretty simple. We got the gizmos like all the other 3D objects, which allows us to rotate, use the X, Y, and Z position to place it exactly where it needs to be. And we can also hit P on our light to move it maybe behind our shape or in front of it. I'm going to go to Custom View 1. This right now is our light. I can use position Z to just move it behind my circle. We turn this to 2 view so we can see exactly what's happening. So right now my light is behind my circle and my circle has turned black. But I can use position Z again to bring it in front, and now it's pretty visible. Move it towards the right. You can even move it completely out of frame to get a really soft light. So that is the point light. It will shoot light in every direction from the source. So as it goes further away from the source, naturally it will get darker. All right, so this is the most simplest version. Let's take a look at the options that we have. When we open point light, we have the transform, which is just for position, because rotation isn't necessary since the light is evenly distributed all around. We just get position options for X, Y, and Z. Next, we have light options down here. It's pretty similar to the window we first got. So first I can choose the type of light. I'm going to keep it on point for now. The intensity, like we said, concerns how much light is being emitted from that point. Make it really bright, or maybe 30%. So adjust how bright or dim your light is using intensity. All of these guys have keyframes, so you can create a keyframe for the intensity. I'm going to turn my resolution down, and you can just get a dim animation for your shape. We also have the speed graph for all of these keyframes, so it's going to function like any other layer would. So when I grab my keyframes, I can go to the speed graph and change how this transition is happening. All right, let's hit Command Z. Next, we have color, which we left on white, but when we change this, we're going to get a different color emitted from our light. So this is green right now. We can go for maybe blue and just work around with the intensity to choose a more natural look. You can also reduce from your color saturation if you don't want to get a blue like that. So the colors are pretty cool because you get to create maybe a blue and purple hue around your object, make it look really futuristic. And in the further lessons, we're going to see how we can use color and intensity to illuminate our shape in a retro futuristic style. We have the option for fall off. The first one is smooth and the other one is inverse square clamped. The difference between these two is that the second option, inverse square clamped, is more calculated compared to the first one. So the smooth version is just gonna decline in a pretty constant rate. So it's going to be decreasing in a linear way. But the second option is going to calculate and decrease proportionally to the inverse square of the distance. So it already says inverse square, but this will give you a more realistic look compared to the first one. But like we said, it depends on what you're trying to do here. If you're just trying to create some simple shadows, you can just leave it on none. But if you're creating a hyper-realistic 3D effect, you would want to go for the last option. So once we choose one of these, we have the option for radius and fall off distance. So the radius is talking about how big this area is. You can increase it like that, or decrease it to get a really small result. So this right now is 50. I'm going to move it here. And you can see how the fall off is pretty natural because right now, let me go in here. Right now, our light is here. This is our shape layer. That's our background. Now, realistically, if you move this light away, you would not be able to illuminate anything. But when we remove the fall off, you can see that we're still illuminating everything even though we're this far away. So fall off is meant for a more realistic approach. This is smooth, pretty calculated. I'm going to move it in closer. I'm going to bring it back in front of my shape. Then we have the inverse square clamped. So this is a lot more realistic than the first one. I'm going to bring it in closer to my shape. You can see how little it's illuminating compared to if it was the smooth version. Go back in here, increase the radius so we can see a bit more of our shape. So this is literally like an actual flashlight. You can see that I'm lighting up this section, but at the same time, I'm having a little bit of illumination around the background. You can increase the radius, like we mentioned. Fall off distance is the distance that the light falls from your object. I'm gonna leave mine at 0. Let's go back to none, get our non-realistic lighting, bring this guy back. Then we have something called cast shadows. So right now it's on, but as you can see, I'm not really getting a shadow on my shape. The reason for that is because most times you would have to enable it manually on your shape layer. So go into shape layer 1, open this up, go to material option, and make sure that it casts shadows. Right now it's turned off, but once we turn it on, we can see our shadow. Just turn it on here. Let's go back, lock that again. Now that I have my shadows, and I can disable it here too. Now that I have my shadows, I can work with the darkness. Maybe make it even more darker or get like a very faint color, like 30%. Diffusion talks about how soft that light is. So if you increase it, you're going to get a really soft, you can barely see it now. You're going to get a really soft shadow from your shape. You can see that we're softening out the edges. So those are the options for point light. These guys, most of these guys are present in all the other light types, but there are also some new options depending on which one you choose. So that was point light. In the next lesson, we're going to learn about spotlight. I'll see you guys there. So that was our basic light. I'm just going to lock it and hide it for now. Then bring in another light layer. This time we're going to go for spotlight. Again, we have the same color intensity and all that, but now we have something called cone angle and cone feather. So a spotlight is shooting light from a source, but it's through a cone. So it will not be as direct as point light. It's a little bit more complicated. And most times we're just working with how the cone is set on our object. I'm going to go with 90% and 50 for a feather, the default options. Now you can see that the shape is completely different compared to our point light. Instead of that star shape that we had, we now have a more complicated shape. So this is our main light source, but this is the cone that is going to emit the light onto your object. So essentially we're working with the cone. This is the point of interest of the cone. You can see this line. And I just have to move this cone around, then decide where I want to illuminate it. Now with the spotlight, you have a lot more options for transform. First, we can move it back or forth just like we could with our point light, but we also have some options for rotations. So open this up, go to transform. The first thing is the point of interest, which we talked about. I can have it set on maybe a certain part of my composition. and have this spotlight focus onto that point. So you can use X, Y, and Z to work with this spotlight. You can also click and drag it and choose a different spot. I'm going to put mine right here. Next, we have the position of the spotlight. Again, we have X, Y, and Z. This is pretty similar to our point light. But now we get the rotate options that we also have for other 3D objects. So first we have the orientation. For X, let me zoom out here so we can see. I'm going to change this into a different color. X, Y, and Z. That's orientation. Then we have more rotation options for X, Y, and Z. Now the difference between orientation and these rotations is that with the other 3 rotations, I can create cycles. So for, let's say I want my orientation X to do 2 cycles, so 2 360 degrees. And I'm going to make a keyframe here, go to the end, try to increase this past 360. As you can see, it doesn't work that way because it keeps going back to 0 after 360 degrees. So with orientation, I cannot really create a cycle for my shape. But with the rotations, I'm going to go on X to the end. I can create maybe 3 cycles, type in 3 or 4 in here, and it's going to spin around 4 times. So you would use orientation to just move and rotate your spotlight in a more limited way, but with the other rotations, you can create big cycles and big changes. All right, so that's the transform options. Let's look at our light options. So most of these guys are similar to our point light, but now we have the option for cone angle and cone feather. So the cone angle is this big circle that you see. When I increase this, I'm going to increase the size. When I decrease it, it's going to be a lot smaller. Basically, this is talking about the spot that will be illuminated. Next, we have the cone feather, which is how soft the edges of this cone angle is. So right now we're on 50%. If I put it on 0, we're going to get this really sharp edge for our spot. Increase it to 100, it's going to be pretty soft. Then below we have the exact same shadow options that we did for the point light. It's not different here, we just have these additional 2 cone options. You can also change the color like we mentioned. Let's make this blue. And now everything is blue. Go back to white. So that was our second light type. In the next lesson, we're going to take a look at the other 2 types and look at an example where we can use multiple lights at the same time to create a hyper-realistic 3D effect. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. In the previous lesson, we learned about the point light and the spotlight. Now let's learn about parallel light and ambient light. Create a new light layer. This time, let's go for ambient light. You can see a lot of the options are grayed out because ambient light is going to just expose every 3D object in your composition. Essentially, it's similar to a fill light that you would use in real life. I'm going to add maybe a light blue. Hit OK. And there's our ambient light. So you can see it just illuminates everything. There's no shadows, there's no fall off. And everything is happening in one rate. Now, the ambient light is nowhere to be seen because, like we said, it's not something that you can move around like you would in the other light types. When we open this up, we only have the light options, which is only the intensity and the color. You can reduce the intensity and get a pretty dark result, or make it really intense and just brighten up the entire thing. You can also change the color, like we learned. Make it white, make it red. And it's a good way to add a little bit of fill light for your 3D shapes. I'm going to go back to white and leave this to 100%. So that's our ambient light. It's pretty simple, nothing complicated. The last type of light is the parallel light, which is the most complicated one. Let's go to light, change this to our first option. Now, the reason why it's complicated is because it's basically like the spotlight, but it's a little bit more advanced. So apart from reaching out to your subject that's in front of your light, it's also going to access the background, which is further away. So let's choose the color white, intensity 100, no fall off, and cast shadows. Hit OK. You can see the shape is pretty different compared to the other options. This is what it looks like. It's pretty different. You can see we get 3 little nodes that will help with the illumination of our shape. We also have the point of interest that we talked about. I'm going to bring it in front of my shape instead of behind it, because if we go behind, we're going to get a rather dim effect on our shape. But this is what I mean. It's illuminating the front of your shape and the back. So unlike the spot layer where we had light only in front of our shape, we also have it at the back. So this is a little bit more advanced compared to the other lights, but it could be pretty handy for some special cases. Now let's see what options we have here. For transform, we only have point of interest and position. So this is our point of interest. We got X, Y, and Z. Next, we have the position of the entire light. So this is X, Y, and Z. We cannot really work with the softness of our shadows. We don't have a cone or anything. The only thing that we can control is the intensity, which is apparent to every light type. The color of our parallel, make it different. We have the fall off option. I'm going to go with smooth, so we can get some interesting fall off results. Then we can choose a radius like we could for the other light types and the distance of our fall off. We can decide whether or not it casts shadows from our object. This is on, this is off. Increase the darkness of your shadow, which I wouldn't want to do that. But we don't have the option to diffuse our shadow, so you're going to get a pretty sharp result. So that's our parallel light. Just for the sake of experimenting, let's go ahead and turn on all 4 light types onto our shape. It's a pretty crazy looking shape, but you can see we got 1, 2, 3, and the ambient light. So those were how the lights work. It's pretty easy. We're going to use them quite often in the following lessons when we're making 3D compositions. But now I'm going to show you a situation where you would want to use maybe more than 2 lights or all 4, and that can help with the understanding of what role each of these lights play. I'm going to turn off all of these guys and change my composition. I'm going to delete my shape. Let's leave the camera be, just bring it above all of these guys. Delete my shape layer. Let's bring in a text layer. There's my text. I am going to turn this into 3D or else it won't work. And then use my geometry options. We're going to learn more about geometry options in the next lesson, but for now I'm just going to increase my extrusion depth. Just type in the same numbers that I am. In the next lesson we're going to see exactly what they are. Choose convex, increase the bevel depth. And there we go. So I'm going to hit C on my keyboard and just rotate this. Let's unlock our camera. and just rotate this so I can take a look at it from an angle. Bring my camera above my text. Let's hit P on text and bring it further away from our solid layer. This is what it looks like right now. Use the orbit around tool so we can get a little bit of what's happening with our text. Increase your solid so it fills up the entire screen. And now we have something to work with. As you can see, I'm getting a pretty bulky text right now, but using the light layers, I can show that there is actually some dimension to my text layer. Bring it underneath your different lights. Let's first begin by turning on our point light. Immediately, you can see that I have completely changed my text. Instead of looking flat, it's now pretty 3D. This is happening because first we turned on the geometry options, which again we'll learn about later. But essentially this single light right now helped me show that my layer is not just another 2D layer. You can drag this point light around. I'm going to place it above my text so I can show the different sides. You can see the insides looking pretty good. Next, let's turn on our spotlight. There we go. Now the front side of my text is pretty illuminated. I'm going to grab my point of interest and pull it back a bit, maybe towards the center, and I'm going to have it go at an angle. Let's decrease the intensity because it's way too much, and also increase my cone angle. Decrease my intensity. Let's go for 40%. I'm going to go back to my point light and perhaps bring it above using my other window for top. If you're not getting top, you can go in here, right click, choose top. I'm going to put my point light behind my text. We can see the back right here. In spotlight, I'm going to increase my intensity and maybe change my point of interest. So just with these two lights, this is what it looked like before. We got our point light for the background. It illuminates the text. You can move it in different directions and illuminate the entire thing. I'm going to bring it in closer so we can see a little bit more of our other shapes. So I used my point light to show the back of my 3D text. Then I will use the spotlight to show the front of my 3D text. Pretty good. Just going to grab my light here, my spotlight, and move it further back so I can get a bigger area. Let's move the point of interest towards the center and soften out our cone because this is a bit too harsh for me. Make it 100% and increase our cone size so I can get rid of that dark shadow area. So that's my spotlight. Now let's use the ambient light. Turn it on. The entire thing is really bright, but I'm just going to use ambient light to maybe add a soft blue color. Then reduce the intensity to maybe 23%. When we turn off our solid layer, it could give you a better result. Maybe I'll add a soft purple, just a purple hint. All right, so I've used 3 lights right now. In the last light, I'm just going to turn it on so we can see what's happening. With the last light, I'm getting that purple bit from my ambient light, but I'm also illuminating the front of my text. So this is where it's placed right now. The point of interest is on T. Let's bring it on between E and X. Open up the options and perhaps reduce the intensity so I can get a little bit of a softer look. And there we go. I've used the different types of light to illuminate my 3D text. When we turn on the background, we may get a pretty bright result. But now that my text can be distinguished from a 2D shape, I can go ahead and get rid of the background. So let's take a look at the steps one more time. This is our text before. Point light to illuminate from one single point evenly across the entire composition. 2 spotlight to illuminate through a cone. A cone is pretty big. To illuminate from a cone with the set radius and the feather. 3rd, we have ambient light to illuminate the entire composition without any limitations on one side. We also added a nice purple color. And 4th light to just bring more light over the front side of our text. When we turn on our solid, this also goes all the way back to our background. But right now we're just going to use parallel to show the front part of our text. So those were the different lights. This is a nice example on how we can use it for situations like this. I'm going to create a keyframe for Y rotation. Go to the end and type in 1, so it does 1 full cycle. Turn this back to half, and this is the result that we get. So using 4 different lights, we were able to turn a 2D text layer into 3D. And in the next lesson, we're going to see how we can use the Cinema 4D renderer, which I'm currently on. And I'll explain a little bit more about how we can add extrusion and bevel styles to our text and shape layers. With this knowledge, we can now move on to our next lesson. We're going to turn a 2D shape layer into 3D using some layer styles. So let's get started. So when it comes to 3D shapes, it may get a little intimidating because of all the angles and all the transformations that you need to do in order to make that 3D shape. Another way to make shapes look 3D is by using layer styles, which we will learn about in this lesson. So first, let's go ahead and make our 2D composition. I will use the shapes that are available in After Effects. First, let's make a composition. I'm going to call it 2D shapes, 1920 by 1080. You can choose the one you prefer and then hit OK. So now I have my background, which you can change by holding down Command and pressing K or Control K. Then you can change your background color right here. I'm going to stick with this dark blue. Now let's make our floor for the shape to kind of bounce on. So grab a fill color. I think I'll go with a nice orange. Add that right underneath. Let's rename this floor. And now grab your shape. I will get a circle, hold down Shift to make a perfect shape. Control double click on the anchor point tool to bring the anchor point to the center. Let's change the color of our shape so it looks a little different. I think I'll make it the same color as our background and instead change my background color to white. So as you can see, I have some pretty simple 2D shapes. Let's name this. Simple 2D shapes, and instead of making them 3D and then working with my camera, the tools up here, which can get a little confusing when you're first starting out, I will use a simpler method to make these look 3D. Let's align this in the center. And before I get started, I'm just going to decorate my floor. So select your layer, go to Effect, Generate, and then choose the Gradient Ramp. Let's grab the start of our ramp, put it right here, and find the color. and just decorate the way my ground looks. For the second color, I will go with the same orange, but make it a little brighter. Something like this. I think we have to go a little bit brighter than that. There we go. So this looks a little bit more three-dimensional just by adding a gradient map. You can also swap the colors and see which one looks better for you. Since I want my light source to be from here, I'm going to keep the lighter side towards the top and the darker side towards the bottom. All right, so that's our floor. We can also do something with the background. So Command Y or Control Y. And let's choose a white background for now. Bring it underneath our shapes. Get the same, let's actually get it from here. Type in gradient in the effects and presets. Add the gradient ramp to your background layer and let's choose a different color, maybe a subtle blue. Select the start of your ramp, place it at the start and the end somewhere that looks nice. I think I'll stick with here. You could, of course, leave your background be flat. It's all up to you. I'm going to try radial ramp. Maybe that will give us a nice result. There we go. I think I'll stick with radiant. The end of your ramp determines how large this circle is. Until you're happy with it, you can also swap the colors and see which one looks the best. Click away once you're finished, and now we can start with our circle, which currently looks pretty flat. We have our ball, and it's time to animate the position so that it bounces on the floor and then rolls out of frame. So first, let's hit P on our circle. I'm going to change the color because we're going to be focusing on this layer for now. Lock the other two layers and hit P on circle. Right-click on the position text, separate dimensions. So we get position X and position Y. First, let's choose position Y and bring this guy all the way down to the floor. Then create a keyframe, move in about 20 frames, and then make another keyframe. We're going to work with the speed later, so just create these like so. Now, in between these two keyframes, we're going to bring this guy upwards, like this. Make sure it's in the frame. And then we're just gonna easy ease this middle keyframe. So hit F9 on your keyboard, or right click, go to Keyframe Assistant, easy ease. And now we're basically going to get something like this. I'm going to hit N on my keyboard to close off the workspace. So now when we play this back, it's going to just go up and come down. And essentially, we just created a loop for the bouncing ball. But as you can see, the movement is just really artificial and everything is moving in on one rate. So what we want to do is to select our middle keyframe, go to the speed graph. Right here, you will see something like this. Be sure that you're on speed graph and not value graph. And then selecting the middle keyframe, we're just going to push these guys back around 80%, 81%. Do the same thing on the other side. So this is going to make the ball kind of chill in the air before making its way down. So if you play this back, it's gonna kind of stay up there and then come down. So now we have a more natural bounce effect for the ball. Let's click this again to go out of the speed graph. Select all three keyframes. Then on this last keyframe, hit Command V or Control V to paste the values, and keep doing this until you reach the end of your composition. Just be sure that you're on the last keyframe before hitting Command V. So I copied everything and I'm gonna hit N on my last keyframe so that I can see what the loop looks like before moving forward. So now we just have a really slow bounce effect for our ball. Now we're going to work with the X rotation because I wanted to kind of show up from one side, bounce, and then roll off to the other side. Activate the stopwatch on X position, one at the beginning and one at the end. And then we're gonna go back to our first keyframe, move it all the way towards the right. You can see that we're extending the Y rotations. Keep going until you're out of frame so that the ball shows up from the side and just goes on like this. At the last keyframe, we want to do the same thing, but onto the other side. We can have it somewhere around here. So once we play this back, the ball is going to show up from the side, do a few bounces, and then it's going to leave the other way. Now in the last keyframe for X position, we're going to right click, keyframe assistant, and choose easy ease in or shift F9. And this is going to make the movement a lot better, like so. Now what we want to do is to make this more natural, because currently if you go on Y position, you can see that every bounce is identical. And that's just not the case with real balls. When they drop down, they start really high. And as they bounce, they lose that energy until they're flat on the ground. So to recreate that, we need to move these guys downwards and just make this look more realistic. So select all of the keyframes that were easy eased, the ones that look like hourglasses. Hold down Shift, select all of them, except the first one. Just gonna lower the Y position around halfway or lower than the first one. So this is our first keyframe. The rest need to be somewhere around here. Hold down Shift and deselect the other one. Move to the next keyframe. Move these guys down. Deselect that keyframe and then go to the final hourglass keyframe and make it almost flat. So now when we play this back, we have a more realistic bounce effect. You can see it loses its energy and then it just drops at the bottom. I'm going to open up my workspace so that we can see the ball after it has landed. So it's just going to sit there after the bouncing and chill on the side. So we got our base movements done. In the next lesson, we're going to make this animation more realistic. I'll see you guys there. Now the thing with the bounce effect is that when the ball comes in contact with the floor, it needs to have some sort of pressure. But if you choose to make this ball like a metal ball, then that's another issue. But for now, I'm going to create kind of a squish and stretch effect every time it hits the ground, and that way it will look more natural. Hit S on your keyboard on the circle layer, unlink the two shapes, create a keyframe, hit U, so now we can see X, Y, and scale. And essentially what we're going to do is to create a keyframe right when this guy is on the ground. So when it's down, this is the ground keyframes. I'm going to move this guy right here, our first keyframe. And what we want to do is to hold down Command or Control, use your left and right arrow keys to move in a few frames before this, before it comes into contact with the ground. Make another keyframe for scale. So 3 frames on the left, 3 frames on the right. Make another keyframe. And what you want to do is to go to that frame on the left and kind of stretch this ball upwards using the Y value. So just stretch this ball like this. And when it comes into contact, it needs to kind of get squished. So remove from the Y. Looks kind of squished right now. And change the anchor point right when it comes in contact with the ground. So just grab Y and bring the anchor point up like this. Then on the scale, this time we're going to kind of squish down the ball to squish this guy. And we may have to edit our Y position, just bring it down. At the start, I'm also going to grab the anchor point and push it to the bottom of my shape. So from the beginning, it's just looking like this, and it's kind of gets squashed when it reaches the ground. So it's not quite reaching the ground, so go back to position Y and move these guys until it reaches the ground. There we go. Now before it comes in contact with the wall, the floor, I'm gonna go back like 2 frames on the scale and just turn the scale back to 100 so that it's normal. And then it slowly stretches out before getting squashed. Let's actually make it normal here. So drag this guy back. Slowly it's going to stretch out and then do that. Let's also copy this keyframe. I'm going to hit S so we can focus on S right now. So in the beginning here, after its first bounce, this is the highest point. Around here, we're going to make a keyframe so that it's normal. Then right before it hits the floor point, we're going to stretch it out with Y. So I wrote 119%, stretched out like this. It hits the ground, it becomes squished. And now in the next keyframe, we're going to go for a number that's less than 119. Let's try 114. It is stretched out, but not as much as the first one. Then copy the first keyframe, that's normal. Let's count the frames, 8 frames. So go on the last keyframe, hold down Command-Shift, right arrow key, Control-Shift, right arrow key on Windows. Then move back 2 frames with Control, left arrow key. And then copy this keyframe, Command-C, Command-V. So now I'm going to hit N here so we can see a loop. It's going to come in, get stretched out, and then it gets squished. Bring this guy back. And now we want to repeat this on all the other jumps that it has. So after it does this jump, I'm going to copy this again. Around here, we're going to copy this, but every time it gets less. So last time we did 114, should do 110. Get stretched out like this. Let's see what number we kept for the middle one, 61%. We're going to go to where it hits the ground and do a number that's a little more than 61%, like 67%. Gonna move this guy a little closer. So it goes like this, gets squished again. Around here, we want it to be stretched out one more time. 110%, 108%. So it gets squished, comes back to normal. Then around here, we want it to be normal. So get the first keyframe, Command-C, Command-V. And by normal, I mean the regular circle shape. Then copy the normal keyframe here as well, so that it only gets flat or stretchy when it's about to hit the middle point. So I'm just going to go over the keyframes just because there's a lot. So here it's 100, 100. Next keyframe, we got 100, 119, 161, and this is the Y position, by the way. 100, 114, 100, 100, normal keyframe again. We can actually delete this one. So it's 100, 100. Next one is the same. Then we go 100, 110, 67, 108, and then back to 100. So now repeat this for the final jump. So it's normal until here. Paste the keyframe that's 100, 100. Around here, we're going to stretch this out. Let me just see what number we kept here. 110. So here I will do 106 on the Y. Then when it reaches the ground, we're going to squeeze it in like 75. So it kind of goes in like this. When it's done bouncing, we're going to bring it back to 104. Then finally, before it reaches the high point, we're going to make it 100, 100. So now when we look at this, we're going to get a nice squeezing effect for our ball. Hit U on circle, and now we can see all of our keyframes. The problem is that every time we stretch this out, it's towards the sky, even though we have a curve. So now we're going to hit R on our circle and introduce another transform property. Hit U on your keyboard, and now every time that we are using the scale to stretch this out, I'm going to go on that and use the rotation to rotate it towards the curve. So -20 will do nicely. Next keyframe, wanted to go back to normal, so I type in 0. Next keyframe, again, we have to go towards the other side, so 30%. Next keyframe, back to normal. So now it's going to do that. I think our values are a bit too much. -5 here. Next keyframe, we'll do +10. So it's not that much of a rotation. It's very slight. And now just repeat this on all the other layers. When it's normal, we're gonna, when it's here, match it with this keyframe, make it 0. Move into your next scale keyframe and type in the same amount, -10. So it rotates slightly towards the left. It hits the ground, needs to be -5. Let's try 0 this time. Next keyframe, it will go back to +10. And then back to 0. Play this back. Bounces like this. Repeat this one more time for your final transformation. So now we have a nice bouncing effect for our ball. Easy ease the keyframes for scale. And we get something like this. I will also add a rotation right after the ball has landed. Type in 30 degrees. Back to position X, I'm just going to move it out of frame. So it kind of rolls towards the side and exits the screen. You can increase the rotation. We'll come back for this later. So now we get the ball effect. And then it just rolls out. It's a bit too fast, so we may have to increase our composition length. Instead of 7 seconds, let's go for 12. increase the last two keyframes just so we get to see that roll off in a slower way. There we go. Let's stretch out the background and the floor as well so we get everything for a bit longer. Now hit N on your keyboard and we got ourselves a nice bounce effect. So now we got a base to add our layer styles to. In the next lesson, we're going to add the layer style and just make this look more 3D. So I'll see you guys in the next lesson. In the previous lesson, we made all of these keyframes that allowed our ball to bounce in, stretch out, and then finally lose its energy and roll out of frame. So now in this lesson, we're going to be turning this ball into a 3D looking ball. Right now it's pretty flat. And we're going to be using something that we haven't used before, and it's the layer styles. So let's go to a frame where we can see our ball in its normal state. And now we're going to right click. Let's first hit U to close off all those transform properties. Right click on our circle, go down to layer styles right over here. And we're going to add inner shadow. This is the first thing that we're going to add. And I will just turn my color into something a little brighter. Like this maybe. Okay, and you can see that there's this thin line going around the corner of our ball. This is the inner shadow that we just applied. So it's before, after. So now we're going to open up inner shadow, which is underneath layer styles, and use the settings that you see right here to make it look pretty good. So first, let's increase the distance because right now it's pretty tiny and we can barely see it. Just increase it like this, looking good. Then we're just going to increase the opacity by about this much. It's looking pretty good. You can also change the blending mode if you want. Turn it into a different color, but I'm going to stick with multiply. Then we're going to increase the size, which is going to basically blur out the edges. And already you can see that it's looking quite different. We have this soft shadow casted on our ball. But right now it looks like the light source is coming from here, and that's not good. So go to angle and just rotate this towards your light source. I think I'll make my light source from here. So just move it in towards the corner. You can also go for the other corner. Put it in like this. Let's just increase the size a little bit more. Maybe reduce the distance so I can get this soft shadow. And right now it's looking pretty good. If you want it to be more round, you can increase the choke right here and create something like this. But I'm going to keep it to 0 because we're going to be adding some other layers. So right now the goal of adding inner shadow is to create this effect. And now we can move on to our next layer style. Let's close off inner shadow, right click on our circle and go to layer styles and add inner glow. Because we got the shadow part, now we need the highlight part. Go into layer styles, open up inner glow, and it's basically the same thing, except this time it's about the light rather than the dark side. So first let's increase the size. You can see we get this glow. And then we're going to increase the choke, which will kind of turn this into a circle shape. Looking good. And finally, we can just, if needed, we can increase the opacity. Something like this. And instead of this color that we have, I'm going to grab the middle color, go into my colors right here and just choose a lighter version. We can see the difference. Maybe go a little lighter than that. You can see the preview as well. There we go. We have this soft glow right here, which is looking pretty good. And increase the size a little bit more. And now we have the inner glow for our shape. So I used 2 layer styles to make this look pretty good. We just need another layer style, which is, let's go over here, circle, right click, bevel and emboss, click on it once, open up the options, and you can add all of these layer styles to decorate the way that your shape looks. It's great when it comes to animations or anything that consists of textures and different lighting. So it's a great way to add a little bit of styling to each of your layers, especially when you have really nice illustrations or different shapes. So instead of adding them in the effects and presets, then masking them out, you can just go over to layer styles and make your shapes look really good. So this is our final layer style, bevel and emboss. If you've used Photoshop, this should be pretty familiar to you. But essentially, we're just going to work with the size. You can see that it's making it pretty metal looking. Just want to add a little bit. And of course, soften those edges out. Change the angle because we said the light source is coming from this area. And we can just change the highlight mode, which is the bright part, from screen into something else. Maybe soft light. There we go. As for the shadows, I think we're good to go. We can also work with the opacity for the highlights or the shadows. Change the highlight color from this white into something purpley. There we go. There's our ball that's looking pretty nice. Looks like a Play-Doh animation, which takes it away from looking flat as it did before. So this is what our ball looked like before. This is what it looks like now. And this is the bevel and emboss that we added right here, which helps with the highlights and the shadows that a shape would have if it was placed in this environment. Just going to go to the shadows, and instead of this black, I want to choose this purple and then just decrease the brightness of it. There we go, looks better. Then I'm going to see if I have any other black colors. Don't want to have that. There we go, inner shadow. Let's choose the same dark purple. This is optional. You could of course go with the black, but I wanted to have a lighter look to it, so this will do nicely. And now my ball is ready. It's looking pretty good. One last thing that I want to do is to create a reflection every time that this ball comes in contact with the floor. So as you can see, at certain points it does touch the ground, and I want to make it look as if the ball gets the reflection from the ground. So let's duplicate our floor layer. Let's call this reflection. I'm going to give it a different color. Go back to the start, and we're going to add the Gaussian blur effect onto this reflection layer. And now what you want to do is to really increase the blurriness. I'm going to turn off gradient ramp. Just increase it all the way. And I'm also going to turn off repeat edge pixels. So now you can see that it's kind of, if I single out this layer, we turned our floor, which looked like this before, into this. And this is perfect for that reflection. Let's take it out. And now we're just going to add another effect, which is called the set matte. Add it onto your reflection layer. And we're basically going to tell After Effects to show this really blurred out floor every time the ball comes close to it. So we're going to take matte from circle, your circle layer, just select it. And now every time that it comes into contact, I'm going to see a little bit of that orange, but what we can do is to hit P on our keyboard. Just going to move our reflection layer upwards. There we go. Let's bring back these set mattes and bring reflection above our circle layer. Maybe move it down a bit so we get a little bit of reflection, not too much. And now we're going to switch the places between these two. So set matte comes first and then it's Gaussian blur. Going to bring it up a little bit more. Something like this. So now every time the ball comes in contact, you can see here we don't have any orange. But here when it does come in contact, we're going to get this reflection. Again, it's going to be nothing, then the orange. And this is a really easy way to create a reflection for your ball. I think we missed the keyframes here. Let's hit P on our keyboard. Yeah, it's not quite hitting the ground, so just click on this keyboard, bring down Y position. There we go. Just make sure that on each keyframe it is in contact with the ground. And that way we can see a nice reflection every time it moves towards the ground. Now I'm just going to add one final effect, which is completely optional. You don't have to do this, but I want the ball to change colors as it bounces. So maybe every time that it bounces, the color changes from this purple, and this can make it look a little bit more magical. So let's go ahead and type in hue and saturation. Add this on our circle layer. Go to the beginning, create a keyframe for channel range. Let's hit U. This is the keyframe that we're working with right now. Now let's go forward. So here it's going to look normal. Make a keyframe. We make a keyframe here, turn it on and off. Hit U, there's my first keyframe for color range. Now here, when it goes up, before it comes to the second floor, I'm going to change the master hue into a different color. Because we're dealing with hue and saturation, the entire circle is going to look different. So you don't have to worry about the layer styles because everything within that layer is being changed. So you can see that it transforms into this pink, touches the ground. Around here, I want it to maybe turn into a green. Let's try the original color. I'm going to delete this last keyframe, copy the first one, and paste it. So now it's going to be purple, hits the ground, transforms into this pink, hits the ground again, bring this guy here, transform into this green, hits the floor, and then goes back to being the original color. Let's play this back. Now, because on this keyframe, we went from this pink to the opposite direction, we are getting some segments where you can see it turns into different colors before it turns green. If you don't want this to happen, instead of going to the negative side, try to go towards the positive side. And that way you're going to get warmer colors and not colder colors. Depends on you. I'm going to go back to what I had earlier. So the direction that you choose will determine what type of colors you get. You can also open up this section right here to see the colors. So right now this is the colder side and this is the warmer side. So choose the direction in accordance to the colors that you like. And now we have this really nice simple ball bouncing around and changing color. So we're done with our lesson. It was pretty easy. We learned about layer styles, and now we can decorate our illustrations in a fun way. I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. I will see you in the next one. Let's learn a little bit more about something called Cinema 4D. This may ring a bell for some of you, but if it doesn't, don't worry. We're going to talk about it today and see why it's in After Effects. So Cinema 4D is a 3D modeling tool, meaning that you can use that program to create those models, animate them, create scenes, and do a bunch of complex creations with them. You may be wondering why the label is in After Effects. Well, since the 2020 update, you can now use After Effects with Cinema 4D to create more complex projects. So you can import the file. As you can see here, I just imported a Cinema 4D file. I can bring it into my timeline, edit the actual file inside of Cinema 4D through After Effects, and then export it with a bunch of other things that I can use. So this is pretty helpful for most people that use 3D modeling in their creations. And in this lesson, we're going to see how it works and what the overall work process would look like. Now, I'm not going to teach you how to use Cinema 4D because it's an entirely different program. I'm just going to show you what it looks like and answer some questions that may have occurred while you were using After Effects. So the version of Cinema 4D that you will get with your After Effects installation is Cinema 4D Lite, meaning that it's not the exact full program because you have to get a different license for that. But with your After Effects license, you will get Cinema 4D Lite. Now with the Cinema 4D Lite, you can render these files, control the rendering, camera, and scene on the layers. So it's a pretty helpful feature. The only thing that you need to do is to sign up on Maxim, which will pop up. There will be a screen when you open Cinema 4D. It's going to ask you to make an account. It's free, just do it if you want to use this tool, and then you're good to go. So apart from the actual program, I'm going to show you what the presence of this new update does for our regular 3D layers. So I'm going to make a new composition. And right over here, you may have noticed that we have Basic, Advanced, 3D Renderer. When I go over here, I get a drop-down menu for two options. By default, you are on Classic 3D, and I'm on the latest version of After Effects. You may be getting another one, which I believe was Ray Traced 3D Renderer, but in the newest version, that's no longer there. And then we get Cinema 4D. So with Classic 3D, it's the traditional After Effects renderer. Layers can be positioned as planes in 3D space. But when I switch to 4D, you can see we get a lot of things disabled and enabled. The most important thing inside After Effects is the extrusion of text and shapes. I'm going to show you what that looks like in a second. So it enabled extruded and beveled text and shapes, reflections, curved footage layers, material overrides on text, shape, bevels, and sides, environment layers in reflections only, pre-comp depth pass with channel effects. It also disabled a lot of things that we would normally use in After Effects, such as blending modes, track mats, and a bunch of other things. So let's just hit OK for now, and it gets a nice composition. So let's just make a new composition and grab a shape. So there's my shape. As the description said, I'm now able to add extrusion to my shapes and text. Now, what does that mean? First, we need to turn our shape into 3D. Cinema 4D only works with 3D layers. Turn it 3D, and we have the option to change our renderer again. Now you can see that we have something called geometry options. On Classic 3D, it's grayed out, so this is a new feature that you can use with Cinema 4D. Open this up and we get a bunch of sliders that concern the bevel and extrusion of your shapes. The same thing applies to your text layers, but with shape layers, what you can do is to first, let's change our active camera, go to custom view 1 so I can see the extrusion happening. And without changing anything, I'm just going to increase the extrusion depth and you can see that I'm kind of creating a block just by moving this slider. So this is pretty cool because instead of constructing a normal cube layer with the classic 3D renderer, I can create a cube like this with just one slider using the geometry options that I have. So that's the extrusion depth. It decides how tall or how short your extrusion is. You can go for 0 to get the default number. You can also keyframe all of these guys, so I can make it 0 here, make it long here. And I'm going to get a really simple animation. Let's look at the other options. We have whole bevel depth. This is about text layers, so I'm going to skip it for now because we don't really have a hole in our shape. Next, we have bevel depth. Bevel concerns the edges of your 3D shapes. Right now it's set to none, but by increasing it, I'm going to kind of bring in my edges, and that helps with the 3D effect. Right now we're not really seeing anything because there's no depth in our composition at all. So to fix that, I'm going to bring in a simple light layer. This will help us see exactly what the bevel looks like. So there's my light layer. I'm going to zoom in here. This is the edge of our 3D shape. So without choosing a style, nothing's going to change. We're still getting that sharp edge on our shape. But when I go into, let me turn this to 0. I'm going to choose angular for now. These are different. I'll tell you what they are in a minute. But let's go with the first one and increase the bevel depth. So notice how we're getting this interesting edge. And when I zoom out, it's looking pretty clean. So this right now is on all of your shape sides. You can see we have it here too. And it's basically giving us the realistic 3D look that we will be looking for when we are using the geometry options. So this is angular, this style. It basically bevels it at an angle, just goes up like that. Next we have concave, kind of shades it in. I'm going to click away. It's a little different because it has a dent here. I'm sure you can see the shadow. This is what it looked like before. This is the concave style. There's a little dent. We can, of course, increase or decrease it. The maximum number is 10. And the third style is convex. This is the most natural looking one in my opinion. It's a pretty soft bevel style. We will use this quite more compared to the other two, but depending on what you're making, you can choose the bevel style. So this style, instead of making a sharp edge, it's kind of curving in this side into this side. Take a look at the angular. You can see it's pretty sharp, but convex is pretty smooth and natural. And like we said, we can create keyframes for any of these. So this is one of the easiest things that we get from Cinema 4D. Now let's see what the geometry options look like in the text layers. I'm going to delete this. Keep my light layer, grab my text tool and type in something. Now just open up your text layers. Like you would with the shape layer, we have the same options. But over here we can use the second slider, which concerns the whole of the text. I'm going to increase my extrusion depth to 91. And now let's go in here, focus on the O. I'm going to give it a style, go in my favorite, add some depth. And now with the whole bevel style, you can see this is what it looks like at 100. But when I lower this, I'm not putting the bevel style onto the area inside the O. You can just use the second slider to work with how the area inside looks. It does not concern the area on the outside. So this is just meant for shapes like this. It could also work with shape layers. Let's say you grabbed a rectangle, removed the fill, and only have a stroke. So naturally there will be an area inside the shape. that has nothing in it. Gonna make it 3D, do this. So because of this, the area inside the letter, I can use the bevel slider, the whole bevel slider. Gonna add a little bit of bevel style first. So 0%, 100%. So that's for geometry options. It's not that complicated. In the further lessons, we're going to use these options to create some really nice 3D elements. Below the geometry options, we have something called material options, which concerns 3D layers alone. So if I make this 2D, we're not going to get that option. So the first thing is cast shadows. This concerns whether or not this shape will create shadows on your composition. By default, it's turned off, but you can just turn it on here and you're gonna get a shadow. I will make a different lesson concerning material options. Let's close that and see what the actual Cinema 4D looks like when we use it through After Effects. I'm gonna delete these guys and bring in my Cinema 4D file. This is in your resource pack. Just import it into your project. You can double click it here and import it. And this is just so we can enter Cinema 4D. We're not really gonna do anything with this shape. This will be a 2D layer in After Effects. And if I want to edit it, maybe change the color of the tree, I would have to enter Cinema 4D. So select your layer, go to Edit, Edit Original, or Command E, Control E on Windows. When we do this, it's going to open up Cinema 4D. If it's your first time, it's going to ask you to make an account. It's free, pretty simple to do, so just do that. And then you're going to get this entirely different window that most of you may not be familiar with. So it's a pretty complex environment, but as you saw, we used the layer inside After Effects to open Cinema 4D. So whatever I do right here is going to affect what my composition looks like. For example, I can grab one of these tools and push my tree all the way to the back. When I hit Command S or Control S on Windows, it's going to look exactly the same in After Effects. So I would just import it into our program here and do my edits here, maybe make these green, save my project, which you would have to do on your local computer. And then I can just get the settings updated inside After Effects. So I'm just going to bring it back here, Command S. Let's say I'm happy with the way my tree looks. I can just pair my 3D layer, my Cinema 4D layer, with something inside After Effects. Let's say solid. I can make a regular text layer. And like we said, you're able to use both Cinema 4D and After Effects to create more complex animations. Now inside the effects controls for our Cinema 4D file, we do have some options, such as working with the render settings. I can decide how I want to render this project. I can change my camera settings. So these are a bit advanced and just create really cool animations. But we're not going to get into how to create those animations because that would require knowledge of Cinema 4D, which most of you may not have. So that's what Cinema 4D is, and we now know why it's here and what we can use it for. In the upcoming lessons, we're going to be using this renderer quite often, so knowing what it is going to help you with a better understanding of those lessons. So now that we know the basics of the 3D aspect of After Effects, we can move on with the lessons on how to use the tools that we just learned to create some really cool results. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. We're going to take a deeper look into what material options are underneath all of our 3D layers. We glanced over this topic a while ago, but we're going to see exactly how they affect our text layers and how we can create reflections using environment layers. So let's get started. create a new composition, and we're going to set the preset to HDTV 1080 because it's going to give you a better quality and it has higher dimension. I'm going to stick with this one, 1080, 30 frames per second. And I'm going to keep the resolution at full. Background color can be black. Let's name this Final Scene. So there's my composition. Now we're going to create a text layer. The options that we're going to see will be applied to both text layers and shape layers. I will use a text in this lesson, but you can go ahead and use a shape layer. You want to choose a very thick font, so we have more room for this reflection. I'm going to stick with Arial Black. Then we're going to click away and make this layer 3D. Have your renderer on Cinema 4D so we can access those material options. Now we're going to create a new camera. Leave everything be, hit OK. Bring it above your text layer, and using C on our keyboard to get the orbit around tool, we're going to rotate this so we get more of the extrusion and the reflection. Have it in this angle, then go into your text layer, open up the options, geometry options, and we're going to set our bevel style to convex. Increase the bevel depth to maybe 8. And finally, add 100% for extrusion depth. All right, so we got our text. Now it's time to add a floor so we can see the reflection of our text. Create a new solid layer. Can be any color, it doesn't really matter. Then make this 3D. Hit R on your solid layer and type in 90 degrees for X rotation. Grab the hit V on your keyboard, use Y to just move this down until we got a nice floor for the text. You can grab the sides here and just increase it until we get a good floor. Hit S and just increase this all the way. Make sure you're not blocking your text layer. Open up your floor layer, go to Material Options. And before I get started with the rest of this process, I'm going to explain real quick what each of these sliders do. So the first thing is Cast Shadows. This is basically whether or not your shape will cast a shadow when we use light layers. This is not that important for this lesson, so I'm going to leave it off. When it's on only, it means that we're only getting the shadow of our floor layer. So you can see the floor itself just disappeared. That's because we're only keeping the shadows of it and not the actual layer. Let's turn this off. Then we have Accept Shadows and Accept Lights. This is again related to whether or not you want shadows on your text and if you want the light layers to affect it. I'm going to leave it as default. Our next option is Appears in Reflections. So basically, you're telling After Effects whether or not this will show on the other layer's reflection. So if I had another text here, will this text show up in the reflection or will it not? We again have the on, off, and only option. So if you put only, you're just going to get the reflection in that other text. Then we have Ambient, which is how much light there is in this layer. We have Diffuse, which is the softness of this layer. So you're just going to make it really soft when you use the diffuse option. I'm going to set these back into what they were by grabbing these two, right click, reset. Then we have something called Specular Intensity. Now specular is the light that is naturally on reflective surfaces. Sometimes it can be like a straight line, other times it could be radial. It's talking about that gleam of light that shows up on reflective surfaces. So if you shine a flashlight onto a mirror, you're going to see the light from the flashlight and around it, whatever is in front of that mirror. So with the specular intensity, we can decide how bright that gleam of light is. We're not really seeing it right now because we haven't made this reflective yet. But I'm going to show you in a second what that looks like. Then we have specular shininess, and this is talking about how glossy that gleam of light looks like. Next we have metal, and when I increase this, it's going to take away from the value of the shape, or solid in our case. So if I increase this, I'm going to reduce the cyan and end up with a white color. It's a pretty helpful slider, but we're not going to be using it in this example. Finally, we have reflections. The first one is reflection intensity, which is how vibrant that reflection is. We have reflection sharpness, which is how blurry or sharp that reflection is. And finally, roll-off, which is the amount of intensity of that reflection at different angles. Again, we're going to take a look at that in the rest of this process. Alright, so I have my text layer and my floor layer. I just went ahead and changed the color from that cyan into this gray, which you can also do by holding down Command-Shift-Y, Control-Shift-Y on Windows, and just change your color right here. Now let's open the material options for both of these layers. Select your floor layer first, hit A twice on your keyboard, and we're going to see the material options. So what we're going to do is to leave everything as it is. The only thing that we want to change is the reflection intensity. When it's set to 0, that means that this layer will not be getting any reflections. But when I increase it, we're going to get only the reflection. So essentially, we just turned our solid into a mirror that is placed underneath our text. At the same time, we can reduce the reflection sharpness to about 50%. Now we are getting this grainy look because of our composition's sampling rate. If yours is not grainy, then you're good to go. But if you are seeing something like this, just hit Command K on your keyboard, Control K on Windows. Head over to the 3D renderer, Cinema 4D, but in the options, we're going to grab the slider from draft into either typical or extreme. You don't want to go all the way because it's going to make your laptop slow. So what we're doing right now is increasing the layer sampling. Hit OK, and immediately you can see that it's no longer grainy. Once we have that, we can now go ahead and do the same thing with our text layer. Hit A twice. I'm going to come down here and increase my reflection intensity. Just until I'm happy with it. I think I'll leave mine around 22%. Let's reduce reflection sharpness to 50%. We're going to come back to this later. Let's just leave it at 22%. For lighting, typically we would use a light layer. But in this lesson, we're going to introduce something called an environment layer, which is basically where we get to take a 3D image and basically make it an environment. So it will be everywhere in our composition. And since we have these two set as reflections, it's only going to show up in their reflection. Let's see what happens when I don't have a reflective object and I just try to make an environment layer. Make a new composition. So I have an HDRI file here that I just dragged into my composition. Hit S and just scale it as you'd like. So this right now is not an ordinary image. It's not a PNG or a JPEG. It's actually a 3D image. So you can get more of these on this website. So you can go into this website. It's 3D Asset Library, meaning that you can get 3D models, textures, and HDRIs. This is what we're using in this example. You can get tons of free stuff here. It's a pretty cool platform. I recommend you guys checking it out, and it could be helpful for your future projects. Now let's go back into After Effects. So I have this right now. Let's see how we can turn it into an environment layer. Select your layer down here, go to Layer, Environment Layer. There we go. Now you can see we get this globe shape on our layer, and it's actually nowhere to be seen. So the layer right now is all over our composition, but the only way that we can see it is if we have reflective objects in our project. So as a regular file like this, nothing will show up. But when we go to our scene where we do have objects accepting reflections, we can actually see that image in the reflections. So drag this above, bring the camera above, let's lock the camera. Do the same thing again, and there we go. We can see the image in the reflection of this solid or the floor layer. And once we hit R, we can get different results. So if I rotate this maybe 90 degrees, I'm gonna get a different side. I'm also gonna increase my solid layer so I don't get the black wall. Gonna hit S and just unlink them. So I can just scale it that way and the other way. Select your layer, then double click on the rectangle to make a mask. Then we can just feather out the edges. And then we'll get a softer result on the edge of our work. Now go to your text layer and in the materials option, then increase the reflection intensity. Now I'm seeing my image in the reflection. Pretty cool. Leave the sharpness as it is. I'm going to go back to my floor layer, hit A twice. Pretty good. I think I'll just rotate it like this. So when I rotate it, we're getting the reflection like this. And I'm sure you can see the image in the back. So we can just work with the rotation of our shape. I'm going to go back to what it was and try to get a different lighting as we go. So each time that you rotate your shape, the floor layer I mean, you're gonna get a different lighting onto your text. So without using light layers and other methods, we're able to create this really easy reflection, which is looking pretty realistic. I'm gonna use my camera layer to do a simple animation. Hit P on my keyboard, make a keyframe, push it forward, use position Z to just move in towards my text. It may take a bit longer to load since we did increase our sampling rate, but this way we can get the full resolution for our work. If you want to do more adjustments and this whole long render process isn't doing it for you, you can just reduce from your rate and then turn it back on when you're about to export. So again, we're getting this grainy effect, but at least I get to get a faster load for my composition. I'm going to go into 2 view so I can see exactly how my camera is moving and just move this camera somewhere like this, I would say. So we get a really 3D looking animation. We're looking at the ground, it's fine. And then it's going to zoom out to our original settings. I'm going to leave mine just like that. So once I'm done animating and just finished with the way my text looks, I can go ahead and bring back my sampling rate. This will leave me with a pretty smooth reflection. So that's how you can use material options to give really good reflections for your text and shape layers. I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and I will see you in the next one. Let's see how we can create this effect using some simple rotoscoping and text placement. Let's get started. Import your video into your project panel and drag it onto the composition box. This is going to create a composition based on the properties of the video. And now we're just going to duplicate our layer by holding down Command D or Control D. Rename your layers to keep things organized. And on our subject layer, we're going to double click. Use the rotor brush to separate our subject. Be sure that you're at the start of your timeline and then roughly draw over your subject. Because there's a good contrast between the subject and the background, the rotoscoping will be pretty easy. Let's just go back in here and turn our resolution to full. And we're just going to move into the Refine Edge tool to get a better result for the hair. Let's zoom in. Those finer details, we need to put them into the selection. Anything that's white means that it's inside the selection, and the things that are black are not in your selection. So if there's any fine detail in your video, make sure that you go over it with the Refine Edge tool. Things like fur, hair, and just really tiny things that the rotor brush cannot capture on its own. You can use the Refine Edge tool to make your selection perfect. Let's go back to our rotor brush. I accidentally brought in this small section, so by holding down Alter Option, I can just remove it from my selection. I will just grab about 10 seconds of my video. I don't need the entire thing. So Ctrl-Shift-D on these clips, hit N. And now we can go to our subject and freeze the frames. Once we have separated our subject from the background, we're going to place our text right behind. So let's hide the subject layer for now and grab our text tool. I will create 3 different text layers so that I could animate them to show up one after the other. So our first text, I will write text, click away, behind, subject. Now I can grab my selection tool or hit V on your keyboard, and we're just gonna double click on the anchor point tool to bring the anchor point to the center of our text. Grab the selection tool again and just position these where it needs to go. I think I will put them all at the center vertically, and then just increase their size by using S on my keyboard. I'm going to use the align options one more time, just to make sure that all the text are equally placed from one another. I will move forward in time, grab all of my text layers, Command-Shift-D or Control-Shift-D, get rid of the extra bits. Then I will just bring them in one more time. So text, behind, subject. So they will show up right after each other. Just need to increase the length for the first 2 so that they stay until the last text shows up. So now once I play this back, I'm going to get something like this. Maybe give a little break before the first text shows up. There you go. When we bring back our subject layer, you can see that we have successfully placed these text behind our subject. So now all we have to do is maybe add some animation, perhaps some shadow, and just work with how this text looks. So I will actually bring these 3 texts to the end right here. And at the beginning, I will kind of do a sandwich effect where we have some of the text in front of our subject and the rest is behind. So before we do that, let's just pre-compose these 3 texts, right click and give it a name, behind subject. Now grab the text tool again and just type in some things, epic rap battle. It helps to choose a big font. I also selected these guys. This will give me all caps and this guy will make it bold. Let's grab all 3, hit S and just make them larger. Click away, position the location of each one. Be sure to center all the anchor points so that you won't have a problem if you wanted to do some animation. So epic, I will place it behind my subject, so just drag it down. Wrap, I will bring this guy here. Hold down Command and press R, that's Control R on Windows, to get the rulers. Grab one from the side so that we can perfectly match the E with the R. You can use your left and right arrow keys to make really small movements. I'm going to grab Wrap and put it underneath Subject. Then I will just put Battle right in front. Bring this guy a little higher so there's space for our third text. I'm using my arrow keys to slowly move them upwards. Center the anchor point and grab my final text that I will place right in front of my subject. Grab all three, maybe lower the scale, bring it down to 230 so there is space. And of course, center the anchor points for all of your text. And there we go. Epic Rap Battle, we're going to do the same thing. Select all three texts, Command-Shift-D or Control-Shift-D, delete the extra bits. So now we have our subject kind of sandwiched between all of these texts. So I have the sandwich effect for the first 5 seconds, and the rest will be our behind text. Just cut the video right where this ends. And now to make this even more 3D, I will add a drop shadow effect on my subject whenever he's in front of a text. So go to the Effects and Presets and look for drop shadow. I will make a duplicate of my subject first. Drag that onto Subject 2. Let's close all of the rotor brush options and turn on the option for shadow only. Bring Subject 2 below the original. Use the distance slider to move it towards the side. Gonna bring it on this side. And of course make it look softer. Now we have this going on. So now when the text shows up, he always has this shadow effect in front of the text. Now it's time to create some simple keyframes for our Epic Rap Battle text. Grab the first one, let's hit P. And the other ones too, hit P on all of them. Moving forward and create a keyframe. Then move backwards and we're going to slowly introduce each of these texts in different directions. So Epic, we will make it show up from above. So just move this guy completely out of frame. Then go to your second text, bring it in from the side. And finally, we're going to grab the battle text and make it show up from below. Grab all of those keyframes, F9 to easy ease. And when we play it back, they're each going to show up from a different direction. If you want one of them to show up first, you have to offset the layers, so Epic, Rap Battle. You can also work with the keyframe spacing. The closer they are, the faster the effect. The further away they are, the slower the effect. Now let's cut the extra bits from the text. Grab all three, Control-Shift-D and get rid of the extra bits. So we have our text and then it disappears so that we can find another text. Now to create a cool effect for our second effect, I will give it another background. So hold down Command Y on your keyboard or Control Y and choose a nice and vibrant color. I will go with magenta, but you can go for red or green. Hit OK once you're finished and bring this right above our background layer. Then we're going to change the blending mode from normal to exclusion. And that's going to give us this really cool neon look that I will limit to when our second effect shows up. So right when these leave, I want these guys to show up. So just drag them closer. And then we have ourselves a cool effect. You can also bring this solid color above your subject. So now we have something like this. I'm going to lower the opacity of the color and bring in a different one as well, just to like layer them up together and give it a retro style. Let's go for 25%. Make another solid, this time with red. Go for soft light this time and use the same opacity slider to limit the amount we're getting. And now we have this retro effect. Now let's pre-compose everything. Command A, right click and pre-compose. Let's go in and put our time indicator right when this retro effect is happening. Then go back to the composition that we just made, Ctrl-Shift-D to separate the first effect from the second one. Now in the second half, we're going to type in noise in the effects and presets, and we're going to grab this noise effect directly onto the second half. Increase the amount, and this way we can get a retro look for our video. So it suddenly turns from this effect into this. And one last thing we need to do is to go into the text effect. Let's zoom out a bit and limit the shadow to the text, because right now he just has a shadow even though he belongs in this background. So in the same effects and presets, look for Set Matte. Let's start with the first effect. And we're just going to grab this Set Matte on top of our shadow layer. Then in the Take Matte from layer, we're going to choose our text, which I would first have to pre-comp right here. Let's pre-compose Wrap and Epic. Call it Behind. Then go back to Shadow, choose Behind in the first option, and then Source turn into Effects and Mask. So now the shadow will not be anywhere except on these text. Now let's do the same thing for the second effect. So just duplicate the shadow, Ctrl-D, but this time we're going to change the Set Matte option from Behind into Behind Subject, which is these guys. So now the shadow is just on the text. So in the first one, it's on the pre-comp we made from the first two texts we had. And in the second one, it's about these texts. I'm going to trim this guy so that the colors only show up when we have this retro look. And just like that, we're finished with our effect. I will see you guys in the next lesson. Let's see how we can put these elements inside these text. Import all of your footage into After Effects. You can find these in the resource pack. We're going to start with the fire text. So for that, I got this picture of this hot coal. At the same time, I have a footage of flames that I will display through the text. Hit this button down here. Let's give it a name and change the width and the height. I will go with these dimensions, then hit OK. Now in your composition, hold down Command and press Y. That's Control Y on Windows. And let's call this Black BG. And then choose the color black. This will go underneath our text so that we could use the Track Matte option over our footage. Now on top of this black BG, we're going to grab our text tool and just write something that's relevant. Hold Command A or Control A and use the Align tab to center it. If you're not seeing this tab, you can go to Window and check this right here. Then we're going to hold down Command one more time, Control on Windows, and double click on this Pan Behind Anchor Point tool. This is going to center the anchor point from the corner to the center. To get the best result for this effect, you want to choose a font that is quite bulky so that we get to see a lot of that flame when we are putting the footage on it. So don't go for any creative fonts, just go for the bulky ones, and that way you will have a better result. If you did change your font, be sure to center the anchor point one more time because it may be on the side. Select both, right click, and hit pre-compose. Let's call this fire text. Now we're going to bring in our video or the photo first. Place it right underneath. And now we're just gonna toggle switches and modes so that we can find this track matte. If you're not seeing the track matte option, you can right click, columns, and make sure that you have the modes turned on. If it's not turned on, you will get something like this. So just right click and click on it so that you get all of these options. Now we're going to select our photo, which is right underneath. I'm just going to rename this to Cole. Then in the track matte, we want to choose the Luma Matte Fire text. So now we have that Cole inside the text. We just need to choose another color for the composition background. So hit Command Y or Control Y and bring this underneath all of the other layers. You can also go on your image, hit S to resize if needed. I will go with a size like this so that I could see more of the fire. Then we can click away. So now I have this photo inside my text, but it's looking a bit flat. So I will put in this fire video right above. Let's rescale it first. And change the mode from normal to screen. So we're getting something like this, but it's not quite ideal. I want it to come out from the different edges of my text and not like this. So since the fire is going that way, I'm just gonna move it a bit towards the side. And then we're going to duplicate this by holding down Command and pressing D or Control D. Let's hide the duplicate and call the first one Fire Left. The other one, we're gonna call it Fire Right. You can create as many duplicates as you want. It all depends on your preference. Now I'm just going to lock everything except for my fire video. Zoom in right here and start masking the edges of my text. Because we get pretty sharp edges, you can easily use the mask tool. So just grab the pen tool right here, select your fire video, and decide the parts that you want visible in the effect. So I only want the fire to show up from the edge here and not all of this. So I can, first of all, lower the opacity so I can see the edge of the F. Then go back on my layer and start adding these points. Let's zoom in a little bit. You can move different points around by just going on them, and holding down Shift will allow you to make straight lines, which is pretty helpful because we get really sharp edges. If you're getting a curve between your points, you can hold down Option or Alt on Windows and press on this middle section once. This is going to convert it from a curve to a sharp edge. Hold down the spacebar to move around, and just keep doing this until you have outlined the side in which you do not want this video to play. Again, holding down Shift will allow you to make sharp lines. And if you ever wanted to move these around, you can just go over it until you see this black cursor, then just drag it up right in that corner. It's really important to be precise here, or else it's going to look a little odd. So take your time and make the right points. Be sure that you're selecting the final point before making a new one. So once I have my mask, I want this side to be opened. You can simply just grab the final point and make a random selection like this. Invert the mask by opening the mask section, and now we're just gonna get everything on this side. I just need to expand my mask so that we don't get these extra bits. I'm just going to move my video upwards so that this part can start with this part. And then you can double click on the mask to bring everything downwards. And now we have this coming out from the letter F. Hit T on the video and bring back the opacity. So now we have these flames just coming out from our letter. I'm going to bring it a little bit towards the right side so we don't get this. Hit P on the video. Then we can double click on the mask to just move it back to where it's supposed to be. That's looking a lot better. Missed something in the corner. Extend these. And because my letters aren't really moving anywhere, I don't need to do much with keyframing. Just need to do this once and the rest will be okay. So now we can bring in our fire right. Let me lock and hide the left one for a second so we can focus on the right one. Just going to right click and transform this. Perhaps flip it both vertically and horizontally so it looks like a different type of flame. Just want to make sure that the direction is similar to the fire direction we had at the start. So if you need to flip it again, just go ahead and do that. I will bring mine right here. That way we can mask this area out and have the rest of the fire go in the same direction that the first fire did. Now using the same pen tool, we're going to mask out everything and completely hide the fire from one side of our letter. So grab the pen tool. Let's first lower the opacity so that we can see the edge. Zoom right in. Make your first point and just go around your letter until you're happy with the result. Now we're going to grab our final point and just make a really big mask around our entire video. Can go outside the composition. And then we just need to simply hit M to invert our mask. Let me just fix things up a bit. Hold down Option to make sharp edges. And just fix up the points until we have a nice selection. There we go. So now we have the fire coming out from our letter R. If I bring back the opacity, it will look a lot more natural. We can, of course, use the same position keyframes to just move it up or down and make it perfect. Let's bring the first fire. Now we have these flames coming out from our letters. I will bring the video one more time, but this time behind our text. Let's hit S and just increase the size. Then hit R so that I can place it right behind my text. And now we get something like this. It helps to lock all of your layers. Let's rename this Backfire. And try to match the line of the video with the line of the text. So now we get a lot of flames from our text. So this is it for the first part. In the next lesson, we're going to use some color grading and some other transitions. I'll see you guys there. Welcome back to the second part of this lesson. We're going to continue the effect with some color grading and transitions like we said. So first, we're going to head over to the Effects and Presets window and look for Lumetri Color. Put it right on the cold photo. To unlock that first, let's increase the contrast. The highlights, let's reduce those and take some out from the shadows. Also going to increase the temperature and let's go down to the color wheels and add a slight red to those shadows just to show that everything is just so hot and there's a lot of fire. Just play around with these wheels until you're happy with your result. I will add the same Lumetri color effect to my fire video, the backfire one, just to create a difference between all of these flames since they are from the same video. Perhaps we can lower the highlights, darken those shadows. Let's add a different tint to the highlights. So that not everything is yellow, we get a little bit of red, some yellows, and some oranges. Now bring in the fire video one more time and we're going to place it on top of our text. changing the blending mode into screen. Let's lock all the other fires and move this guy at the bottom of our E. Hit T on our video. Let's call this letter E fire. Then use the same pen tool to outline the areas in which we don't want the fire to show up. Once you're done, just close the mask, preferably in a really large manner. Be sure to sharpen those edges and then just invert the mask. Let's hit T on this fire video and bring back the opacity. So now we have fire everywhere. When we play this back, we have a lot of flames coming out of our text. We can work with the opacity if it's just too much for you. But overall, it's a pretty easy effect to do. And we just did this with a few masking tricks and some other options. A final addition to this effect can be a glowing effect on our coal because they're pretty flat while the fire is going everywhere. So grab the Lumetri color effect and place it on your coal photo. Let's unlock it first, drag it right on top, and we're going to create keyframes for our highlights. Because the fire is the highlights, we want to make it look as if the coal is really hot because of all the flames that are everywhere. So create a keyframe for highlights and the whites. We're going to create intervals. So at 2 seconds in, we're going to increase that highlight amount and the white amount to 150. And then we're going to, let's hit U first so we can see them. Grab all of these keyframes, Command C or Control C, and just paste this multiple times. Grab all of these, hold down Alt or Option to stretch their amount, and this way we can get it really slowly. You can see that it's glowing and then it goes down, close again, and then goes down. Be sure to easy ease those keyframes by hitting F9 on your keyboard. Now if I turn off all of those fire effects, we can see the glowing of the coal. This way it will just look a little less flat and it goes well with all of those flames. Grab all of your layers and hit Ctrl-Shift-D to get rid of the extra bits. Hit N on your keyboard to close your project exactly where your time indicator is. And now we're finished with this effect. It's a pretty simple effect to do and didn't take that much technique. With just some simple masking and some transitions, we can easily create this glowing flame effect. Now in the next lesson, we're going to do something similar, but with a different technique. In the second example, we're going to use the rotor brush and some other animations to place these plants inside text. I'll see you guys there. Now let's continue with our second example that has plants instead of fire. Go ahead and create your new composition. Let's call it plants. Choose the right width and height and make sure that your background color is black. So we're basically going to repeat everything we did in the fire example, except when it comes to the videos, we're going to use a different tool. So first, let's hold down Command and hit Y, that's Control Y on Windows, to create a black solid. Let's grab our text tool and type in plants, or anything else that you want. Use the Align tab to center your text, then hold down Control and double click on the anchor point tool. I think we need to make ours a little smaller. Center your text, then double click on this because the anchor point will change when you're changing the size of your text. So be sure to always have the anchor point at the center of your text. Now let's grab our background photo, which will go inside our text. That would be the plant image. I'm just going to bring it underneath my text like this. Then we're going to head over to Track Matte. If you're not seeing this, you may have to hit Toggle Switches and Modes. Then choose the Luma Matte Plants. Now we have the plants inside of the text. Hit S on your photo to resize the image. You can also move it around by hitting V on your keyboard. Maybe choose a spot that has more of that green, and that way it will look better. Once we're done, we're going to pre-comp all of these. So hold down Command, press A or Control A, right click, pre-compose, call this plant text. Now it's time to bring in our videos that we want to bring out from these text. So this is my first video. I'm going to drag it above my plant text. Let's mute this. It's basically a video of this leaf in the rain. My photo also has raindrops, so this will be suitable. Just gonna bring in my photo first. We're gonna delete it later and go in the Effects and Presets panel, which you can bring in by going to Window and checking this section. Over here, let's type in Lumetri Color, and I basically want to adjust the color of my video to the color of the photo because we're gonna make it look as if this plant is coming from inside the text. So right now the green here is a little bit on the warmer side, and we can fix that by going to Basic Correction, bringing the temperature towards the left. Same thing for tint. Let's increase the contrast, lower the saturation. Go to Creative, and we're just going to work with the tints for shadow and highlights until we get a similar result. Once we have a similar result, we can go ahead and delete the background image. And we're just left with a plant that looks pretty good on top of the background image. Let's hit S on our video and lower the scale so it can come out from one of these letters. Just zoom in real quick. Hide your video and choose which letter you want this leaf to show up from. Lower the opacity and place it right above our letter. Gonna flip it the other way and match the edge of my video with the edge of this letter. Now let's turn our resolution to full, then double click on this video, and we're basically going to use the rotor brush tool to separate the leaves from the background. So grab your brush and make sure you're at the beginning of your frame. Loosely go over the leaves, and we're going to separate this plant from all the other leaves in the background. Something loose like this. We can always come back and work with how it looks. So just be really rough with the selection. And then by holding down Alt or Option, you can go on the areas that After Effects brought in by accident. So just keep doing this until you have a nice selection of your plants. Just be sure that you're at the start of your frame and that you refine those edges as much as possible. May take some time, but it will look better once we put it on top of our text. Once we have our selection, you can also use one of the views down here to see exactly how much you brought in from that plant. So the first option is just the alpha channel. The white ones are what's visible, and the black ones are things that are not visible. The second view is what you're on by default. The third view gives you an overlay option, which basically paints everything that's not in your selection with the color that you can choose down here. You can also increase the opacity from 50 to 100, and that way you can see it better. Let's choose white. So now I can see if some of the edges are a bit off or if I need to refine them more. Once you made a good selection, we can go ahead and hit freeze over here. And it's basically going to look at all the frames in our video and keep the selection as it is. I will go back to the toggle alpha boundary and lower the length of my video because I only need a few frames. Maybe around 5 seconds. Make sure that you're at the start and then hit freeze. It's going to analyze all of the frames, and as you can see, the purple lines are moving around with the plant. So once you're finished, we're going to have the plant alone all throughout the video. Once we're done, we can go back to the composition. Just hit T on the video and bring back the opacity. So now we have this cutout, which I'm going to place exactly where I want it to show up. I'll just flip it back to what it was. And now I can begin masking out the parts that I don't want in my text. You can also try different letters and see which one will give you the best result. I think I'll go with the letter T and make the plant show up from inside the letter. Right click on your video and hit pre-comp. Let's call this Roto Brush Plant. And now we can go ahead and use the pen tool to mask out the areas where we don't want the video to show up. So I will start from this point. Make sure that you're seeing this icon next to your cursor. It's the square with a black dot. If you're not seeing that and you're seeing a star instead, that means that you're not going to be creating a mask. So make sure that you're seeing that square and that you have selected your layer. Now let's turn off Roto Bezier because we don't want curves in this. We have pretty sharp letters. Make our first point. Let's hit T on our composition and lower the opacity. Hold down Shift before making our second point. Click the first point. Hold down Shift, second point, Shift, third point, and just go over the areas that you don't need. Also zoom in and make sure that it's right in those corners. Use the spacebar to move your canvas around. And pretty easily we can mask out this video on our letter. When you're done with your selection, just grab the last point and make a big mask. So now we have the video on this area and not the other ones. So let's just hit M on our pre-comp and check the box for inverted. Once we bring back the opacity of our video, we now have this plant showing up from inside our T. And because we changed the color of our video, it looks as if it belongs to this environment. When we move forward, the plant is moving. So now we have raindrops on our plant and it looks pretty okay. Now let's pre-compose this one more time. Comp 2. And now we don't have the mask on the outside and it's instead inside this composition. Now we can go ahead and add more plant videos all around our letters. So we can just duplicate this Roto Brush plant, Command D, hit V to move it around and just place it on different areas of your text. We will be changing the mask, so there's no worries about this guy. I will just put it on P or L. We can right click and flip it around so it looks a little different from our previous example. Let's flip it horizontal. It went to the other side. Do something like this. Then we can just use the pen tool to edit these points that we made earlier. So just match it with the letter L. Make a new point and stretch it out like this. It will be a weird shape, but this way we can keep the plant coming out from certain points and not from everywhere. Be sure to zoom in and make sure that the points are exactly on the sharp edges of the letters. So now we have these two videos coming out from two of our letters. And I will just reverse the second duplicate so that the movements are the same. Right click, go to time, and time reverse layer. So now the movements, as you can see, are not identical. And now we're finished with the roto brushing of this effect. In the next lesson, we're going to bring in some extra leaves just to bring this effect together. So I'll see you guys there. Now let's continue with our plant effect. I will bring in the background image and place it right above my composition. Let's scale it out and look for leaves that are pretty easy to identify. This one right here is a pretty good example. I will use the pen tool to mask this out, so zoom in and start surrounding the edges of this leaf. You can also find PNG leaves online, but because this is similar to our background, we don't have to do that much color grading. But if you grab something from the internet, you would have to spend time editing the colors and the other options. So you can go for any option that you prefer. Click and drag to make a curve and use the space bar to move the canvas around. You can also grab the handles to work with the curves and just go all around your leaf. Once we have our leaf, we can just rename this into something suitable and use the anchor point to bring it at the start of the leaf. Then grab this guy and put it in another letter. Let's try a letter A. I'll have to scale it down a bit and place it somewhere over here. Now the reason why I won't place it somewhere like this is because it will give it a flat look. And that's not the point here, so go for somewhere that you can mask out a side, like we did here. We let the video go inside the T, but over here it comes outside. This will make it more dynamic and we can avoid making the composition look flat. So put the leaf right here, hit T, lower that opacity. Let's pre-compose this photo. Now we can mask this out again using the pen tool. And of course, leaving one side open for the 3D effect. Then we can just close our mask, then hit M on our composition to invert it. Now we have this plant coming out from our letter A. Use the scale if needed. Going to reposition it, then you can select each of these points and edit if needed. Because this is a photo, you don't have to make that big of a mask. And we're just going to add an animation to this ourselves. Now double click on your leaf composition, hit R on your keyboard, and make really slow movements for this leaf. So maybe bring it to the left side, and then bring it back to the right side. I believe our composition is 5 seconds long. So first let's move in. Grab all of these keyframes, hold down Alt or Option to kind of squeeze them in to the 5-second mark. So now we have these really slow movements for our leaf. Be sure to ease all keyframes by hitting F9 on your keyboard. When we go back, our leaf is just moving really slowly. Let's go back in here, hit T and increase the opacity. And there's our leaf. You can create as many of these as you want and just keep editing these until you get a good result. Now, one final touch is to add shadow on these leaves that are coming out from the letters. So go to the Effects and Presets and look for Drop Shadow. Drag this above both of your rotor brush or on one of them so we can copy these settings later. Increase the distance. So my light source will be somewhere around here, therefore my shadow needs to be on the opposite side. Increase the softness and the opacity. So now if we zoom in, we get this really slight shadow, and that gives us a pretty cool 3D effect. This is without the shadow, this is with the shadow. Once we have this, we can just copy this by holding down Command C or Control C, selecting the other composition and then Command V. This time it needs to be on the other side, so just work with it. And of course, we need to do the same thing for the images that we masked. So this way our composition will look more 3D and we will have a better result. And now we're finished with the effect. As you saw, it was pretty easy because we used the rotor brush and some masking. You can just go ahead and add any other elements, maybe some flowers, some butterflies, and just be creative with the way your composition looks. I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. I will see you in the next one. In today's lesson, we're going to be creating these moving neon lines and make them pass through letters. So let's get started. First, let's create a composition for our finished lines. I'm going to create one right here, call it Final. And then we're going to make a composition again, call it Line 1. Bring Line 1 into your final composition. Double click on Line 1, and this is where we will create our line. You can actually go ahead and rename it into Lines. So let's grab our pen tool and add a stroke color. Because I want my lines to be neon, I will go for really vibrant and bright colors such as this pink. You can go for any of these colors, just make sure that it's really bright and vibrant. That way it will look better when we make it neon. Hit OK and we're going to start drawing our wavy line. Before that, I will hit down Command R or Control R to bring a horizontal ruler, which will determine where my ground is. Start drawing your line from outside of your composition frame. So somewhere around here, make a point. I'm going to match it with our ground. And I'm just going to create some really nice waves. They don't have to be identical, so just click and drag to make curves and finish off your waves. Once again, we want to finish it outside of the composition. And you can work with the handles to make your curves perfect. I'm going to rename this to pink line. Let's also color code our layers so that it's easier to work with. So now we're going to add a trim path animation. Just open up your pink line layer, go to Add, Trim Paths, open this up, make a keyframe for start, move to the end and turn it to 100. So now we're going to get a really simple animation that goes in like this. I think I'll want mine from the opposite direction. 0% for end, make a keyframe, and then turn it to 100. So we're going to get a really slow movement from the left to the right. If you want it to be faster, you can just drag this guy in closer. But I'm going to leave mine like this because I want it to go through the text, and I will also make other lines, so the speed of this won't be that noticeable. Close this guy off, and we're going to duplicate this. Let's make it green. Change the color of the stroke to green as well. Grab your pen tool and we can kind of alter the lines. I'm going to skip through here, make them look a little different. So this is my green line. Once it finishes, get something like this. I will also grab another line. So let me first rename this green line. Duplicate this one more time, make it orange. Grab a nice and vibrant color and maybe bring this guy from above. Call this orange line. So now at the end of our frame, we have these 3 lines. I'm going to grab my orange line and kind of alter the movements. So this is the end frame for my lines. As you can see, nothing goes beyond my floor, which is perfect. Now we're going to pre-compose each of these lines. And this way we will have an easier time when applying the glow effect. Type in glow in the effects and presets, grab it and place it right on top of your first line. So the options we're going to use is color channel, make sure glow is based on that. For your threshold, we're going to increase it, make it more than 60%. Radius, we want to increase this as well. We can go for 60. And finally, the intensity, we'd want to go for a larger number. Let's try 3.5. So right now when I zoom in, we have made our line glow. This was before, this is after. But the glow is just not enough. So we're going to duplicate this glow layer, Command D. And on Glow 2, we're going to do a few different settings. So threshold, we want to reduce that quite a bit, maybe around 15%. For the radius, we want to increase it even more, so we get a softer look, because 200 will do. And finally, we want to increase the intensity to about 10. So the second glow is really going to help us get that neon look, which is not possible if you don't have the first glow effect. So these two need to go above each other in order to get something like this. Now select both of these glow effects, Command C, and paste it into each of these lines. So green line and pink line. Looking good, we got really nice glowing lines. You can change the position if you want the green one to be on top. Can achieve that by simply moving these guys around. So now that we have our lines, we're going to maybe offset some of them so they don't all start at the same time. You can also flip these guys. Go to Transform, Flip Horizontal, and this way this line will show up from the other side. Just make sure that they meet the ground that you made, so nothing goes beyond this, because we want to create a reflection later. I'm also going to offset orange and have them come at different times. I don't want every line starting from the same area. So now we get something like this. First the pink line shows up, and then the green, and finally the orange. Let's hit Fit, and now we're going to create a 3D camera. So right click in the box right here, New Camera. Make sure it's a 2-node camera and then hit OK. Turn your layers into 3D. And we're just going to duplicate our line layers. If you're seeing something like this, it's because you're on Cinema 4D, Classic 3D, and you're going to get them back. So now duplicate all of these guys, Command D, and bring them below your original layers. I'm going to turn all of them yellow. So yellow is our reflections. The rest of the colors are for the original lines. I'm going to turn the camera layer into purple. Grab all of your reflection layers, and we're going to hit R on our keyboard. X rotation to bring them down around 95 degrees. Kind of flat them out like this. Then we're going to hit P on our keyboard and bring them down until they meet the ground that we made. We want to connect the bottom of the reflection with the bottom of the original layer. And I think our rotation is too much. I'm going to go for positive 100%, then hit S on your keyboard and kind of stretch this out so they meet the bottom of your work. So the purple line is all good. I'm going to grab the green line and stretch it so it meets the actual lines. If you go to your last frame, it will be easier to tell. Grab your orange line, and I think we're good with orange. Maybe stretch it out like this. So now our reflections are looking good. Hit U to close off all the properties. And now what we want to do is to get rid of these bits where we can see the lines getting cut off. So hit P on your camera layer and use position Z to zoom in towards your work and therefore hiding those rough edges. Looking good. Now let's make our reflection look more like a reflection. Right now it's way too intense and we just simply need to grab all of our reflection layers, hit T and reduce the opacity to around 50%. Looking good. Another thing that we need to do is to blur the reflection so that it's not as sharp as the main lines are. So grab camera and open up the camera options. Scroll down to aperture and we're going to increase this quite a lot, maybe around 500. There we go. And down to the blur level, we're going to increase this as well. So maybe 300. You can see that it's looking quite blurry now. You can try more than 300. See what gives us the best result. I think that's too much. Maybe 300 was good. And I'm going to change my iris shape into a different one so that it looks more natural. Now the problem is that we've blurred out the reflection, but our main line also looks quite blurry. To avoid that, we're going to have to work with our focus distance. So come to focus distance. We're going to add to focus distance until we have a sharp line. There we go. So I made my focus distance 1809 pixels. I also increased my aperture to 600. And now our lines are pretty sharp. But as you can see, the reflection remains blurry. So that's why we need a camera in order to get a better result. So the reason why this is happening is because we have used an actual camera to get a more natural blur effect. And just like a real camera, we set our aperture, which is how open the lens is. We are working with the focus distance, which I'll show you what it looks like in a second. And of course, the blur level, which indicates how blurry these stuff become when they're moving further away towards the camera. So if we used a normal Gaussian blur effect, we would be blurring everything at the same rate, and that wouldn't look that natural. So that's why we use a camera layer when we want a more realistic blur effect. So let me just turn off all of my reflection layers, and I will show you what the focus distance does. Go to 2 view and open up focus distance. So right over here, you can see that there's this line, which I can increase by moving this guy. So when we move this past our composition, we're going to get a really blurry effect because the camera is focused on whatever's here. But when we move it backwards towards our composition, we're going to focus on the lines itself. So this white line in the center is our composition. And if we wanted to be focused on that, we would have to bring it close to that line. I'm going to put it back to what I had before. So there are my reflections. You can see that the focus distance is not exactly set on the reflection bottom. And that's how we're getting this effect where the tip is blurred out and the part where it comes in contact with the original line is rather sharp. So whether it's a real video or an animation, camera layers can really help you get a more natural blur effect. Now let's go back, close this off, go back to one view. So we're done with our lines and the reflections. In the next lesson, we're going to add in a text and have these lines kind of move through the letters. So I will see you guys in the next part of this lesson. So now we're ready to put our text and have the lines kind of interact with them. Maybe for some of the lines, it could go through a letter. Another one, it can go in front of the word. So let's just grab our text tool and write 3 words because I have 3 lines and we want each word to be separate. So instead of writing them all in one layer, we're going to put them in 2 separate layers. These are the settings I have for my word. I also want to make sure they're big enough so that the lines can go through them. Command double click on the anchor point tool to align it perfectly. Align it horizontally and bring it towards the center. Now duplicate this and write in your second word. So that's my second word. Duplicate that and write my third word. There we go. So I have lines through text. These are my 3 words that I will just align on top of each other. So hit P on text and move it down. Grab lines, hit P and move it up. There we go. Now I will choose the lines that I want to interact with these words. So I would have to comb through my footage and see exactly where the, let's say, green line is going to interact with one of these words. So I can see that the pink line is interacting with the letter E. So I'm gonna make this pink, color code it so that it's organized. I'm also going to shy away my reflections. We're not going to need them for now. They're still in the composition, but we're just shying them away because it helps to keep the timeline organized. So there's our text. I'm just going to move this down below the pink line, like that. That's a pretty easy thing you can do. Now I will grab my second line, which I'd say is a green line. You can see it's going through the letter N. So I'm going to zoom into my word, which I will have to mask out. Grab your layer, then the pen tool to just remove the section where the line is interacting. So for me, it would have to be this right side. And I'm going to start the mask from up there. Hold down Shift to make a perfect line. You can close it off right at this corner, and then the rest is not that important. The most important part is this section and this section. Now hit M on your lines layer and invert this mask. So you're getting everything except what we selected. So I'm going to grab this guy, hold down Shift, and try to get a perfect selection. Bring it up so you don't get little white bits. And now we're going to duplicate this. Hit M and invert the mask. So right off the bat, it doesn't look that different, but when we solo these layers, line 2 is only this bit, and this is the original line layer. I'm going to pull this guy away from letter E. So I'm going to call this, instead of lines 2, line mask. Place line mask, which I'm just going to color code with green so we know which layer belongs to which line. Line mask is going to move below our green line composition. So now we get something like this. Looking good. You can clean up your mask if you want. I think we'd have to do that. There we go. It's now going in front of the letter N, but behind the rest of the letters. So that was our second line. I'm going to bring this below our camera layer. We're done with green line. I'm going to shy away the text layers. So now we're just left with the orange line. And I think I'll have it go above this small section on the letter H. So once again, grab your main text layer for that word. Zoom in and just mask out the section where the line is interacting. Something like this. Now we're going to hit M and invert our layer. Duplicate that layer, hit M and uncheck the inverted box. Grab this layer to duplicate. I'm going to call it through mask. Through mask, which looks like this. We're going to grab it underneath our orange line. There we go. It's looking pretty good. We can extend our mask layer. Just double click on any of the points and make it go beyond the top where we made the mask initially. You just have to do that on the main text layer. And that way we will have the glow for as long as the mask goes. I'm going to increase it like this. And there we go. Click away once you're finished and we got ourselves a nice 3D effect. So now what we want to do is to, let's bring back all of our layers. I'm going to grab through and match it with the orange line layer. So anything orange belongs to orange, green to green, purple to purple. I'm going to unshine my text layers, get rid of the reflections for now. So I want to introduce my text in a nice and interesting way. And to do that, I'm going to create a flickering effect. So like the lights turned on for my text. Grab all of your line layers, pink line, green line, and move them towards the right. So the animation does not begin until this point, and we have this place to ourselves to add this flickering effect. I'm going to find out when I want my flickering animation to end. About here. Now grab all of your, let's lock our line compositions. So now grab all of your text layers and we're just going to grab them all, hold down Command to select multiple layers. Be sure to not select the camera layer and we're going to hit T on our keyboard. Let's zoom in into our timeline, and we're working frame by frame here. Turn on the stopwatch for opacity. Move this forward, about 2 frames forward. Turn this to 0. Now go in a little bit more and type in 0 again. 2 more frames, type in 100. After 3 more frames, we're gonna make it 0, so it's slowly waking up. After 3 more frames, we're gonna turn it to 100. So we get this flickering effect, and then the light of our text kind of turns on. Before we put in our last keyframe, maybe we can make it show up at around 80% or 70%. So now we get something like this. Before our lines show up, hit M, and we're just going to close off all the properties. So I just brought in my reflections and the main line compositions closer so that right after the text has finished flickering, my lines start to make their way towards the text. So once we have this, we can just go ahead and begin adding some camera movements. Grab your camera layer and make all of your text layers 3D. I'm gonna lock my reflections and my line layers for a second. Make all of my text layers 3D, move this down. Then we can change our view into maybe a custom view. Custom view 1. Grab your text layers, all of them at the same time, hold down Command. Hit P on your keyboard to make a keyframe. Move this guy somewhere close, and then use position Z to bring it towards the camera. Something like this. Then bring these keyframes at the start of your composition. So to introduce a camera movement, I'm gonna go into my custom view number 1. There's my camera and there is my text. So I kind of want the camera to be further away from my main composition. So when we go here, you can see, I'm going to create a keyframe and move it somewhere here. Then grab my Z position and move further away from my text. So we're not going past it, we're going before it. So we can zoom in slowly and reveal our flickering lines. You can see the camera is slowly moving towards our text. This is our camera right now. It's moving towards the text and then it just stops. So you can see at the beginning our text is pretty blurry, but then it kind of gets into focus as we move closer with our camera. Now this is optional, but I want to create some shapes for the camera to move past before reaching our main composition. So as you can see, our camera is back here, but then it moves towards our composition. I want to create some random shapes right around here maybe, so the camera can move past it, and that will give it a more 3-dimensional look. Let's make a new composition, call it random lines. Make the color black. Grab your pen tool and just create really random lines. Then we're going to move into our lines composition, drag the random lines underneath the camera layer. Make the layer 3D, hit P, and use Z position to kind of move it closer to the box that you see so that our focal distance can kind of pass through. So we see these blurry lines, and I would just have to move it up even more so we don't really see it after we've moved in towards our text. Let's make a keyframe, and then a little forward we're gonna zoom it out even more. Go into any of these original line compositions and copy the glow effects. So now we get this purple line that we're just gonna pass through, and then we will get our text and finally the original glowy lines. So you can go ahead and add more random objects. so that the camera can move through it. And you can see this is where my random line is right now. So your camera can kind of pass through it and get into your main composition. So that was how we can create this effect. I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and I will see you in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to be creating this 3D text style, which is pretty easy to do. So let's get started. I'm going to start by creating a composition. You can press this or down here. Let's name it 3D text. Set your dimensions. I will go with 1920 by 1080. And also set your duration. I think 10 seconds will do nicely. And now we have our composition. Let's go ahead and type in our text. Command A and just stylize it here. Let's make mine a little larger. And you want to choose a pretty bulky font. I'm going to stick with Arial Black. Choose your color. White will do nicely for me. Hit OK once you're finished. Now grab the Align tab and center this text. I think we have to go a little larger. Hold down Command, double click to center the anchor point. So in order to work with that 3D style, we actually need a different renderer, which we can simply turn on and off while we're working with After Effects. So go to your composition settings, or Command K. And right over here, we're going to head over to the 3D renderer section. And by default, it's on Classic 3D. And we're just going to change this into Cinema 4D. Now go to Options, and you want to make sure that this is quite low. And that way we can have a smoother experience. And you won't put too much pressure on your computer. Hit OK. Let's turn our text into 3D by clicking this button. And now we're going to open up the text. You can see that we have this geometry option, which we didn't before. Now this geometry option is related to 3D, so that's why we had to change the renderer in order to get this. So open up geometry options, and we're going to add to the extrusion depth. So just press it on. And now when I grab my rotate tool, we're gonna get like a bulky back. You can see when I'm going front and back, something's changing. So it's kind of making this into a block rather than a flat thing, which is what we had before. So at 0, we have this flat text, but at like 40 or more, we're going to have a pretty bulky text. You can see that we're getting a nice little block. Add more to this, you're going to get a bulkier text. Remove from it, you're going to get a flat line. So I will go with a good 80%. Want mine to be pretty bulky. Grab Y and just push it back. But the problem is that we can't really tell that this has that bulky setting. When I bring it back like this, we can't see that it's looking like a block, but it's not that visible. So we're going to have to work with some of our light settings. So let's go ahead and go to Layer, New, and add a light. Turn to Spotlight, make sure that this is turned on. I'm going to leave the settings as default, then hit OK. So now with our Spotlight, it's pretty easy to tell that there is a bulky text. If I bring this light around, you can see that we're getting a pretty good result. So hit P on your Spotlight, and these are the positions for X, Y, and Z. You can change the way the light is, and it helps to choose a vibrant color for the rim so you can see exactly where the outline goes. So we got X, Y, and Z. I'm going to bring back Z so we get more of our text. Use X to kind of bring it towards this corner. And I think I'll keep Y around here. I'm going to hit R on my keyboard. I'm going to use the orientation to kind of bring it out like this. Use Z one more time. And there we go. So there's my text. It's looking all right. And now we're just going to go into the options for our light. So I'm going to open it up like this, close transform, and instead go to light options. So set intensity to 100. So go down here to shadow diffusion and increase that amount to about this much. You can also change the color of your light. Since we had it white on the text and it's white here, you can just click and get a different light. Let's try a nice blue. There we go. You can do that if you'd like. I'm going to go with a brighter color so we can see the sides. And by the way, if you hit down Command Y or Control Y, make a white solid, you can see the edges of your text. And now it's time to create our camera layer. So just go to Layer, New, Camera. For here, I'm going to go with 2-node camera. Let's change the focal length. Choose a preset right here. I think 35 will do. Hit OK. And now using the camera, we can decide exactly how we want the movements to be. So personally for me, I wanted to kind of start from the center of the text, zoomed in, and then pound outward slowly and have the light kind of reveal our text. Hit P on the camera layer, zoom in onto our text. We can use the different views. Let's go to 2 view. So this right now, I'm going to select text. This right now is my text. This is my camera. So using position Z, I'm just going to go really in towards the middle, like that. Make a keyframe for position, come to the end of my, not the end, maybe like 8 seconds. Then just go backwards to reveal the entire text again. There we are. So we're going to be zoomed in and then slowly we're making our way out. In real speed, it's going to be pretty slow. So if you want it to be faster, just bring this guy in closer. So that's the movement for my camera. I'm just going to close this off, hit fit on my thing. I'm going to go back to where we can see our text fully. Change this back to one view. And now we're going to go back into our text, open it up. We're going to add the bevel style. So when you add this, it's going to enhance the highlights and the shadows, just as it would be on a 3D object in real life. So this is still looking a little flat, and therefore we're going to choose the style to be convex, increase the depth, and I'm sure you can see that we're getting this corner, which is great. Gonna add to the depth and just play around with it, see which one looks best for you. 9 will do nicely for me. If we didn't have any for this, it would have looked this way, which looks pretty flat. So it's really important to add this or else it would not look 3D. Just gonna use my light, hit P, or maybe we can just zoom in here. Hold down the spacebar and grab the light right here. Pull it towards the edge and grab the center as well. Kind of do something like this. Have one light go this way, and then I'm just gonna duplicate my spotlight. I'm gonna grab my second light and bring it in this way. Be sure to grab the center as well. So I'm going to do something like this. We got the source on the letters, the 2 main letters. And at the same time, I'm going to type in intensity in the search bar. Make sure you have this selected and just reduce from the intensity. Do that for both the lights. And now I'm just going to turn off and delete my white solid and see what it looks like from the outside. There you go, we got this light. So this is the finished light. I'm also going to add another light. So go back to layer, new light. Going to go for this type, hit OK. And we're just going to open this up and reduce the intensity to around 14. Just a little bit of light. I think we should go with a lower number. Something like this. Just illuminates the entire thing. Now let's grab a new adjustment layer and put in a blur effect. I'm going to get camera lens blur added on top of our adjustment layer. Then hit U on our camera. Go to the second keyframe. Set a 0 blur radius keyframe. And once we hit U, we can see the keyframe. Go to the first keyframe and just add to the blur radius amount. I think I'll go with 90 for the first keyframe. Let's try 60. Because we want to still be able to see the edges, but not as sharp as it is right now. So now it's going to be blurry and it comes into focus when we zoom out. You can bring this guy in closer so it reveals and sharpens faster. And now we're about done. I'm going to move my adjustment layer underneath my camera layer. That's looking pretty good. Now hit M on all of your layers. We're going to bring in another spotlight layer for our animation. So light, spotlight, and set the current settings that you see right here. Hit OK, and we're getting this really intense lighting. Now with this light, I'm going to kind of fade in the text using the darkness that the spotlight brings. So in the next lesson, we're going to do that and just finish off the effect. I'll see you guys there. I'm going to lock the previous spotlights so that I don't move them by accident. So this right here is our spotlight. It's a pretty similar color to our camera. Make it orange. So that's our spotlight. Just try to move it backwards. I'm going to position it like that. Move it towards the corner. Let's go to the end of the frame. I kind of want the light to reveal my text as it's zooming out. So if I turn off both of these previous spotlights, we're going to get that effect. I'm going to bring this guy here, make a keyframe for all of these, and push them back. Make one for position 2. Then hit U to reveal all of the active keyframes. Drag these guys all the way to the beginning. And at the end, I want this light to just go from here all the way towards this area. So just grab it and rotate it like this so that it's illuminating the other side of the text. Bring it here. And if needed, you can rotate it. I'm going to see if that would be necessary. Just turn off your previous spotlights so you can see what the intensity looks like. I think we don't need rotations. I'm going to turn all of these guys off. So we're just dealing with position. It goes from this side. You can see that it's pretty dark. And it kind of pans over onto this side. Although in the first keyframe, we may have to fix the rotation. So I ended up with 2 keyframes. At the beginning, it's all the way here. And it moves its way towards the opposite end, illuminating the text from this side. Now just grab this guy to the beginning and let's find out where the text is finally visible. Then drag this guy in like so. Now we're done with this spotlight, but let's bring back our previous 2 lights, which are currently way too intense. I'm going to grab both by holding down Command or Control and type in intensity to kind of reduce the amount because right now it's way too intense and we can barely tell the location of our main light. I think I'll go with 10% for each of these guys. Make a keyframe for intensity, then go to the beginning and turn this to the negative side, maybe -50. We want it to be pretty dark when this first shows up, and then it slowly starts to get illuminated as we zoom out. That's looking pretty good. Let's do the same thing with the ambient light. So we kind of get this dark reveal of our text. Select it and type in intensity, make a keyframe with 13%, drag this guy back and then turn this to -60. So now when we play this back, we're going to get a very dark text which reveals to say text. If you want this to be faster, we can drag the keyframes in closer, but I like this mysterious text reveal, so I'm just going to leave it be. All right, so we got our text, and I'm done with the lighting. Now what I want to do is to put a background and give this text a little shadow. So hold down Command Y. Let's make a white background and put in a gradient look. So go to White Solid, Effect, Generate Gradient Ramp. I'm going to go to Radial, place the start of the ramp at the center of my text. Let me just go back to one view. Start of ramp, let's put it in the center. End of ramp, I guess we can go somewhere like this. Let's choose a different color, a simple background. Not that complicated, so we get this dark reveal. We can also do the same reveal thing with the background. So hit U on one of your spotlights. Over here, let's make it 0%. In the next keyframe, start the stopwatch. In the next keyframe, we're going to set this to 100. So slowly, as we're getting the text, we're also seeing the background. Just going to bring this guy in closer. Now let's pre-compose all of our lights and text layer. Right click, pre-compose, call it text final. I'm going to add in CC light sweep on my text final. It's going to give this a metallic look. This is optional, of course. And we want to maybe make the light sweep come from the right and disappear towards the left because our spotlight is currently on the right. So the light sweep should come from the right as well. A few seconds after our reveal, we're going to drag the center of this in the corner, so completely out of frame. Turn on the stopwatch, hit U, go forward and drag this guy towards the opposite end. So now when we play this back, we get this shiny looking text reveal. And drag the opacity a little closer. Drag these guys close too. Now you can go in between one of these and work with the options that we have. So first is our direction, which I'm pretty happy with. We can increase the width of this shine, but you don't want to go too high or else it will be something like this. I will go with the default, which was 50, maybe go for 70. Sweep intensity, I'll leave this for default. If you want to change the color, you can do it right here, but since we have a metallic look, I think white will look great. But you can simply change the color and get a different result. As you can see, getting different colors. I'm also going to drag my text a little bit towards the side because I feel like it's not quite centered. So I'm going to go in my text final. I feel like text is not centered. Let's hit P on my text and just move it a little bit towards the right so that it's perfectly aligned. This will not affect the light sweeps. Don't worry about that. So now that's looking a lot better. have a nice little text. That's looking pretty good. So now what we can do is to maybe change the background. I'm not happy with these colors. So I'm just going to maybe grab a darker color. So this color will do nicely for me. I'm also going to kind of fade out my entire composition. Make a keyframe for opacity at 100% and then 0 at the beginning. So just like a slight fade, like that, as it's making its way down. I'm also going to hit U, go on my light sweep. The center is kind of in the composition, just move it out so that we don't get that line when we're fading in our text. So it comes in like that. Let's just check the speed. There we go. So that's how you can create this really simple 3D text reveal using some lights in After Effects. Lights are really helpful and they can really turn a two-dimensional work into 3D just by adding some sort of lighting to your composition. We saw how we can use the different types of light to get exactly the result we want. And in the further lessons, we will be using lights more often because it's really essential when it comes to 3D work. So I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. I will see you in the next one. So that was the first transition. I just went ahead and cleaned up the transition a little bit by changing a few keyframes. So what I did was to keep the freeze frame as it was. It shows up, but for the background layer, I removed the position keyframes and just allowed the background to kind of fade in before we continue with the rest of video number 2. So everything is as it was, we just removed the position keyframes. Also be sure to match the opacity keyframes with the freeze frame. So hold down Command or Control, use your right arrow keys to move in frame by frame. And that way we can avoid getting something like this. So if I bring this guy here, you can see that we're seeing the outline of the subject, and that's just not suitable. So to avoid that, you want to make sure that there isn't that much space between your opacity keyframes. Press Command A or Control A and hit U to close all of the properties. I'm just going to trim my camera layer, Control Shift D, get rid of the extra bits, because we only need the camera for this section. Now for transition number 2, we're going to do something a little different. So right when this person is pointing their finger towards the camera, I'm going to start the transition for my third clip. So the transition is similar to the first example. We still have freeze frames, but instead of completely removing our person, we're going to be removing half of the frame. Before I get started, I'm just going to hit S and zoom in towards my subject. Use position Y. And we basically want to have our subject covering the screen from bottom to top. We don't want any gaps here. So use position and scale to make that happen. Then we're going to duplicate it like we did before. Let me right click and make the color yellow. So I will use the pen tool to mask out the left side of my video because on the right side we have the light and the microphone. So use the pen tool to isolate your subject, just like we did the first time, except you want to stop at around here and just close off the mask. So you don't need to go on these sides. Just go from here to the top of your screen and just close the mask. So this is the type of selection we need. Now let's right click on our copy, go to time, and freeze the video. Once again, we're going to move about 15 frames, 10 frames backwards using the preview panel right here. You can hold down Shift, go back 10 frames. I think for this example, I'll stick with 10. Then grab this guy back, and we're just going to repeat what we did in the first example, but this time it will be different because we have this extra scene. So what we're going to do is to hit P on this freeze frame and just first turn it 3D. So Control-Shift-D on the freeze frame, delete the extra bits, then move to the end frame, select the freeze frame and make keyframes on the transform properties that you're going to use. So I will use Z rotation, X rotation, orientation, and position. You can of course go for any other ones and then move to the beginning of your freeze frame and just make it look more dynamic. So for Z rotation, I will have it rotate to one side. For X rotation, I want it to show up from below. Orientation, we can make it show up like this. So once you made all of your keyframes, leave position for last and then use position X to move this guy completely out of frame. There we go. So now it's going to show up like this and continue with the rest of the video. I'm going to bring these guys forward, not the position keyframe, just so I can edit their amount. It's looking a little flat, so select each of the keyframes and edit them. Maybe rotate them a little bit more and just play around with these until you have a good dynamic transition. You go like this. Once you're finished, drag them back to the start of your freeze frame. Now it's going to look a little bit more dynamic. It's going to kind of rotate inwards to our video. Be sure to easy ease those keyframes. Hit F9 on your keyboard. Now we have something like this. We can also grab each of these keyframes, go to the speed graph and work with how the transition is happening. So instead of something routine like this, we can grab one end, maybe make it slow at the start, have it go fast near the end. And we can do this with all the other ones. This is optional. If you want it to be remote and controlled, then you can leave this be. But personally, I want to make mine a little bit more different. So I will just pull the left point towards the right, and that will give me a little bit more of a smooth effect. There we go. You can see that the video is turning in just like that and into our video. I'm going to edit my position keyframe. Grab position X, move it forward. So this will do well for me. And now we have the rest of our video. Now hit U on your freeze frame to close all the properties. I'm going to lock all of my other videos, except for video number 3 and 3 copy. Now we're going to duplicate video number 3. Hit D, go to the beginning of the frame, right click, time, freeze frame. So move this guy somewhere like this. Get rid of the extra bits by hitting Control-Shift-D. Then add a simple opacity keyframe. So it's 100 at the end and 0 at the beginning. So this will allow the background, the purple background, to slowly show up as our video is making its way. You can of course play with the position of these keyframes and see which one works best. I think I'll go with something like this. Now that we have this, we want to make sure that our background video, or video number 2, blurs out as our third video is being introduced. Let's unlock video number 2, not the copy. And right when the freeze frame is about to show up, we're going to add a Gaussian blur effect onto this video, make a keyframe, move forward and then increase the amount to like 50 or 60. So now it's going to slowly blur out and we get our new video. Now as for the blurriness for the freeze frame, we want it to be 0, right around here. Make a keyframe. Go to the start and add the same amount, so 60. Be sure to have this turned on, repeat edge pixels, for any blur that you've done throughout this entire process. So now it's going to show up blurred and then it will go back to being in focus. I will match the blur with the rest of the keyframes and now we get something like this. There we go, we have our third transition. Hit Command A, hit U on all the layers. And now we have our second transition. Now our wrapper can perform for the rest of the video. In the next lesson, we're going to finish off the video by some additional transitions that are not as hard to do. So I will see you guys in the second part of this lesson. So here are my images and videos. I've color coded them. We have 4 videos and 2 images. If you want more of these, you can duplicate, get more images, or just put in some empty Polaroids. So I'm going to duplicate a few of these. Let's say this video, hit Command D or Control D on Windows. Then I will call it Forest Copy. To make it look a bit different, I will add a black and white filter right on top of the copy. So now I have one colored and one black and white. Do this with a bunch of other ones so you can create some variation within your composition. Bird's copy, maybe I can add in a photo filter directly on here and choose maybe an intense color. It's going to look a bit different. And now I have filled my composition. Let's hide all of these and begin working with our first pre-comp. Change your camera view into 2. We're going to need the active camera and the top view. If yours is something different, right click on the name, switch 3D view, and choose the one you need. Alright, let's zoom in. Go to the beginning of our timeline and select our first image. The first thing we need to do is to turn all of our pre-comps into 3D, not our base layer because we want it to be stable. If we turn our base layer 3D, you can see that we get this thin card, which is not ideal. So have your base video be 2D and make everything else 3D. Grab your bridge video or your first footage, hit P on your keyboard, and move it in Z space. If you add to the Z space, it's going to be further away from the camera. But if you remove from the Z space, you're going to make it pretty large and kind of have the camera go past it when we're rotating. It's still going to be there. So depending on what you're looking for, work with the Z space and then use position X and Y to just make it perfect for your scene. It also helps to add a slight rotation to your images. Rotation Z, so it's not exactly perfectly flat, but there's some sort of rotation. So this was my first image. Let's close this off and bring in our second footage. Again, hit P on your keyboard and basically just decorate the way your composition looks. So now we have this complicated layout. I have used position X, Y, and Z as well as some rotations to create this pretty cool display. So our images are just scattered around our statue, some of them in front of the camera, some of them in the far back, and because our video is rotating, we're getting this pretty cool effect. Now there is a problem right around this area. We can see that some images kind of go through our statue. So here it's fine because we're basically telling the audience that these images are above our statue. But in some scenes, you can see it kind of just slices through our statue, and that's not realistic. So we need to add a different layout right in these scenes. So right before this image reaches the statue, I'm going to duplicate my video, the base video, Command D, bring it above all of my layers. Right on this point, hit Ctrl-Shift-D and get rid of the first bit. So before this, I want nothing, but then suddenly this guy shows up. Now we're going to grab the rotor brush and separate the statue from the environment. So grab the rotor brush tool. Let's go to one view and double click on our base footage so we can begin rotor brushing our statue. Just roughly go over the statue. You don't need to worry about the bottom. The main concern was the statue, but if your images are going and slicing through the bottom part of the statue, then you can just add that in. Green means that you're adding to your selection. Red means that you're removing. So for example, I brought this in by accident. Hold down Option or Alt. It's going to turn red. Use that red brush to remove the areas which are not supposed to be there. If you do single clicks, you're going to get a more precise selection, but if you drag on, they're going to be a bit more complex. Once you're done, we can begin freezing this selection. So After Effects is going to render and basically freeze this selection as it's moving forward. Now we don't need the entire thing, but just to keep things safe, I'm going to have it go the whole way. And I'll be right back. Once we're done, we can go back into our composition. And now on this base 3 that I'm going to call base rotor brush. On our base rotor brush, we have all of these new strokes that is going to separate it from the background. Now you can see that the statue is going to be in front of these images. So let's hide rotor brush for now. I'm going to mark this orange because it's a different layer. And look for the image that slices through. So this is one of the images. You can see here it's on the left side of the statue, but before it, it's kind of like just over here. So this needs to go behind our statue. I'm going to click on it to see which layer it is. Bring this above the tree layer. When I turn it on, it's going to be behind my subject. So this image right here is kind of slicing through our statue and it ends up on the opposite side. Click on that image so you know which layer you're working with and place this above your the moving layer. But because we have all of these other layers that are supposed to be above it, we are just going to perhaps cut it short after that point. So let's take a look. Now it's behind it and it makes more sense. All right, but at this point, this image is supposed to be in front of it, the black and white one. So right before that image shows up, we're going to hit Ctrl-Shift-D. Right before it hits the statue. And now it's going above my black and white image. You can also avoid this problem by pushing these guys back so they don't interact with your layer that much. There we go. We do have a similar problem with this image. I forgot to mention that. So I'm going to rotor brush the beginning of my base video as well. So just copy that, Command D, bring it above that clip. I believe it's the tree layer. Yeah, it's trees. I'm going to call it base rotor brush trees. See how much of this rotor brush I need. Then hit Command-Shift-D to get rid of the extra bits. So now I'm just going to go back in this layer, do the rotor brush again, and then I'll be right back so we can continue. So now I have placed my layers in relevance to the rotor brush effect. When you go into your rotor brush layers, be sure to add a little bit of feather. I made mine depending on the situation, but you don't want to get a stiff edge. So avoid that by adding around 20 or 14. Also, if needed, you can add keyframes for any of these. So at some point, the contrast increases. The contrast is the separation between the whites and darks. So you can use that. Shift edge is going to bring into the selection or take out. If you move this towards the left, it's going to take out. If you bring it towards the right, it's going to bring in. Then finally, we have reduce chatter, which is the weight of influence on this layer. So with all the adjustments, how will it influence this rotor brush layer? All right. And like mentioned, you can also reposition these photos so they don't show the rotor brush that much. For example, instead of creating another rotor brush here, I can actually move this Istanbul layer towards the side. So I can avoid making a separate rotor brush for this one image. So now that we're done with our images, in the next lesson, we're going to add some clouds and some additional animations. I'll see you guys in the next part. So this is optional, but I'm going to kind of combine these two examples and make a final montage. Let's say this was my first destination during my trip, and this was my second destination. So first, let's make a new composition. We're basically going to double the height. I'm going to stack these two on top of each other. So for 320 for height, leave the width as it was. Call this montage. There's my video. Now grab your two final clips onto the project. So this is my first thing. And drag it down here. Align it vertically. Then grab my second video, which I believe is this. I'm going to pre-compose this, call it Final 2. Go back to montage. Let's delete these guys. Not delete, just remove them. And get our Final 2 video, which is a bit too small, so I guess we'd have to turn this smaller. It's better to scale in rather than scale out. So try to get the second video to match with the first one. Then I'm going to take a look at my final number 2. Hit Command K. You can see we got 1080 for this. So I would have to go in my montage, Command K, 2160 and then 1920 for the width. So we get something like this. Now drag this guy down using position Y. So hold down Command, press R, and just bring down this ruler and make sure that everything is aligned perfectly towards the middle. You can also use the Align Vertically option. Now what we're going to do is to just pre-compose both of these. There's a lot of pre-compositions, but it's all worth it. Final frame, and gonna hit OK, hit down Command, press K, Control K on Windows, and change this back to 1920 by 1080. Then we're going to hit P on our keyboard and just go onto our first video. So this is my first video that we're gonna work through. Go into Final, and I'm gonna move this guy over here. Command K, let's increase this to like type in 18. There we go. So lay your playhead exactly where this video ends and the other starts. Go back to your montage and we're going to make a keyframe for position. Go forward in time and actually we have to go backwards. Push this guy back, then move this guy onto our second video. And I'm going to go back into our final frame, push this guy forward so we don't get an empty shot when we make this transformation. Now I'm just going to add motion blur to this. When this effect is happening, I'm going to get like a little switch like so. I'm going to grab both of these and the last one, right click, keyframe assistant, easy ease in. So this will give us a smoother effect. So this is with easy ease in. I'm going to show you guys the difference real quick. Hit N right here. This is easy ease in. I just held down Command or Control and pressed on the keyframe twice. And this is with the normal keyframe. So easy ease is going to make the movement a little smoother, especially when there's a movement like this. So I'm just going to keep it like so. The longer the distance, the longer the transition. The shorter the distance, the faster the transition. I'm going to make mine a little longer. Be sure to go back into your first composition and bring it backwards so that you do not get an empty frame. So this is a simple transition you can do. We could also do another transition, which I will just show you right now. Put down Command K and get these options. So 2160 for width, 1920 for height, and I just rotated my videos by 90 degrees. Hit P and just move them at the start like so. Do the same thing for the other video. Just for this one, we have to go the opposite way. So negative 90 degrees. Now go back to montage and we're going to just delete these for a second. Hit R and rotate this 90 degrees to get the full video. Now at the time of the transition, which is right around here, go back here. We're gonna make a keyframe for R. Go to the end of this video and just rotate this into negative 90. So it's going to be this video now. And we have motion blur turned on. So now what we're getting is this effect. Kind of rotates into this video like so. It's a little too fast. We may have to work with our keyframes. So let's bring this guy back. So we have a lot of space for turning. Bring this guy here. Let's see if the speed is better. I think this speed is suitable. At the same time, we're going to scale inwards so we don't get the problem of the black screens. Now, right before the transition, I'm going to make a keyframe here, hit U. Put this keyframe before the rotation keyframe, and before that, I'm going to set the scale to 100. In position, we're going to make a keyframe, hit U, match this position with this, and just bring this guy up so we get our first screen. So now we're going to get something like this. Gonna do the opposite here. So around this area, we're gonna make a keyframe for scale and position, go back to the end of your video and reset both the scale. And I'm just gonna copy the first keyframe for position. So that was how you can create the dolly zoom or the vertigo zoom on After Effects. It was pretty simple. The whole concept is that you are going against the original zoom of your videos with the scale and position keyframes. We looked at 2 examples. You can try this on your own clips and see how it works. Remember that the faster the video, the more visible the effect is. So play around with your keyframes and the speed of your videos to get the best result. I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. I will see you in the next one. Let's display all of our favorite memories in the sky using this effect. So let's get started. I have kept a lot of footage into your resource pack. These are all optional. You can bring in your own images and videos or just leave empty Polaroids. The main video that all of these footage are going to go over is this footage. Let me just zoom out. It's a drone shot, but it's rotating around this statue. So I'm going to use After Effects 3D Space to place my images and videos in the sky. So this is our base video. Let's drag it into the composition box and make our composition. Let's call this base and change our composition name into final. All right, so apart from this, we do have a bunch of other images and videos. This is the first one. I have this video of the water and just random videos that I can use and showcase as my memories in this trip. So just import that in. All of these images and videos will be placed inside of a Polaroid frame, which I've left here. This is it. We're going to use this as our Polaroid frame. I've also kept the full image if you want to mask it out yourself. Once we have placed our images, we're also going to add in some clouds just to make this scene more epic and kind of have the camera pass through these clouds. So this will be a pretty interesting process. The first thing we need to do is to track the motion of this drone and get some targets that we can use to place these images on. So let's grab our base video, go to Tracker, and Track Camera. Before I hit Analyze, I'm just going to get rid of the first part where the camera isn't moving, and perhaps start from 10 seconds. You can leave the full video if you want, but for the sake of this tutorial going smoothly, I'm only going to get 18 seconds of this video. Hit N on your last frame, right click, trim comp to work area. Now I'm just going to hit Analyze and wait until After Effects has analyzed all of the frames. Once it's finished, we're going to get these targets all over our composition. If you're not seeing these colorful items, you just need to increase the target point size, and that way you can see them. So if it's really tiny, you just need to increase this. By default, it should be on 100, but if it's not, just increase it. Then we're going to create a camera from this movement. So now this camera is connected to the movement of our video. And if I switch this to view, you can see how our camera has keyframes. This way we can create a 3D tracker camera instead of a normal camera. This is what a normal camera looks like. Just hit OK, turn this off. Our normal camera does not include any of the keyframes because it's pretty static even though our video is turning around. But a 3D tracker camera is going to move with the rotation of your clip. So you can see that it's kind of going in a circle just like our video is. So that's the difference between these two cameras. And because we want the images to be stable on their position while we rotate around, this tracker camera option is going to be way better for us. So my camera is ready and all I have to do right now is to prepare my images. Let's go back into the project panel and begin creating compositions from these clips. So the first one is, let me go back to one view. The first one is this video. I'm going to pre-comp this. Move all attributes into new composition. Call it bridge. All right. We're going to label the bridge cut. We're going to label the videos with red, the photos with yellow. So go into your video layer, hit S to scale it down a bit, then grab your, let me call this frame. Grab your frame image and place it right above. The frame is a bit too big, so scale it down and position it right where you want the video to start playing. So I guess I want some of that bridge and this little boat. Once you have your perfect frame, we're going to grab our video, get the rectangle tool and mask out those extra bits. So now this will only play within our Polaroid frame, just like that. You can grab a simple photo filter, place it on top of your clip, and perhaps add a warming filter. We go for sepia. So you can just customize the way your video and images look. Once we have our bridge composition, it's only going to be a Polaroid. To get rid of the excess bits, we can grab the point of interest tool right here and draw a frame around our Polaroid. This way we will not get all these extra bits. Go to Composition, Crop Comp to Region of Interest. Now when I go back, instead of that big box, I only have the box that has the actual content. The video is a bit blurry, but that's because of my resolution. To make things process and render faster, you need to bring this down. This will not affect the original quality of your footage. Alright, so that's our first video. I'm going to close that off and just put this somewhere random for now. I'm going to hide that layer for now. Now let's work with an image. The process is the same. Right click, pre-compose, call this trees. Be sure to move all attributes, and it helps to color code your layers. So like we said, red is video, yellow is photo. Go into your photo layer. First we need to scale this down quite a bit. Place it in the center and put on our frame. Then grab your image, rectangle tool, and get rid of the excess areas. Some of these photos do have some color correction, so you don't need to add a filter yourself. Just be sure to remove the extra space with point of interest. And there's my second image. So right now when I play this back, I'm going to get like 5 seconds. When I play this back, I have a video and a still image, all playing while we're rotating around the statue. So I'm going to repeat this with all of the other images and photos, then I'll be right back so we can continue. In today's video, we're going to create this detective desk effect using some images and some camera movements in After Effects. So let's get started and find out who ate the cookie. So I have here a bunch of images that are essentially pictures of the suspects for this crime. I also have a texture that I will use as the table background. So I'm just going to grab my table texture into the composition button. And now I have this composition. I'm just going to hold down Command and press K. That's Control K on Windows. And change the width and height to 1920 by 1080. Hit OK once you're finished. You can also set the duration. So instead of 6 seconds, I will go with 20 seconds. And now we have a composition that is smaller than our image. This is great because we're going to need that extra space later on. Just going to right click and call this table BG. Now what I want to do is to make this layer into 3D. So there will be a lot of 3D layers here, and none of the effects will work unless your layers are 3D. Now go to the layer up here and make a new camera. Call this camera, enable depth of field, hit OK. There's my camera layer, and we're also going to create a new light. Call it spotlight. And change the light type into spot. If it's something else, just change it and hit OK. Just like how it would be when you point a flashlight in a dark room, we are recreating that with this effect. It's also a 3D element, so it will not work unless your layers are 3D. If I turn this off, it's as if nothing is happening. So this is solely made for 3D layers. Alright, so we got our camera, we got our light. We can also change the way the light works in the option. We got the regular transform options, which allows us to move and transform the position, rotation, and orientation of this light. We also have light options, which gives us some options. We have the cone angle and just so many more things. I'm going to leave everything at default. We're going to come back for the transformations later. And now what we want to do is to increase the feather for spotlight. Just select the layer and type in feather. And we're going to increase the feather. At 50, it is pretty soft, but I'm looking for something like this because I don't want to make it look as if there's a really harsh flashlight on my pictures, but a rather soft one. So I will go with 70%. And now we have our light. We can always come back and make this more intense. So just work with it for now, and then we can come back later to make it different. Now we're going to hit M to close off the properties and start placing our image across this board. Let's hide Spotlight for a second and bring in our images. I'm going to select them all here, Command A, deselect the composition and our background image. Drag all of these on top, hit S and make them way smaller than they are because they will be scattered across our table and therefore they need to be small enough in order to fit. Maybe around 10%, I think that's nice. Now click away and start scattering the images around, maybe rotating some of them and overlapping them to make this look better. You can change the overlapping by dragging the layers above each other like so. I'm going to grab all of my images. Let's change the color into something else. Hit R. And one by one, we're going to rotate each one to a decent angle. So they look like they've been dropped on a table, just like a frustrated detective would when they're looking for a culprit. I'm just going to bring this up like this. And what we want to do is to kind of make this suitable for a detective table. And bring all of your layers below the camera layer. Make them 3D. Hit M to close off the properties. And when we bring back our spotlight, you can see that the environment becomes pretty gloomy, so the images need to look the part. Hide the spotlight again. We can rename each layer so that it's easier to understand. I'm just going to do that real quick. So I named all of my layers according to what's in the image. Now we're going to just decorate the way they look. For some of these images, we're going to do a certain style and a different style for the rest. On some of them, I think I'll select Lady Walking and just right click Pre-Compose. This will be our first style. Hit OK. Double click on Lady Walking. Let's zoom out and hold down Command Y. Get a white color. Hit OK. Bring this underneath the image. Turn this to fit. Hit S on your image and just scale this down. So we're creating a nice white border. Just going to grab the rectangle tool to mask out the additional parts and only keep the subject. Then I can just hit P on my keyboard and bring this guy upwards so that I can get a Polaroid style. We have to reduce the size. There we go, we have a nice Polaroid. I'm going to grab the text tool and just write in something. Let me see if I have a handwritten font. I'm going to use this font. Suspect 1. Give it a black color so we can see. Forgot the S. Suspect number 1. Let's give her a name as well. This is her name. We can just remove suspect number 1, just Nina Johnson. I'm just trying to make this look more like a detective desk. So maybe this detective scribbled on the names. Just make it more natural by rotating it and putting it somewhere like this. I'm going to turn this into red. Pretty dramatic. Now we can go back and we have this Polaroid style on our composition. Now let's work with another style. I'm going to grab this image right here and we're going to add a different effect. In the Effects and Presets window, type in Roughen Edges, add it onto this image. Roughen, and we're going to increase the border. I'm going to zoom in here and show you what it's doing. There we go. So once I click away, you can see that it's kind of chipping away from the edges. And this can make it look as if the image was really hard to receive. So it kind of tore up on its way. Going to increase the sharpness and of course the border. So now we have this rough edge for our second image. You can also colorize this by typing in Lumetri color, and we can just kind of edit it to make it look like a vintage image. Put it on close-up man. Let's go to the creative section and increase faded film. Go to basic correction and make this really warm. And reduce from the saturation. I'm going to make it look like an old image. So I'm going to reduce from the scale in the roughen edges. I think I'll keep my scale around 64. And there we go, that's our second style. Now for the other effect, we're going to grab in a paper texture. Select your image, pre-compose it, and go into the composition and drag your paper layer right above your image. Hit R on your keyboard, rotate it 90 degrees, and hit S to just scale it up so that it covers your image. Now hit toggle switches and modes. So you find mode, change the blending mode into darken. You can go for different styles. Each one will give you a different result. I'm going to stick with multiply, then hit T to just reduce that coloring. But essentially we're getting these green and the same color. So now I have an image like this. Then hit T on your original image and reduce the opacity. Something like this. When we go back into our final composition, we get this vintage style image. I'm going to add simple styles for the other two images. So pre-compose. And I'm going to add a simple white border. I'm not going to make it like a Polaroid. So just hit Command Y, bring it down. Hit S on your image and just scale it down. So we get a nice white border for our image. I'm going to add the same border to this image. Command Y. Underneath, hit S and just bring this guy down. You can make the border look different for each image, and this is the styling of all of my detective photos. In the next lesson, we're going to add some additional elements before moving on to the camera movements. In this lesson, we're going to see how we can create this effect. So let's get started. For this effect, we're going to need a video. Now in this video, we can see that our subject is swiping, and at some point he's impressed, other times he's not. So I'm going to take whatever is happening inside his mobile and bring it out as a HUD UI animation. Apart from that, we're going to need a bunch of images that the person will be swiping. I'm focused on shoes. You can of course choose any other object. And finally, we have a simple vector illustration that can show the shopping app that this person is using. Drag your video layer and put it into the composition button. This will make a composition out of this video. We can just select it here, hit enter to rename it. I'm going to rename it here as well, hit enter, call it base. So what we want to do is to create a plane and have our animation attached to it. So if you remembered, we can track the camera movements with our tracker window. Just open it up here. If you're not seeing this, just go to Window and turn on Tracker. Select your video layer and choose Track Camera. Make sure you're at the start of your timeline and then begin analyzing your footage. So now I have these pointy things all over my video. If you're not really seeing them, you just need to increase the track point size. And you can just decide how large each one needs to be. You can make it bigger or smaller, depends on you. I'm going to leave mine around like this. But the point of these is that we can now choose a ground for our animation. I'm going to use one of these guys. I'm going to increase the size so I can see. One of the planes where it's facing our subject. I'm going to go with this one. Right click on your preferred target, create solid and camera. So we have this track solid, which we could just hit S to increase. I'm going to use rotation, scale, and position to get it just right, and then we can continue with the rest of the process. So I got the nice position and rotation for my solid, and now it's time to create our composition, which will hold the shoe pictures and the rest of the app UI. Now bring in your shopping screen composition and place it right above your track solid one. Let's continuously rasterize this layer, then go inside so we can access all of our layers. Hit Command K to bring up the composition settings, and we're going to make this quite large, still vertical but just larger. Make shape layers from the vector layers. Pull them upwards, and then we can get rid of all the .ai files. Hit S on your keyboard, and before that, let's parent everything to our background outlines. Grab this singular layer and increase the scale until we get a good size. Now when I go in my final video, I'm getting a decent size. This will allow me to keep the quality of my vector files. Hit S, and I'm just going to reduce it to the size of my screen. Doesn't have to be exactly the same size, but just a little bigger. All right, now let's go back into our shopping app, which I named wrong. I renamed my layers. Now over here, we're gonna grab our square, or where the photos will be displaced. Right click, pre-compose, call it image BG. Now go inside your new composition, and we're gonna place in our photos. I'm gonna drag them in one by one, hit S to just scale this. Place it at the center. Turn on the transparency option. It's this T. If you're not seeing this, you can right click, columns, and make sure you have the following turned on. Now we can grab our photo and just place it where it needs to be. I think that's pretty good. Do the same thing with all the other images. So I have placed all of my images inside that box using the transparency option. And now I can just use some simple animation to make it look like the person is swiping them towards the next side. So go in Final Video. I'm gonna hide this for a second and see exactly when he starts swiping. So go in with your playhead. This was the first swipe. Go into Image BG. Our playhead is exactly on that position. I'm going to grab my first image, hit P, and make a keyframe. Push it back, and then use position X to just move it out of frame. So we're going to get a really simple animation. Make sure that the speed is matched with the finger. There we go. So just do this until we have filled up all the swipes. So this was the first swipe. This is our second. So bring in the second image, hit P. make a keyframe, push it back, and then move it out of frame. I think I made mine go the opposite way. So edit your keyframes and push them to the other side. Now keep in mind that when we put this UI in the person's hand, it's going to be flipped. So if it's towards your right, the swiping is towards your right. In the app, it needs to be towards the left because we're going to flip it. So just do that with your images. Hold down Shift and you're able to move this guy in a straight line. So now just do this with the rest of your images. So I did that with all of my images, keyframed them according to the movement of our person's hand. So now the movement is matched, and even when he pauses, I'm keeping the image on screen for a little while before swiping to the other side. All right, now we can just go ahead and close our image BG. Don't need it anymore. It's still in the project. We're just closing it off here. Now over here, I'm going to add a text using the text tool just inside this box. Choose a common font like Roboto. Grab the same blue color, then increase the size. Now in this composition, we're going to create a frame for our work. So grab your rounded rectangle tool and just start from one corner, remove the fill, and put in a blue stroke. Increase the length and center it perfectly in the middle. Open up rectangle 1, rectangle path 1, and increase the roundness to your liking. I'm going to go with like 110 so we get these rounded corners. Got a nice frame right now. Now we're just going to animate the way things show up on our screen. So background is going to remain the same. Cart, maybe we can have it scale in. So 0%, then 100. Just shows up like that. Make it a little faster. There we go. The button, I'm going to link my text to the button layer and choose the same scale. Just copy it down here. So now the button and the shopping cart are going to pop up like this. Gonna have my button show up first and then my shopping cart. For shopping text, I'm gonna hit T and create a flickering effect for our text. I'm gonna zoom in until I can see the individual frames. And we're just gonna alternate between opacity 0 and opacity 100. Copy those two and just keep pasting it until we have a good flickering effect. I'm going to go to 15 frames. After that 15 frame, we're going to go into maybe another 0. But then next to it, go for 70%. Finally, 100%. So this is the effect we will get. I'm going to leave the keyframes as they are. Have my shopping app animation show up, then my button. And finally, my cart. As for my image, I'm just going to make it scale inwards. Just grab the anchor point tool and place it at the center of your work. Hit S, and I'm going to create a simple scale animation, 120, 100, and flip these guys around. So 100, 120, 100. Gonna kind of pop in like that. Gonna hit F9 on my keyboard to make the movement a bit more smooth. But for the rest of the things, I'm gonna leave them be the regular keyframes because I want the movement to be quite stiff. So now that we have this, we're going to place it right where it needs to be in the next lesson. Now go to your final video composition, and I'm just going to hit toggle switches and modes. So just grab the modes and change it into add. And we're getting a light look on our photos, which is perfect for this effect. Now go to effects and presets, type in glow, and add this onto your phone composition. Add glow to the composition. Make sure that whatever you do here is not distorting your text. So let's reduce from the threshold 50%. I think I'm going to make the radius 20 and intensity is good. Now just go back in here and I'm going to change my text into a less bulky one because we can't really read it. Make it regular and now we can read it better. Gonna go with 15 for radius. We're now getting a nice glowy animation. Alright, so now let's position this right where this needs to be. I'm gonna make my shopping UI 3D first and just connect this to our track solid. So now the movements are connected to our solid. Hit R and just bring it to the same position as our solid. So we can use X rotation, bring it down a bit. Y rotation to turn it towards our subject. I'm going to use orientation to make it fit into the same position as my phone. Then use position to bring it perhaps closer to your subject. There we go. Then I'm just going to use scale to make it slightly larger. So now we get something like this. Once you have the right position, you can go ahead and hide your solid track. And now we're getting this really cool animation. Grab your layer, get your anchor point tool, and just bring it down. Turn on snapping. And just bring it down to the center of your phone. Make a keyframe for S, bring it forward, and then hit 0 at the beginning. So it's going to kind of show up from inside the phone. Now we have our subject just shopping through different shoes that he may or not buy. I'm going to go into my shopping composition, Command Y, and choose a blue color. Hit T and just reduce it until we get a faint blue. And now this will give us a nice blue screen. And now that we have the base of our video, in the next lesson, we're going to style it up even more and make it look more 3D-like. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. So now that we've got our animation, I'm going to change the way my HUD looks when it reaches out from the camera. First thing we want to do is to go back in the shopping app. And I didn't realize, but our background outlines apparently had a fill color, which is not what we're looking for. So just delete it like that. And now when we go back, we have a better style. Change the blending mode instead of add to overlay. I will also remove the solid layer. I think it looks better when it's transparent like this. Now duplicate your composition. So my original composition, the blending mode is on screen, the duplicate is on overlay. This will give me the right colors from the shoes, but not exactly vibrant enough as it would be inside the phone. So this is just a piece of technology that is showing what's happening inside the phone. So we don't want it to be too vibrant, but rather a soft result like this. Now we're going to pre-compose both of these phone screen compositions. Hit OK, turn this 3D, and we may have to reposition it a little bit, mostly on the scale. And there we go. We still get the animations. Just gonna change this to overlay. I'm going to parent this to track solid 1. And now it's going to be in sync with the movement of the phone. Alright, so I'm just going to make this guy glow because right now it's pretty simple. Select your composition, right click, layer styles, and put in outer glow. It's gonna glow it up like that, but only for this layer. Open up the outer glow, and first of all, we can choose the blend mode. I'm gonna grab the same blue color and just turn it a little bit brighter. Reduce from the opacity so we get an almost white for the color. Spread out the glow and increase the size. We can increase the range so it's not as vibrant. And finally reduce from the opacity. Once I have outer glow, I'm also going to add inner glow. This is made for inside the shape instead of outside. I'm going to keep the settings similar to my outer glow. Let's change the color. Grab the eyedropper tool. Grab that same color. Increase the size. Then we can work with the range. I'm going to reduce it a little bit. If needed, you can work with the opacity. I'm going to keep mine around 70%, maybe a little bit more, 80%. And now I'm getting a nice glow for my mobile. This is what it looked like before the layer styles, and now it's looking like that. One final touch is to add the glow effect on here. We're gonna increase the threshold all the way and instead just work with the radius of our glow. Change the glow based on alpha channel, and I'm gonna keep this on screen. So now we have an extra glow on our phone. Just gotta go into my shopping app screen, duplicate my shape layer, the top layer which was the outlines, hit S and make it a little bit bigger than my screen. I'm going to increase my composition size. Center your duplicate shape. Now to make this look more like a digital HUD animation, I'm going to add some glitch to the phone layer. Go into your phone screen. We're going to create a new adjustment layer. Place it above your previous compositions. Then bring in this glitch effect, which I've left in your resource pack. Scale it up so it covers your entire phone. You can see that it's a simple glitch effect. Turn off the visibility and audio in this layer. Then go to adjustment layer and add the displacement map effect onto your adjustment layer. Grab the layer from glitch. And now when we go forward, our phone has some glitch effects. This is without the glitch. This is with the glitch. Make another adjustment layer in your main composition and add the photo filter right on top. Instead of warming filter, we're going to go for a cooling filter. You can choose whichever you prefer. I think I'll go with this one. Work with the density of your filter, and this will add a nice futuristic touch. Make sure this is turned on, or else you're going to darken the entire thing. It's looking pretty good. We can also grab a curves layer and kind of darken the areas, but leave the bright parts be. So just grab a point from the bottom, not the final point, but a point over here to darken everything up and bring the attention to our HUD animation. Finally, I will grab my phone screen, hit P, and I think I want to bring it down towards the phone, perhaps scale it down as well. And now our subject can have a more futuristic experience when shopping for shoes. I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and I will see you in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to see how we can create this cool photo montage effect using After Effects. So let's get started. Before we move into After Effects, we need to separate our subjects from the background using Photoshop. You could use another program if you want, but I'm just going to use Photoshop for this example. I'm going to leave the finished Photoshop project into the resource pack. So if you want, you could just skip the Photoshop part and just download the project instead. So bring in the image that you want first in your montage. This is the one I chose. We're just going to unlock our background layer, duplicate it by holding down Command J or Control J. On the duplicate, I'm just going to name it subject right here. On the subject layer, head over to select and choose subject. You can refine the selection by going into the select and mask section, and that way we can take out areas that just don't belong there. I'm going to choose red for my overlay. And now going in with the Refine Edge tool, I will just take out those extra bits of white that are just around our subject's hair. Then we're going to scroll down and choose this option. This is going to get rid of those tiny streaks of the background that will most likely be in your selection. So just go ahead and check that box. Then hit OK once you're finished. Going to apply this layer mask, and when I turn off my original, I just have my subject. Now I will delete the subject layer since we made a duplicate and name the original into background. So we have one layer that's just the original photo and another one which is the subject. Just going to hold down Command and hit on the photo box right here. That's Control on Windows. Then hit this mask icon. On the mask box, we're going to move into the properties and add a tiny amount of feather. Once you're finished, apply layer mask. So this is our first photo. We can also type in 1 for the layers, just to keep things more organized for when we're ready to animate. Now bring in your second image right on top of this photo. If you want to change the frame of your final video, you can do it right here by heading over to the crop tool. You can choose any of these presets. I think I will go with 9:16. Since it's a pretty common size for social media. Now bring in your second image right on top of this one. And now we're going to do the exact same thing, but this time we have different subjects. Let's call this number 2 background, number 2 car, and number 2 sky. So I will cut this into 3 parts. It all depends on what's going on in your image. So always go with what's in front of the camera first. So that would be the car, then the background, and finally the sky. Now separate the subject that you listed in each of the layer names. I'm going to do that and bring in all the other photos until I have all of my layers separated, and then we can move into After Effects and put it all together. Once you're finished separating your subject and the different elements in each of your images, it's now time to save the project and import it into After Effects. Double-click on the project panel and choose the file. Just make sure to import it as a composition. So now when we double-click on this composition, we're getting all of our layers just as we did in Photoshop. Just to keep things more organized, I'm going to color code each of these layers. So anything with the number 1, I'm going to select it, choose this colored box, and select one of these colors. This way I can tell the difference between all of these layers and it will be less confusing. Now we're just going to move a few seconds forward, about 5 seconds. Select all of your layers by holding down Command and pressing A or Control A if you're on Windows, and then hit Command-Shift-D on your keyboard. That's Control-Shift-D on Windows. And that is just going to split the video right on the area we had our playhead. Hit the backspace 1, and now we have these tiny segments of our layers. Hide all of the layers except for the first one, and now it's time to assemble this effect. So this is our first image. It's just the subject. I'm just going to place another solid background underneath this because I'm not happy with the black color. Hit Command K on your keyboard and change this from black into something that's easier on the eyes. You can also grab the eyedropper tool and select something from your subject. Hit OK once you're finished, and now this is looking a lot better. Bring in your second background image and just move it forward in time. Match the length with the first one, and this is basically what we're going for. The first photo, where it's the cutout, is going to be the longer one, and the second background layer will be right on top, but it will be shorter. So now we have something like this. We have our subject, and then suddenly we get the background. You can also switch the position, and it wouldn't really matter since we're getting the subject alone in the beginning anyways. But you could just switch these around and see which one works for you. After we see our full image, the first image, we're going to bring in the second image and place it somewhere over here. Let's unhide it first. And now we're getting this car. So we have our photo, and then suddenly this car appears. I'm just going to move it over here. Make these a little shorter. We can always come back and adjust how fast these go by. We have our car. Then comes our next layer, which is the background. Moving that forward, and then the sky goes all the way back. So we're kind of stacking up these layers, and at the end of each one, we're getting our full image. Let's bring our third image, which starts with the subject, then the sand. Be sure to extend the length of the previous one so we get the sky and the background of our previous image. Then comes our water. And finally our sky. So we're creating a staircase effect with all of these different layers. Let's do this with all the other layers. Once you have arranged all of your layers, we're going to just decorate this with either some color grading, some text, or anything else that you want. Because the layers are separated, you now have the opportunity to place different text behind those elements. So in our first example where we had the subject, we can just place a text right in this little area that we have. And then we can commence with the rest of the montage. So I will select all of my layers except for the subject layer and just move them back a little bit, maybe for about 1.5 seconds. Now grab the text tool and just type in anything you want. Hit Ctrl or Command A to select all of your characters. And over here you can just decorate this with any font that you want and also change the color so that we can see. You can turn it into a bold, all caps, and just play around with your text until you have something you're happy with. Now select the Move tool and place it somewhere over here. Then bring this text layer all the way down. Just going to cut it by 1 second, so Ctrl-Shift-D or Command-Shift-D. Then bring this guy right underneath your subject layer. Going to match the ending with the start of our background, so I get this My Trip text before the rest of the montage begins. We can also grab the anchor point of this text, put it somewhere in the corner, then choose a simple animation so that it shows up slowly from behind our subject. Hit S on your keyboard and first create a keyframe, move it forward, then type in 0. Select both keyframes, F9, to easy ease those keyframes. Now this text will slowly show up, and then we'll read the title of this video before seeing all of the great travel photos. You can finish off this effect with some color grading. So let's go ahead and create a new adjustment layer. Head over to the effects and presets and look for Lumetri color. Drag it onto your adjustment layer, and we can just kind of put in perhaps a little bit of warmth to our photos. You can also go into the creative section and choose one of these looks. There are plenty of default options on there, and we can always just reduce their intensity if it's too much. I will drag this down to about 20 and fade out the entire sequence by 20 as well. Maybe 40. So now we have this going on for the entire sequence. Just be sure to cut the rest of the adjustment layers so once we're done with the montage, we don't get an empty screen. Let's drag the end of our project right at the end of our last image. And now we're finished with the effect. So I just moved my spotlight towards this corner. You can also grab the anchor point and set it onto your first image. Kind of want the light to go over each one as we introduce the rest of the images. So I just brought it down here and used the radius, reduced it from 500 to like 353. And now we're going to get this effect. Make a keyframe for radius at the start of your timeline, one for point of interest and position. Go to the end of your frame, your timeline, and change the spotlight from here onto the text. So grab the point of interest right here, place it right above your text, and try to see exactly where it will look good. There we go. At the same time, we got to grab this guy way in. We don't want it to be illuminating the entire image, but only the text. Let's do that. Looking pretty good. I'm going to bring it down a little bit. We're creating this pretty intense environment with the shadows. We can also make a keyframe for the feather. I'm going to just increase the radius. There we go. And like we said, make a keyframe for cone feather. 64 was our first keyframe. Let's push it back. For this one, I'm going to reduce the feather just by a touch. I'm going to go with 24% on that. Cone angle is good. Trying to see, let's try to add a rotation. I'm going to grab my Y rotation and kind of pull it towards the text. That's way too much. -7. It's looking good. Cone angle, I'm going to make it a little smaller than it was. I'm going to increase the intensity too. The light is a bit dim for me because 127% should do. And don't forget to make a keyframe for cone angle and rotations that you used. Now let's go to the start. We're going to grab the ones that we just created a keyframe, right click, hit reset, and it's going to go back to its original values. Do the same thing for cone angle, and I think that's it. Reset. Now we have keyframes for our spotlight. Hit M and then go back to your camera, select it and type in iris. Instead of fast rectangle, we want to go with a different shape. I'm going to go with an octagon. This will give us a more natural camera look. And yeah, we're about done with our effect. Here you can add any sort of color correction, go back to your lights, change the way it looks. I'm just going to go back to my spotlight at the start of my timeline and look for intensity. I'm gonna make a keyframe first with 127%, push it back. And for the first one, I want to reduce the intensity from 100. Kind of make it look as if the flashlight is waking up to this mystery and kind of give us a fade in intro. So 0.80% at the start, 127 at the end. There we go, it's looking pretty good. Gonna open up my light options one more time. I feel like this is way too intense for me. So I guess I will add to my feather. Since we already increased the intensity, we should be good to go with 100%. I'm gonna change my cone angle from 66 degrees. Try to get more of my images in the back. There we go. So there's my end screen. We're done with the keyframes. Hit M once you're finished. And if you want to make this like a intro for your YouTube video, you can also go ahead and add some names. Place your logos if you want. And if you want to do that, it helps to export this video first and place your text or logo above it, because right now we have a lot of layers and just want to make the experience easier for After Effects. So we're done with the effect. It did take some time, but once you get a hang of the 3D cameras and the 3D layers, you will be able to do this a lot easier. You can use this effect for anything else. It doesn't have to be this intense. You can try it without the spotlight and maybe add a different type of light. So if you go to Layer New, go to Light, we have different types of light. Got like point light, ambient light, and you can make it colorful maybe. So it's really up to you and your creativity. So I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and I will see you in the next one. We're going to be creating this freeze frame transition that is perfect for music videos. So let's get started. Import all 3 videos into your timeline. Choose your first video and drag it onto the composition icon. Now we have a composition from this video. Drag in your other 2 videos right on top in order that you want them to show up. And then we're just going to kind of staircase them and have each one play right after the other. So first, I'm just going to comb through my footage and find out exactly which parts I want in my video. Now I have chosen the sections of each video in which I want to be inside my effect. So first we have this video, then it cuts to my second video, and finally the third one. So you want to create this effect with your videos. You can of course go with more than 3 videos, but we're going to start with a low number, and then once we've mastered this, we can go ahead and create more transitions. So at the end of my video, I'm going to hit N to crop my work area, and now we can just zoom in and get started with the transition. I'm going to rename each of my videos so that it's easier to work with. So now we have our first video. The first transition will happen right over here when we're going onto the second clip. Grab your second video and hit Command D or Control D to duplicate the video. So now this is to copy. Be sure to rename each layer because there's going to be a lot more duplicates and layers. So just rename everything from the start, and that way it won't be that confusing. Now go to the start of your second video. You can zoom in with your trackpad. So this is the first frame. Right click on the duplicate video. Then we will go to time, freeze frame. So now this entire duplicate is frozen on this section. You can see that we have this little square. This indicates that we have a freeze frame. If I hide the second video, we still have the original footage playing underneath. Let's bring this guy back, and now we're going to move back from where we are by a few frames. So go to Window and bring in the Preview panel. It's right over here, and move back around 20 frames or so. So grab this guy and you can hold down Shift to move back 10 frames. Do it one more time to make 20. Now we're just going to grab this guy and move it back to exactly where the time indicator is. Then trim the end of your freeze frame. right when the second video starts. So if I play this back right now, we have the freeze frame and it suddenly starts playing. Now that we have this, we can use a tool to separate the background from our subject and place it right over here. So let's grab the freeze frame. I'll just change the color. The red one is our freeze frame. And I will just use the pen tool. You can of course go with the rotor brush, but since it's the subject is facing forward, we can get a better result with the pen tool. But if they were at their side and they're turning and just having a lot of movement, you can go with the rotor brush. Grab the pen tool, make sure that your copy or freeze frame is selected. Then just create points starting from one side and then going all around your subject. It doesn't have to be that perfect because they will be blurred out at the start. So just try to get a rough selection of your subject. Click and drag to make curves. Hold down the space bar to move around. And just keep going around. If you want a sharp edge, you can hold down Alt or Option. Click once on that point, and now you will get a sharp edge. Once you've made your selection, hit M on your copy to bring the mask properties. Open this up and use the mask feather to kind of soften out the edges. Let's try 15, click away. That's looking pretty good. Let's try 10. I think 10 is better. If we didn't have the feather, it would have been a little too sharp. So you can see the edges are not looking that good. So be sure to add at least 10 pixels for your feather. Once we have this, we're going to turn on motion blur for all of our layers. First, be sure to check this and then add motion blur to our freeze frame. Let's first go to our video. And I basically wanted to zoom out from our subject and then suddenly show this freeze frame. So we're going to need a 3D camera for this. Just go to Layer, New, Camera. And choose one of the presets here and then hit OK. Let's turn our first video and the freeze frame video into 3D layers. I'm going to go to 2 view and then we should see something like this. If you're not seeing this, just go to view, switch 3D view and make sure that you're on top and not on anything else. By default, some of you may be on front, so just go back to top until you see something like this. Now let's grab our freeze frame video, or first the base video, hit P, use position Z to kind of push back the background video. And then our freeze frame copy, hit P, and then bring it, let's go over here. Then bring it somewhere like this. Make sure that there's enough space between the background video and the freeze frame. Something like this. Now grab your camera layer, hit P on it as well. And just go to the beginning of your footage. Use Z to kind of really zoom in towards your subject. Make a keyframe. And then right when this freeze frame shows up, we want to move back and have it focused on our freeze frame. Something like this. Our first keyframe is zoomed in towards our subject, and then it zooms out onto our freeze frame. But now we're going to grab this second keyframe and match it with the end of our freeze frame and bring the first keyframe forward so that the transition happens after our rapper had a few things to say, and then it slowly starts to fade out and we get our freeze frame. At the same time, because it does zoom out and reveal these black lines, I'm going to hit S on my video 1 and just kind of scale it in so we don't get that problem. Now we need to make our freeze frame show up in a smoother manner. First, let's easy ease these two keyframes, F9. And as for the freeze frame, we're going to go to the beginning of the frame, then hit P, make a keyframe, move it back to the final frame. And at the start, you can choose the direction in which this guy appears. You could show from the left, the right, down, not up because it's not connected. So we can move this guy down, but before that, I'm going to change the other properties of this freeze frame so that it doesn't look this flat. So open up the transform properties, and you can use either orientation, the different rotations to kind of make it look more 3D. So I think I'll bring mine upwards like this, make a keyframe, and then go to the last frame and type in 0. As for position, we're going to move it down like we said. So grab position Y and just bring it all the way down. Grab all of these keyframes and hit F9. Now we should get some sudden transform properties for our freeze frame. And it doesn't just suddenly show up. That's looking a lot better. And at the beginning of this frame, since there's nothing going on and then suddenly there's movement, I will add a slight zoom at the beginning, so it is moving but fairly slow, and then it moves into this transition. I'm going to be blurring out these videos as we move away from them. Go to the effects and presets and look for blur. Add the Gaussian blur effect on video 1 and onto our freeze frame. Now let's go into each one. The effects controls, if you're not seeing this, just enable it right over here. Effect controls. So right when we're slowly moving away from our subject, which would be on this keyframe, just use these guys to go exactly on that frame. Go back to your video, make a keyframe for blurriness, and then at the second keyframe, we're going to make it really blurry. So quite blurry. We can always come back and change this. Just ease those keyframes. Hit U and to reveal the active keyframes, then hit F9. So now as we're moving back from our first video, we're going to get a simple blur motion. And that can make it look a lot more natural. Now, as for the video, the freeze frame, we're going to do the opposite. So at the beginning, it's going to be blurry, and at the end, it's going to come into focus. We added 60 for the first video. I will go with about 50. Make a keyframe. In the last frame, we're going to make it 0. Hit U on the freeze frame to reveal the 2 keyframes. I think 50 is too little. Let's go with 60. Ease those keyframes. And now we have a nice blurry motion for our video. We can go ahead and turn off the 2 view and go back to the original setup. So now that we have this, we're going to be working with the transition. We have our subject, but as you can see, the background shows up really suddenly. And that is just not ideal. So what we want to do is to first grab everything, hit U to close off the properties, grab our video 2 and duplicate it one more time. And we're just going to freeze frame this as well. So time freeze frame. Move this guy underneath the first video. Then hit T on this. Turn opacity to 0. Make a keyframe and then 100 for the second keyframe. So the background will show up really slowly as we are making our way, but it's coming up a bit too early, so move the first keyframe forward, and that way we can avoid the dabble look. Something like this, and then at the final frame in the freeze frame, First, let's match the keyframe. We're going to hit Ctrl-Shift-D on the second freeze frame that we made. So right after the background shows up, we get our video. So just go to your position, the last position keyframe, and just move it to the original position, matching it with the video underneath. So we know that for X, we're a little off, and we're off with Y as well. So now the subject is right in place, and if we play this back, it should be a lot better. You can move in frame by holding down Command and pressing the right or left arrow keys. That's Control left and right arrow keys on Windows. There we go. Use the same animation we did for our subject freeze frame onto the background freeze frame. So hit P, add a keyframe, and then hit U, go to the first opacity keyframe, and use position Y to move the video down. We're going to work with the placement more, but essentially instead of that, we're going to get something like this. And if you want to avoid getting this sharp line, you can simply use the rectangle to soften out the edges. Just make a random mask and then use the properties to feather out the edge. I'm going to bring the mask down, and now we have something that's a lot more smooth. So transitions from video 1 into video 2. You can work with the keyframes, work with the blur, and just make it perfect. So this was our first transition. We have another transition for our video number 3. So in the next lesson, we're going to do that and finish up our music video. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. So apart from these images, I am also going to add a finishing scene. So we go through all of these, but at the end, I want a finishing frame where I write the text or finish up on the final culprit. So I'm just going to reposition these and have my ending frame right here. So I made this empty space right here for a text. I'm going to grab my text tool and type in my message. Hit R on my keyboard and just rotate it the opposite direction. And put it somewhere, drag this guy down a bit. And I'm going to change the blending mode of my text into multiply so it kind of gets burnt into the table. Who ate the cookie? And I'm also going to add a simple trim path animation across this entire thing and then lead it into our final text. So make sure you have no layers selected. Create a shape without fill and with a simple stroke. I think I'll go with I think we have to go with red. Maybe start from where our camera will take place. So I will be panning from this side and into this. So maybe go around, make a few turns. I'm going to turn on Roto Bezier. Make my curves. And finally have it go towards my text. And then we're going to open up this. Let me just name it real quick. Line. Open up my contents, shape 1, stroke 1. Open up dashes. Let's add the dash. Press this plus button and increase the size of your dash. There we go. It's looking good. You can offset if you want. I'm going to leave mine like so. Then we're going to go to the top, add trim paths. Open this guy up. Go forward in time till the end of your composition. Make a keyframe for, going to increase my background too. Make a keyframe for start at 100. Turn end to 0. And then go to the beginning and turn start to 0. So we're going to get the line coming in from this way, which is the same direction as our camera. And by the time we reach the end, we're gonna finish the line, which I'll bring the keyframe a little closer so we can stare at the text for a few frames. Let's hit M on our keyboard and change the blending mode to multiply as well so they're burnt onto what's underneath. I think this will make it look better. Be sure to drag all of these layers underneath your camera layer and of course turn them 3D. Everything needs to be 3D. Once we turn back our spotlight, it's going to look pretty dim and intense, and that will be perfect. So now we're ready for our animation. And if you want to add any other effect, maybe a name, a logo, more pictures, then now is the time to do it, because once we start with the animation, it will get a little confusing, especially since we have to change our camera view. In the next lesson, we're going to focus on the animation. We're done for now. We made a nice composition for our camera to kind of pan over and reveal that the person who ate the cookie. So I'll see you guys in the next lesson where we will continue with the next effect. Now we're going to go into After Effects and import our Photoshop project. Double click on your project panel and then choose your Photoshop document. Make sure to import as composition retain layer sizes. Then we're going to hit OK. Choose this option and then hit OK. So now we have a composition from our Photoshop document as well as a folder that includes all of the layers separately. Just double click on the composition. And now as you can see, we have the exact same layers that we created in Photoshop. Get rid of the original because we won't be needing it. And before we get started, we want to make sure that all of our layers are in 3D. This is really important because when we create a camera in After Effects, we need 3D layers. So you can easily transform 2D layers into 3D by pressing this icon. Do it for all of the layers in your composition. So over here, you can't really see a difference when we turn this on and off, but it's just a property that needs to be selected when we're working with 3D cameras. Now let's go ahead and create our camera. Go to Layer, New, and select the camera. Rename the camera right here if you want. Hit OK once you're finished. And now we have this camera layer. So in order to see how the camera works, we actually need to change our view. Currently, we're just looking at the overall flat view of our composition, which is just the layers pressed together. But now we're just going to move over here where we see this one view option, click the drop down button, and we're going to change the view. So select the two view option right here. And if you're not getting the exact same result and instead you're just seeing this on the other side, you just need to go to View and then down to Switch 3D View. So make sure that you have top selected or else you will not be able to see this black screen with the lines. So by default, you would see something like this. Simply go over here and change this to top. And of course, make sure that this is on 2 view. So essentially what we have right here is this triangle, which is showing us exactly what the camera is seeing. So all of our layers right now is placed on this thin line. And because this image is currently 2D, it's going to be one line. But when we add dimension to these layers, they're going to be further apart, and that's what's going to create the 3D effect. So when I select my camera layer, you can see that it's right over here and we have all of these 3D handles for X, Y, and Z. If I go on each of these layers, you can see that the thin line is being selected because they're all cramped together. But on this view, it's pretty flat. So now let's go ahead and move our first layer forward towards the camera. So the first thing that we need to move is the car. Select the car layer and then hit P on your keyboard. So now we get the option for position X, Y, and Z. If we did not transform this layer into 3D, we will not have the third option. So that's why it's important to always convert your 2D layers into 3D when we're working with 3D cameras. I'm going to hit P again so that I don't get all of those options. And now we can use the position Z to move this car towards the camera that is down here. I'm going to zoom out a bit more. So let's grab position Z and move it towards the left. So we're going to the negative side. You can see that this guy is coming closer to us, and the same thing is happening in our 3D camera. So this is all the other layers. This is our car layer. Just going to leave it right here, negative 591. Then we're going to move with the object that goes behind our car, which is the ground layer. Again, hit P, and we just want to make sure that it's more than this negative number. So just grab this guy back. Again, we can see the distance that's being created between these two layers. Now, the best way to determine the distance between all of these layers is to imagine yourself at this scene. Because the car is underground, we cannot really have that much space, so you want to make sure that these two layers are close. I will go with this number, and now we're moving on to the background elements. Now, because these guys are at the far back, we can actually create more space between the ground and the background elements. Hit P again, and we're just going to move them somewhere like this, so there's more space between the ground layer and the background elements compared to the car and the ground layer. Because in real life, those elements would be far back, and that's why we're putting a small number. Now, it could help if you brought this layer down. So apart from position Z, we're going to grab position Y and just move it down so it can hide behind the ground layer. Finally, we're left with the sky, which we can just push way back. First, I'm just going to scale it inwards so that we get enough space. Then I'll hit P and do the same thing. Now to test this out, we're going to grab this orbit tool. And when I move it back, you can see the space that we created between all of these layers. So instead of a 2D image where everything would be in one line, we now have them in separate locations. I'm going to hit Command Z or Control Z to get back to my original view. Now over here, you can go ahead and add some additional effects that can help with the 3D look. Because I moved the sky way back, I want to blur it out a bit so that it's realistic. Just go to the effects menu right here and type in blur. Camera lens blur, put it right on your sky layer. Now using these options, we can increase the blur radius. We don't want to make it too blurred, but just enough so that it would look realistic. I will go with 6, add the same thing to the background elements because we push them way back. Once again, increasing the radius. But of course, it would have to be less blurry than the sky. To make sure that your numbers are right, if something is far back, it needs to be blurrier than the things that are in front. This is optional, but I want to put a smoke effect between the ground and the background elements, just to create a more mysterious mood. You can get this smoke overlay in the resource pack. Just go back to the original composition and place this video between the ground and the background elements. Hit S to resize, and then we're going to hit toggle switches / modes to change the blending mode from normal to screen. So now we have this little fog effect that will do nicely for our video. Just use the rectangle tool to create a mask around the effect. That way we can soften the edges just in case the smoke goes towards the edge of the frame. At the same time, I'm going to slow down the smoke effect because we're going to be slowly moving in towards our layers. And I want to make this look really slow and luxurious because we have a sports car. So just right click on your smoke layer, go to time, and hit time stretch. We're going to increase the factor to about 140, and this way it will be slower. So now we have this really slow fog effect. Of course, you can go back and increase or decrease the amount. Now let's create the shadow for our car, because now we have adjusted the space and everything is ready for our camera. I'm just going to close all the layers and then lock them by selecting this box, like so. So now I will not be moving anything else and I'm just working with my car. You can also color grade your layers if it's too complicated. Simply unlock your layers first, grab that layer and press this colorful box to make it blue or any other color. Renaming and color grading your layers is really helpful because at times it can get confusing with all of the effects and all of the keyframes. So do yourself a favor and just rename and color grade your layers from the beginning of every project. Now let's duplicate our car layer by hitting Command D or Control D if you're on Windows. Once we have duplicated our car layer, we're going to lock to original so that we don't accidentally move it around, and have your duplicate layer underneath the original one. So car is above and car number 2 is underneath. Head over to the Effects and Presets panel and look for the Drop Shadow effect. Drag this onto your duplicate layer, and we're just gonna increase the distance. So you can see there's this really faded black color that's coming out from the car, but it looks exactly like the car. So this is perfect for us because we don't have to create the same shape, or at least try to create the same shape as the car. Then we want to check this box, so we just get the shadow and not the layer itself. So if I turn off the original car layer, we're just getting the shadow. But if I uncheck this and I turn off the original car layer, we're still getting the car. So just select this option, increase the softness because it is a shadow. We can also increase the opacity because in the original image, it is pretty harsh. So increase the opacity somewhere around 80%. We can also change the direction here. So once again, taking a look at the original image, we're going to choose a good size. Once you're finished, we're going to move into the same Effects and Presets panel and look for the Corner Pin option. Drag this on car 2. And now we have the option to move the shadow in a suitable position. Once again, taking a look at the original image. So over here, the light source is from this area. That's why the shadow is pretty thin. And then it gets larger as it reaches the opposite side. So we need to create the same effect. Grab the corners and just make the perfect selection. Click away once you're finished, and now we have a shadow for our car. Now I'm just going to rework with my layer placement in the 3D area. So you can just select them right here and you can just move them backwards to make it look better. Just play around with the positions. And of course, if you're moving them really back, you want to change your blur amount so that it looks better. So this red line right here is your camera. And you can tell how long it's going to take for this camera to reach this layer. So I'm just going to play around with their position until I have something I'm happy with. I'm also going to pre-compose the car layers. Now that we're done with the shadows, call this car. Make sure that you turn it into a 3D layer and we can just move it backwards. Just be sure to move the ground layer with the car, or else you will get something like this. You can also move these effects to the side, and that way you can kind of move past each one as you move forward with your camera. Now our composition is ready for the animation. In the next lesson, we're going to finish off this effect, so I will see you guys there. Welcome back to the second part of this Elements in the Sky lesson. In the previous lesson, we had this layout. We placed our images in different positions within the Z space, rotated some, and created some rotor brush layers for our statue. Now in this lesson, we're going to begin by adding some clouds within this work, making it seem more three-dimensional and more moody. So go to your project panel. I have 3 different types of cloud PNG. We're going to add them on top. Hit S, reduce their size so we can decide which cloud goes where. If you want to choose your own clouds, try to go for soft ones like this. And of course, make sure that they look realistic. All right, I'm going to call this Cloud 1, Cloud 2, and Cloud 3. Color code your layers. Gonna make these blue. Let's hide the other 2 and work with Cloud 1. Hit S on your keyboard to scale it up quite a bit and place it somewhere like this. To make it blend in with the images, you can drag this cloud and move it underneath, let's say, the top image. But to make it stay in place, we're going to repeat what we did. So hit the 3D button, go to your second view, hit P on your Cloud 1, and just move it where it needs to be. So for example, it's going to stay there by default. Using P on our keyboard, we can move it in Z space. So for example, here it's kind of cutting through one of our Polaroids. Therefore, we need to use position Z to move it further away and have it only interact with our top image, which was this one. So that's Cloud 1. Let's work with Cloud 2. I'm going to hide Cloud 1 for now, turn on Cloud 2, make it 3D, and decide where I want it to go. I think I will put it behind these images. First, let's scale it up so it covers the screen. Then use position X, Y, and Z to just place it where it needs to go. I'm going to go in a few frames, have it go here. So add to position Z. Use position Y and X to make it perfect. So now it should be behind all the other layers. There we go. But of course the top layers will remain above it. So that's pretty good. Let's leave this guy here for the third image, the third cloud. I'm going to bring it below every layer above my 3D tracker camera and repeat the process. Let's see where we can put this final cloud. Let's hide the second cloud and focus on one cloud at a time. Let's scale it up and take a look. Maybe we can have it below, somewhere in the corner, and illuminate that area. I'm going to rotate it towards me. So hit P, hit R, use orientation to kind of have it stay towards you. Then pull it back into the corner. Okay, so we have to bring it back a little so it doesn't interact with our statue. And that's looking pretty good. Let's bring in the rest of the clouds and examine how their position is relevant to all the other footage. They are looking a little flat, so we can fix that by adding some blur to those clouds. Type in blur in your effects and presets and get a pretty general blur like Gaussian blur. Add it onto your cloud. Let's go to a scene where this is happening. You could avoid this problem by using some orientation keyframes, but the blur is going to help out too. Because at some point it's going to be slim again. So for blur, I'm going to add in maybe 6. Like that. And also I can just reduce the opacity of my clouds because right now it's looking more like fog, but I want it to be a rather soft look. So 50%, and now it's not as visible as it was before. Just repeat this onto the other clouds and we should be fine. Copy Gaussian blur, paste it into the other clouds. Then hit T on the clouds and type in 50%. There we go. Now we get a softer look for the Polaroids and they're not looking as intense as they did before. We have our clouds and images. One last thing that we need to do is to create some depth of field because we can't have the thing closest to us and further away from us be in focus. So go to your 3D camera, open up camera options, and head down to the focus distance. We're going to need the 2 view again. Top view, select one of the rotor brushes. Go in maybe to a place where you have a bunch of things around. Zoom in your active camera section, and we're gonna just keep the focus on our statue. So throughout this entire thing. So enable depth of field, turn it on. We're gonna get this second box. Using focus distance, we can decide what's in focus and what's not. Let's crank up our aperture to maybe 100 pixels and our blur radius. So already you can see that this layer is blurry while the rest is in focus. This is because of the depth of field that we just applied. So I'm gonna just see if this is good. You can see that, zoom out here, that this guy is pretty blurry while the rest of them are in focus. The most important thing is that we remain focused on the statue. So play this back a bunch of times and make sure that you are pretty centered on that statue. Let's go back to one view, play this back, and see whether or not you need to work with your aperture settings. We're using aperture to bring in more light into our camera lens. And blur level is how blurry things are. Not quite happy with the clouds, so I will go back into my cloud layer, I believe this is it, and use orientation keyframes to have it face us the entire time. So I'm not looking to get this thin disk effect. Cloud 3 kind of goes out of frame, so we don't need to worry about that. But Cloud 2, we do get this disk problem. So make a keyframe for orientation, go forward until it is slowly turning into that disk. Use X orientation to kind of flip it towards yourself. And just avoid getting that disk problem. Go into cloud number 1, hit R, make a keyframe. So right around here, we're getting that disk. Flip it using orientation X. Just keep doing that until we don't get that problem. So now I have a pretty decent 3D space that I can finish off with some additional effects. So let's begin by color grading this entire thing and get more of a cinematic look. The first thing we need is an adjustment layer. Let's call this color grading. Change the color into green and add a curves adjustment. Make a point for shadows and bring that down so we create more emphasis on the Polaroids. You can see it's already looking pretty 3D. I think the highlights are good. Maybe just bring up the midtones a bit. Then you can go into one of the channels here. Got a lot of green, so let's go into green and pull them towards the magenta side. Got some red here, so go into red. Bring them towards the red side, so increase the reds. Looking pretty good. Now let's add a simple photo filter. Put it on top, bring it above your curves. And choose one of the options. I think I'm going to go with warming filter. Put it on maybe 15%. Finally, grab your selective color effect, put it onto your layers underneath your curves layer and work with these separate colors. So let's decide which colors we want to work with. First, I will go into my greens, got lots of greens. Remove from the magenta. So we can bring out some of those colors. You can add some yellows. And depending on whether you want more of a autumn look or a spring look, you would add or remove from cyan. So when I add cyan, you can see we're getting this deep green. When I remove it, we're going to get this yellowish tint. So I think I'm going to keep it to -30. Head over to neutrals. I'm going to remove those magentas. And let's add some yellow. All right, this was before, this is after. I'm going to finish this off by going into my curves layer. And perhaps we can reset it. Instead of the channels, because I already dealt with the colors, I'm just going to work with RGB and bring down those shadows. Increase those midtones. All right. It's looking pretty green. So let's grab the green and pull it down towards the midtones. And there we go. Before, after. So we're pretty much done with our effect. I can emphasize on one of the images at a time by working with my focus distant keyframes. So go into 3D camera, open up the same camera options. Make a keyframe for focus distance. Let's say I want emphasis on this video. Drag this back until you begin to see your video in focus. We're going backwards because this video is closer to our camera compared to the other layers. I'm going to increase my blur level, make a keyframe, pull it back, then increase it so I can blur out the rest of the images. Let's go forward and copy the first focus distant keyframe. So this will go back to being blurry. If you want, you can repeat this on other images too. So right at this point where we are focused on this image, I have to make the rest of my background blurry. So we're going to make a new adjustment layer. Call this Blur BG. Add this underneath your image, which I believe is this one. Add your camera lens blur to this adjustment layer, and basically we're going to blur out the entire thing. So by default it's on 5. I'm going to increase this to 10. Make a keyframe and then hit U so you can see the keyframes. Go to the beginning of your comp and type in 0. So this is going to blur things out when the camera is focusing on that image. Kind of hard to render. Let me go to 3rd so things load up faster. We're now focused on this image. Afterwards, we have to make things normal again. So maybe at this point, we can reduce this down to 0. So essentially, things will be blurry. We're going to focus on this one video. When it's moving out of our focus, we get to go back to whatever layout we had for our clips. Just missed one of the keyframes here. Gonna increase the cloud orientation to avoid getting that. Now, it would help if you had a 3D model of a cloud, so you don't have to worry about the orientation. But because we didn't have it, we just have to create those orientation keyframes so that we can avoid that flat look. So now we're done with our effect. It was pretty easy to do because of our 3D tracker camera. This type of camera is pretty helpful when you got a 3D space like this and you want to add some elements to it. I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and I will see you in the next one. Welcome back to the second part of this video. Let's continue by finishing the effect. You could leave the videos as they are, but I'm just going to add a simple effect to the final video. This is of course optional. You could leave the video as it is, but I will just go to the effects and presets and look for an effect called Find Edges. Let's Ctrl-Shift-D. Add Find Edges to the top video. It's going to make it look a little weird. Invert the option, and now you can see we're getting this really cool neon effect, which we can of course play around and make it look better. Open up this blend with original, and you can just increase it to get a kind of a watercolor look. So you can work with how intense this effect is. I will leave mine at 0. I like the way it looks. Look for glow in the effects and presets and add it directly onto this second half. We can work with the radius. I will make mine more shiny. Work with the intensity. I think that looks good. And now our rapper is in this really cool neon display, and he can continue singing for the rest of the video. I'm going to Ctrl-Shift-D this clip one more time. Then remove the Find Edges and Glow so it goes back to normal. The verse is finished. Now we have a really awkward transition from our first video onto the second one. And I'm just going to add a really simple position keyframe to make this a little better. You can of course leave it be like this. Depends on your preference. So for this position transition, just go back before this neon video shows up. Hit P on your video. Add a keyframe and another one at the end. In between this keyframe, we're just gonna move this guy down like this. Be sure to have motion blur turned on, and this will give us like a speed blur effect. You can see there's like a jump before it turns into this glowy video. This can make it look better. Easy use those keyframes. And do the same thing for the other side. You can choose another direction. Just go to your final video. Hit P on your keyboard. Make a keyframe. So over here we had 6 frames. Hold down Command and use your right arrow keys. That's Control and right arrow key on Windows. Count 6 frames. And make another keyframe. Now in between these two, we're going to once again have the position change. I think I'll go for the right side. And now it's going to jump towards the right. Be sure to turn on motion blur. And now we get this effect. If the effect is too slow for you, you can always grab these keyframes, hold down Alt or Option, and kind of squeeze them in. So this will be faster and more natural. Easy as those keyframes, and now we have our second transition. So now we have our transitions in place. I'm just going to add another effect to my freeze frames, just to make them look more 3D. So go to the effects and presets, type in drop shadow, and add this effect onto your freeze frames that was red in the first example and yellow in the second example. Drag this onto your, let's unlock it first. Drag it onto your first freeze frame and find the frame, then increase the distance. You can choose the direction of the shadow. I think I'll go with this side. Be sure to soften that out. And now we get something like this. You can increase or decrease the opacity with this slider. So this is without the shadow, this is with the shadow. It's just going to make it look a little bit more 3D. So if you want, you can add it in. Now once we play this back, it's going to move with our subject as it makes its way on top of the first video. Now we can just copy this drop shadow effect and paste it onto our second freeze frame. So Control C in the first frame, select the second video, Control V or Command V. So now we get a shadow effect as this guy shows up. Just to make this more like a music video, I will add a simple text on the empty space here. This is of course optional. Grab the text tool and write whatever you want. And make another text. Select both of the texts, Control-Shift-D to get rid of the extra bits. Move them below the camera. And offset the song so that rap shows up first. Get a little empty space before that. So we get rap song. And then we slowly zoom out onto our first transition. Now because we have a 3D camera, we can place these text inside as well. So grab your camera layer. Let's go back to view. Grab your text layers. Let's first center the anchor point by holding down Command or Control and double clicking on this tool right here. Then we're just going to turn these two text layers into 3D. So this is our background video right now. We just need to hit S and lower the size. Then hit P and position it where it needs to be. Remember that this is our video, so you don't want to go past this or else the text will be hidden behind the video. Just gonna place it right here. So we get rap song, and as it moves back, it's gonna move back with all the other things. Let's do the same thing with the other text. Let's see, 69 for scale, so we need to do the same thing for the second text. Hit S, type in 69, then use P to position the second text. It's a little too large. Let's make it smaller and place it right here. So now we get these texts showing up as we make our way. Just grab the two text layers and bring it underneath our freeze frame, which is down here, underneath video number 2. So when the freeze frame shows up, it does not stay that way. As you can see, our song text is getting really small. We could add a keyframe for this one, make a keyframe at the start, and at the end of this text, use position Z to kind of make it larger. So it doesn't get that small. We can also match the beginning of these two texts with when this transition is happening. There we go. Drag this guy here, Control-Shift-D on both of these texts. And now it's time to add the same blur effect that we added to all the other freeze frames onto this text on one of them. Then make a keyframe for 0 blurriness. Near the end, add the same amount for 60. Now copy this Gaussian blur, Command C or Control C, then go to the second text and hit Command V. Hit U on your text and just increase the length, then easy ease those keyframes. So now as we make our way backwards, we're kind of blurring out these with the rest of the video. So now we have completely decorated our composition. You can of course go ahead and add more color grading, more effects, and just be creative with the way that your video looks. So this is the end of our lesson. We made this really cool music video transition. I hope to see you guys in the next lesson where we will make more 3D effects on this program. I'll see you guys there. In today's video, we're going to transform a flat image into a 3D motion. So let's get started. Before we get started in the animation, we first need to isolate each element in Photoshop. If you don't know how to use Photoshop or don't have the program, you can just go ahead and download the project from the resource pack. Import your image into Photoshop and unlock the background layer. Now we're going to hold down Command J to duplicate this photo. You can go ahead and name this. This will help you stay more organized as we progress with the isolation. We're going to zoom into our image so that we can see all those edges. Hold down Alt or Option and then scroll in or out to either zoom in or zoom out. And it goes exactly where your cursor is on. So just zoom in enough so that you can see your car. Then hold down the spacebar to move the canvas right where it needs to be. Now select the Quick Selection tool and then choose this option. This is going to choose the subject of the image, which in our case is the car. But as you can see, we ended up getting a bit of the building and the trees. So now let's switch to the minus option and remove the extra areas. You can use your left and right bracket keys on your keyboard to either increase the size of the brush or decrease it. Now just click on these extra areas and Photoshop will analyze the edges. And this way we can make sure that we're just getting the car and nothing else. You can switch back to the plus by holding down Shift. Just need to lower the size here and then bring back this area of the car. Once we have a good selection, we can go ahead and make this perfect by hitting Q on our keyboard. Now there's this red overlay on the areas where we did not select, and the areas that are visible are what we are selecting at the moment. We're going to use our brush, so hit B on your keyboard. Make sure that you are on black and white. Now we can zoom in on those areas that we missed and remove them with the brush. So white is going to bring in and black is going to remove. You can hit X to switch between black and white. And this way we can make sure that every part of the car is selected. Once you're finished, you can hit Q again to go back to the marching ant selection. Now we're just going to hit this mask icon down here. And if we hide the original photo, you can see that we just have the car. So we're going to repeat this for all the other elements. You can duplicate the original again. Background elements. Before we separate the elements, we're just going to remove the car from this layer. So just hide your mask layer for now. And on this background elements, we're going to zoom in and basically clone the side so that we don't have the car in the picture. Hit S on your keyboard to grab the clone tool. Hold down Option to sample an area. Make sure that you have a little bit of feathering on the edges. Then hold down Alt or Option to sample and begin copying the wall over the car. You can resample by holding down Alt or Option again. And just keep on doing this until you don't have the car in the image anymore. If you saw that your edges are too harsh, you can always just right click and reduce the hardness. This will give us a softer look and it will make it look as if the car was never in the picture. Once you're finished, you should be left with something like this. And don't worry about these repeated patterns. We're going to blur these out in a minute, but before that, we need to mix these two shades that resulted because we had shadow here and highlights here. So grab your mixer brush tool, choose the moist light mix option, and keep the following settings. As for color, we're just going to click on that box once and choose something neutral that is not exactly this color or the darker color. Hit OK once you're finished. Then right-click and choose your brush size and its hardness. Now let's start blending in these two colors. Once we have something like this, we're going to blur out those repeated patterns to get a smoother result. Duplicate this background elements layer by holding down Command J or Control J if you're on Windows. Let's call this blur. Now go to Filter, Blur, Gaussian Blur, and add enough blur so that we don't see those repeated patterns. Somewhere around 16 pixels. Hit OK once you're finished, and now we need to mask out the areas that didn't really have those repeated patterns. So I'm just going to use the brush. Select the blur layer, hold down Alt or Option, and press this mask button. Now using the brush, you can introduce some blur to the areas that need it. You can also use the pen tool, but I'm just going to go in with the brush since I will have more control over those areas. Make sure that you choose soft round. That way we will get a better result. And start painting over the areas in which you use the clone tool. Once you're finished, we're just going to reduce the fill to about 20 or 30%. So now we're just going to get a really light blur on those areas, and that way we can make the repeated patterns effect less visible. Now we have our car layer and our background. Let's go ahead and merge the blur and the background elements layer. Select them both, right-click, and choose Merge Layers. So now we just have one layer that does not include the car sections. We're going to create a shadow later, so don't worry about the absence of the shadow. It'll be easier to create it in After Effects. Now let's hide both of these layers. I'm just going to call this background elements one more time. Once we have this, we're going to duplicate the background elements layer and turn off the original. Rename this duplicate into sky, and we're just going to select the sky by going to Select, Sky. Photoshop is going to analyze the image, and it will give us a pretty clean selection. Of course, we can zoom in and remove or add to the selection. Hold down Shift to add to a selection and Alt or Option to remove from a selection. You can also hold down the space bar to move the canvas around, and just keep doing this until you have selected the sky and not the building. Once you're done, we're going to hold down Alt or Option and then press on the mask icon. This is going to keep everything but the selection that we just made. So if we turn off original, you can see that we just have the building and the sky is gone. Once I'm happy with the selection, I can just go ahead and delete background elements and instead duplicate sky. One more time, rename this one ground. Now let's hide all of the layers except ground. Go on the ground layer, right-click on the mask, and hit Apply Layer Mask. Now we can just grab the Quick Selection tool and choose this ledge right here. Be sure to zoom in and remove any areas that just don't belong there. You can also hit Q and use your brush. Hit Q again. And we're just going to expand this selection so that we have the ground but not those background elements. Once we're done, we're going to hit the mask icon again. So now we just have the ground and nothing else. Now duplicate the ground layer and name this background elements. On the mask layer, we're going to hold down Command and hit I on our keyboard. That's Control I if you're on Windows. This is going to invert our selection. So if we hide the ground layer, we have the building. So right now we have all these layers, starting with the original, which we're going to use for later, the sky, the ground, background elements, and of course the car. We were successfully able to isolate these elements using Photoshop. Now in the next lesson, we're going to continue with the animation of this effect. So we're just going to save this project and then import it later in the second part of this lesson. I'll see you guys there. In this video, we're going to see how we can create this sky flip effect using After Effects. So let's get started. First, we're going to create a composition that's suitable for this effect. Go ahead right here, press this button, and choose a name for your composition. Once you're done, it's now time to choose the dimension of our composition. Right over here, we want to make sure that our aspect ratio is 9:16 and not a landscape shot. So we're going for a vertical video rather than a horizontal one. Here you can adjust your width and height. If you lock the aspect ratio, you can adjust it, and that way you can get the perfect number. I'm going to type in 720 for my width and then hit OK. So now I have my composition. Let's go ahead and import our videos. Double click in the project panel and import your videos. Once you have your videos, we can go ahead and bring it into our composition. But before we do that, let's see what type of videos we need for this effect to work. So both of these videos are drone shots, meaning that they're moving and it's not quite stable. But the most important thing is the sky. Notice how there aren't any clouds or different colors, and we just have a very bright blue. The same thing is happening in our second video. As you can see, we have the grass and all, but the sky is pretty bright, no clouds in sight. And the thing that the skies have in common are the highlights. So they're both really bright, and that way we will have an easier time blending them in. Now let's drag the first video onto our sky flip composition. You can hit S on that video to scale it down and make sure that it's suitable for your screen. You can also use the Align tab right here to make sure that the video is centered. If you're not seeing the Align tab, you can go to Window and make sure that this is selected. Once we have our first video, we can go ahead and rename it by right-clicking and then typing in something else. This way it will be more organized and you can have an easier time telling which video is which. Once we have this, we're going to drag our second video on top of the first one. Hit S on your video, making sure that it fits your composition. Then we're going to right-click on our video, go to Transform, and flip it vertically. This way we're going to have both of the videos opposite from each other. Rename this video as well. And now what we're going to do is hit P on our grass video and use the position Y to move it upwards and out of frame. We're only going to leave a little bit of the sky, so no trees or anything else, we just want the sky. Then we're going to select the video, go to the rectangle tool so we can mask out the first bit of our sky. Drag a big rectangle, then invert the mask so that we get the rest of the video, but just not this tiny section. Open up your mask and then increase the feather. Now we have blended in those two skies using this simple mask. Let's zoom in and see whether or not the skies are matching. I'm going to click away right here. Hold down space to move around my video. If you saw that the second sky is a bit darker or brighter, you can just go into the effects panel right here and type in Lumetri color. Drag it onto that video. Then you can use the basic correction to either increase the highlight or decrease the highlight. The highlight is targeting the sky, so just leave all the other options as default. We can zoom out once we're finished, and now it's time to keyframe the position. I'm just going to drag my Sahara video and match the length to my grass video. Let's zoom in. Now select both of your videos and then hit R on your keyboard. This is going to open the rotation properties. and now we can go ahead and start the rotation of these two videos. First, make a keyframe on both clips and move them forward in time. This way we're going to get a little bit of our Sahara video before turning into our second grass video. We're also going to select both videos, hit P, and make a keyframe. Once we've done that, hit U on both of these videos, and then move in forward. Grab the Sahara video or the video that's currently visible, and then go to the rotation section and type in 90 degrees. Now our video is looking like this. We just need to move it a bit towards the left so that we can see the sky of our second video. So use position right here, grab the X slide and move it towards the left. We're kind of creating a half and half situation for the first video and the second video. So now let's go to the second video. Again, type in 90 for rotation and then use position X and Y to bring it down, making sure that our subjects are in frame, and then using position X to move this backwards. So currently we're mixing the two skies, and now we have created 4 keyframes for position and rotation. Once again, we're going to move in forward. Go to our Sahara video and type in 180 degrees for rotation and 180 for our second video. Now use the position value to move it towards the center so we can see our two subjects, and then downward so that we get a little bit of our Sahara sky. Move the Sahara video upwards until we have the mutual sky as we did before. So now essentially what's happening is that we are slowly rotating these two videos until we are landing on our second clip. We can also go to our Sahara video, the last keyframe for position, and move the Y value all the way up so that we're not seeing the sand and we're just seeing the sky. Similar to what was happening in the beginning. So now we get something like this. And then we get the shot of our couple. Select all of these keyframes and hit F9 on your keyboard. That way we're going to easy ease those keyframes. Basically, instead of a really sharp and rough transition, we're going to get something rather more smooth. You can see the curves right here. This way we're going to get a natural result. So make sure that you easy ease your keyframes. Let's take a look. So right now we have the transitions, but it's a bit too fast. So once again, select all of your keyframes, hold down Alt on Windows or Option on Mac, and then drag the last keyframe to kind of stretch out the position. Remember that the longer the space between two keyframes, the slower the effect. And if they are closer together, you're going to get a fast effect. So we want something really slow and smooth. And that's why we need to increase the space between these two keyframes. Once we have this, we're going to pre-compose both of these videos. Right-click and hit pre-compose. I type in base right here. Now we can go ahead and add any other color grading or filters on top of this composition. I'm going to create a new adjustment layer. Go to Lumetri Color and place it right on top of the adjustment layer. Go to Basic Correction, and I'm just going to create a night to day effect by using the Lumetri Color. You can go ahead and skip this step if you want it to be as it was, but I'm just going to go into the Basic Correction, reduce the exposure, remove from the temperature to get something colder, and just work with the sliders until I have something I'm happy with. Once I'm done with my adjustments, I will go into my adjustment layer. Let's just rename this layer. Hit T on this adjustment layer, add a keyframe, move it forward, and find out exactly when this flip effect is happening. Right over here, I'm going to slowly fade out this adjustment layer. So let's move in a little bit more and turn the opacity to 0. So essentially it's going to be dark here and slowly we are moved towards the morning. I'm going to move my keyframes so that the transition happens exactly where I want it to happen. Be sure to easy ease these keyframes by hitting F9 on your keyboard. You can always adjust the shortcuts in After Effects. So if F9 is a bit too complicated, you can always go to Edit, Keyboard Shortcuts, and choose any other key for these easy ease effects. So type in easy ease and then select this, choose whichever key that you want. So for me, I chose Command X. You can go with Command Y or anything else. Hit OK once you're finished, and now you have customized your easy ease settings. And now we can go ahead and add a 3D camera so that we can choose exactly how we're moving through this sky flip. So go to Layer, New, and choose the camera section. Sky flip camera. Then hit OK. Once we've got that, we've got to add these 3D buttons for both of these layers. Because cameras do not work on 2D layers, so that's why we need to add this button for all of the layers that are within the composition. Once we have converted the 2D layers into 3D, we're going to grab our camera layer, hit P, add a keyframe, move it forward. Then we're going to slowly zoom in towards our couple using the position Z. So drag this and move it towards the couple. And now we're finished with the effect. Let's finish off this effect with some animation in our camera. Let's select the layer and hit P on our keyboard. I will make a keyframe for the beginning, and then right when the smoke effect finishes, I will go all the way in using position Z and end up exactly where I want the final scene to be. So I want it to be around the building. You can also use position X to kind of flip around and make this look better. Something like this, and be sure to create a keyframe for any other options that you changed. So I used one for point of interest. At the beginning, I need to just choose another location so that we can see the effect happen in real time. So essentially, we're moving in towards a certain point in a really cool way. Let's select all of our keyframes and easy ease them using the shortcut that you chose. By default, it should be F9, but you can just change it to anything you want in the Edit section. Now that I have this, I can go back into the layers and just work with the blur amount. So the sky, I will have to increase the blur radius, but as we get closer to it, we want to lower the blur amount. So instead of 26, let's go with 10. So now we have 2 keyframes for our blur effect. The same thing applies to our background elements. I'm going to put in 5 for this area, and at the beginning it will be 20. So it will be quite blurry at the start, and then as we get closer to it, it's going to be more in focus. Gonna go over here and hit Command-Shift-D or Control-Shift-D to cut everything from this point on and delete the extra bits. Then we can hit Command-A or Control-A to pre-compose all of the layers. Call it 3D image. And over here, because we're getting these black lines, I'm just going to hit S and zoom in towards our work. So at the start, we see everything and we don't get those black lines. Be sure to move forward and make sure that we don't get lines anywhere else. Going back to this, I will just move the smoke video a little bit towards the side. I'm going to hit S and just kind of stretch it. And since we did move forward, we also need to blur our car. So just go back here, type blur. Get the exact same blur effect and put it onto your car composition. So over here, it's pretty in focus, but once we move forward, let's take a look at the keyframes for our background element. Hit U. And over here, we want to make the car blurry because now the camera is focused on the building. So let's go to the car effect and increase the amount to 25. Turn on the stopwatch and then go at the beginning, type in 0. You can also do the same thing for the smoke effect. Then just easy ease all of the keyframes. Select everything, hit U to reveal the keyframes, and just hit F9 on all of them. And now we're left with this 3D effect. In today's video, we're going to learn how to do the popular dolly zoom using After Effects. This effect is also called vertigo zoom, and it's pretty cool because it creates this illusion as if we are stretching the sides of our video and at the same time zooming in towards our subject. So let's get started. I have two videos for this lesson. One is a video that has a subject, and we essentially have a drone shot where the drone just moves away from the subject, revealing this big landscape. On the second video, we don't have a subject, and instead we're zooming out from this building. Both of these shots are stable, meaning that it's not handheld and we're not shaking that much. Another important thing about this effect is that you're going to need zoom shots, meaning that you should either be zooming in towards the subject or zooming out from your subject. If you have a stable shot where the camera isn't moving at all, then you cannot create this effect. So let's start with the easier one, which is our subject. I'm going to drag it into the composition button and just show my video. So the drone movement starts from here. I'm going to hold down Command-Shift-D, Control-Shift-D on Windows to get rid of the first part. And basically we want the start of the video and the end of the video to be moving shots. 6 seconds, I'm going to hold down Control-Shift-D or Command-Shift-D. Delete the rest, and we're not looking for any stops in this movement. So if your camera pauses for a second, then you need to get rid of that bit. Hit N on your keyboard to trim the work area. Go to Composition, Trim Comp to Work Area. So now I only have 6 seconds of my clip. I'm going to rename this to Base. And now we're going to look at the direction of our zoom. So we're zoomed in towards our subject and then we move out. The thing that we need to do in After Effects is to do the exact opposite. So hit S on your video, make a keyframe, and instead of zooming out like we did right here, we need to zoom in. So 100% for the first keyframe, and at the last frame of your video, you want to zoom in by maybe 150%. Not too much because you're going to reduce the quality of your video. So I guess 150 will do. Now let's go back and have a look. I'm going to bring this down to third. And as you can see, it looks like we're stretching out the sides of our video. And our subject is still there. If your subject moves away to the side, let's say your camera wasn't moving directly from your subject, and at the end of your frame, your subject ends up here, you can use the position keyframes to center your subject at all times. Hit P on your keyboard, turn on the title action save. So make sure that your subject is on this cross that is right at the center. Create a keyframe. Create a keyframe, go to the end of your video. And for me, it is pretty centered, but if it wasn't, you can just kind of move it towards the side and center your subject. So this way, we're going to be focused on the subject at all times and then allow this zoom effect to happen. Now, the slower your video is, the harder it is to notice this effect. So you could simply right click on your video, go to time stretch, and choose maybe 50 to speed up the video. I'm gonna hit N on my last frame. And as you can see, the effect is a lot more visible when the video speeds up. So I have this effect right now. You could go ahead and add a motion blur effect. CC Force motion blur, add it directly on your clip. And this is going to make the movement smoother because it's going to be blurring out the video when there's motion, similar to turning on motion blur. So this was our original clip. You can see it's just moving back. But this is our dolly zoom effect. It was pretty easy to do. It only took a few keyframes, and this is a great way to show your travel videos or any other video on social media. Just an additional thing you can do with this is to duplicate it. Right click, time reverse layer, and match the end of this top layer with the end of your first layer. Let's zoom in here, make sure that they're matching. So the reason why we did this is that this is going to loop. So it's going to zoom out, then it's going to go back in. This is a nice and simple loop effect you can create with the dolly zoom. Now let's take a look at the other effect. Gonna grab our second video, drag it into here to make a composition. And over here we have another zoom out drone shot. But this time it's on a subject that is not exactly at the center and it's not a person. So I'm going to comb through my footage and find out exactly where we start to move out. Get rid of that first half when there's a pause. I'm also going to speed up this video because it is a little slow. Time stretch. I'm gonna go for 20. So I'm gonna speed this up quite a lot. Go back to my composition. Hit N on your keyboard on the last frame, then trim comp to work area or Command Shift X, Control Shift X on Windows. There we go. Let's rename this layer. Hit S on our keyboard, make a keyframe, go to the last frame and zoom in by 160. There we go. And already we have that dolly zoom effect. As you can see, it's like the mountains are stretching out and it looks pretty awesome. Now at some point the drone does move towards the side. As you can see, I'm going to cut the bit where that happens, trim my composition again, and now this is looking a lot better. If your camera does shake like that, be sure to remove it because it's going to ruin this effect. Once we have this, I'm going to have to use some position keyframes to center my subject. I'm going to go to the first keyframe on scale and instead of 100, zoom into like 110. So I have some space to move my video around. We still have the effect. And I'm going to make another keyframe here because we trimmed our workspace 160. There we go. So we still have this going on, pretty good. Hit P on your keyboard, and at the start of your frame, you may want to maybe use position X to bring the castle somewhat close to the cross that is at the center of our screen because we have title action save turned on. I'm going to use position Y. There's my X right now. Just trying to bring it a little closer. It doesn't have to be perfect. Make a keyframe. Hit S, go to the last keyframe. Then U. So now we have this effect. It's stretching out the edges while the castle is intact. Now you could leave it be here, but I'm going to do something else. Go to my first scale keyframe and add more than 110%. So maybe 128 near the end. We have 160. I'm going to go with like 180. So we're just adding to the elements here. And this will give us more of a zoom effect. So you can see, looking pretty good. We just have to change our positions as well. So first we want to be here. This is our current keyframe, so we have to move it this way so we get our castle. Now when we play this back, we're going to get more of a zoom. And therefore using position can help you get this effect, especially when your subject is not perfectly in the center. You can change the direction towards the left, the right, or upwards. It's really in your hands. And to make this effect more visible, we're going to use what we did for the previous example, which is to first pre-compose this, call this base 1. Hit Command K. Let's see, we got 6 seconds. Command K. Gonna make this, just duplicate the amount, so 16 and 12. Remove the 0. So we've just duplicated the amount here, and I'm going to duplicate this base. Command D, right click, time, reverse layer, and just place it right at the end. Make sure that it's nicely aligned. There we go. All right, so we have this really nice loop effect one more time. And like we said, the faster your video is, the more visible this will look. So once you got this, we're going to right click, pre-compose, call it final, and just speed up this entire composition. Time stretch, let's try 40. Gonna hit N on the last frame. And you can see that the effect is a lot more visible and it's looking pretty nice. You can see it just loops back. Make sure that you do close your workspace so you can view the loop. Especially if you're going to put this on Instagram, you want to make sure that your loop is pretty clean, or else it's going to look a little odd. So this was how you can do the dolly zoom effect. In the next lesson, we're going to put them together in a montage. Now let's continue with the camera movement of our 3D composition. I'm just going to bring the smoke composition in between one of my layers, so right after the pumpkin. I want the smoke to show up. And now it's time to cut the extra bits of our layers. So Command A or Control A, and then hit Control Shift D. Delete the extra bits to close in your work area. Now let's change our view from this one into 2 view. Down here you should see this drop down menu. Instead of 1, hit 2. Now you're going to see something like this. So head over to View in the menu bar. Then come down to the Switch 3D View, and then choose Top over here. Now you should be able to see something like this. So basically what's happening here is that we have our camera and all of these layers are laid flat on this one line. So because I want the camera to start from the pumpkin, I needed to go back towards the bottom of my composition. So hit P on your camera and then use position Z, which is the last one, to bring this guy backwards and all the way at the bottom of your composition. You can see that our photos are getting smaller, and that way we can create this slow motion 3D composition effect. You could go all the way to the end. I will stick with this area. And now we can go ahead and list out all of these layers and position them across this empty space. So let's start with the thing that will show up first, and that is the pumpkin. So hit P on your pumpkin, use position Z to bring it closer to the camera. And then use the second pumpkin to bring it a little bit further from the first pumpkin. Somewhere around here, so there's a little space between these two. If you saw that there isn't enough space, you can always move your camera back and create more space. Let's grab our smoke, hit P, and move it right in between the rest of the layers and our second pumpkin. Keep doing this until you have a nice distribution of your layers. So I did something like this for my composition. Just hit S on your background image and increase the size so that it fills your screen. Do the same thing for the smoke layer. So hit S and allow it to fill up the entire screen. This will not affect the position, so feel free to scale anything that you feel like it's a bit too small. And grab the text and hit S. So now we have the layers planned out perfectly, and if we use the Orbit Around tool, you can see the space that we created between all of these elements. There is the pumpkin, the smoke, the leaves, and our photo. So once you have this, it's now time to move the camera slowly into our background, the background image. But before we do that, we need to increase the aperture for our camera because right now everything is in focus and it's kind of making the composition look flat. Just going to move the pumpkin down. There we go. Now go to your camera layer, open up the properties, head down to the camera options and find aperture. Now instead of 17, we want to increase this quite a lot. So just go in like this. And now you can see that the stuff in the background have already blurred out. So you can really go far with this. Just see how much works for you. I think I'll stick with this number. Come down to the iris shape. Right now we're getting fast rectangle and I'm sure you can see that these are quite sharp. So instead of this, we want to get a more natural look. Click this drop down button and instead of fast rectangle, go for maybe an octagon. And this will make it look similar to a real camera. Once we have changed the iris shape and it's looking good, we're going to change the amount for the focus distance. I will stick with this number. Hit P on your camera layer, create a keyframe at the start, move in around this much because we need a little bit of space to show our text and maybe tell the date of our Halloween party and so on forth. So right over here, I'm going to use position Z and just bring it forward. You can see over here how close your camera is getting to the last layer. So keep on going until you move past your final layer. So now we have zoomed in into our image. At the same time, I will grab our text, make a keyframe for scale, move it forward, matching it with the first keyframe we made for the camera. Then around the same time that the camera reaches the background image, we're going to scale it outwards so that we can read it even after it shows up. There we go. Happy Halloween. Be sure to easy ease those keyframes. Grab them all. You can right click here. Go to Keyframe Assistant and hit Easy Ease or F9 on your keyboard. So now we're going to get a really slow motion across all of our layers and finally into our image and our text that says Happy Halloween. Now at the start of the scale, I want to increase the text so that as we get closer to the subject, the text is also becoming smaller and it's in focus for us to read. This is optional, you can leave it as it was, but I just want to add this in. You can go ahead and color grade this composition, maybe add a few overlays, make it the way you want it, perhaps add some additional text for the location of this party, the time and all that. And this way you can advertise your parties in a more creative way rather than just putting a poster on your social media. That was it for this lesson. I hope you guys enjoyed it and that you were able to follow along. And I hope to see you guys in the next lesson. Let's see how we can create this really simple 3D composition using After Effects. This effect is suitable for social media posts. Maybe you want to invite someone to your birthday. So instead of putting a regular poster, you can use this effect to make things look a lot cooler and more engaging. So first, let's go ahead and import our footage. Once you have imported your footage, we're going to create a composition from our background image. So just grab it from the project window and put it onto the composition button. And now everything is created based on our photo. So we have this Halloween style image, and I will use this as an invitation to my Halloween party. So instead of just writing a text, Happy Halloween, I want to make it look really cool. So apart from our image, we have a lot of PNG files that we will just place on top to decorate it and give it a 3D effect. Before I bring in these images, I want to add my text. So grab the text tool and write in whatever you want. I will just write Happy Halloween. Command A or Control A to select the text and just work with these settings. Use the character and paragraph window to make the text exactly how you want it to be. If you're not seeing these two windows, you can just bring them in by going over here and checking the boxes. Make mine a little bigger. And then I can use the Align tab to align it vertically on my photo. Hold down Command and double click on the anchor point tool so that the anchor point is in the center instead of the corner. So you can choose a font that is suitable for you. I will just stick with this basic font, but you can go for a more creative font. Now I will just select my text, duplicate it, grab the one underneath, and change the color from white into something related to Halloween. Let's grab the eyedropper tool and select this dark orange that's on the pumpkin. Hit P on this layer, the one underneath the text, and move it down using position Y and a little bit towards the right using position Z. So now you can see we have this outline that can give it a nice 3D effect. Zoom in and adjust the way it looks. Now I will just pre-compose both of these texts because I'm finished with the styling. Right-click, pre-compose, let's call this text. And now we have this layer. Double-click on your text composition and then hit this region of interest button and make a selection around the text. Because we have nothing going on here, we don't need our composition to be this long. Then go to Composition, Crop Comp to Region of Interest. So now this is how large our composition is. When we go back to our original work, we only have the text and not this empty area. I'm going to use the Align tab to put it in the center. And because we're going to use a 3D camera, I can actually show the text first and then the image. So for now, let's place it at the center and decorate our composition with all the PNGs that we have. So I have a smoke effect that I will just place in front of my text. Hit S on your keyboard to increase the size. Bring it down, duplicate it so we can put some up there. Right click, flip vertical, then bring this guy right above. So now we have something like this. Add a little bit of mystery to the composition. It is Halloween after all. I'm also going to right click on the second duplicate, go to transform and flip horizontal. This way they will not look identical. And at the same time, I'm going to reverse the duplicate. So right click, go to time and time reverse layer. So while the first smoke is going this way, the second smoke will be having opposite movements, as you can see. Now let's select both of these smoke layers, right click and pre-compose. Change the mode from normal to screen. And now we got ourselves some mysterious smoke, perfect for our Halloween video. Now let's decorate our composition with the PNGs that we have in our project panel. First, I will bring in the pumpkin, drag it right above, Hit S to make it larger. And place it somewhere in the corner so we can start from the pumpkin and then make our way to all the other elements. Once we have our pumpkin, I will just duplicate this, then move it to the other side. So we have something like this. Because it's a composition, it's really in your hand how this whole thing looks. So be creative with the placement and the size until you get something you're happy with. Just be sure that your sizes don't look that identical. So if your first image is this large, you want to make the second one either larger or smaller. Try to avoid identical sizes or positions, and that way you can make your composition look better. Now let's bring in our next element, which will be the leaves. Got two types of leaves in the project. We got our leaf right here, which we can just hit R to rotate, give it a more natural position. Place it behind our pumpkins. Do one here, duplicate, and flip it around so it looks different. And once again, use the scale to change the size. So if it's larger, it means that it will be closer to the camera. And we can just make it this big and rotate it once again. And now we have these leaves. I will duplicate it one more time, but make it really small. Let's hit R again and flip it the other way. Let's put this guy up here. Because I want each of these leaves on a different position, I will not be pre-composing them. But if you want all of them to show up at the same time, you can go ahead and right-click, then pre-compose all of your leaf layers. Now just decorate with the rest of the elements. We have another type of leaf, which will be behind the pumpkins, because these are the first things that show up. I also have some butterflies in the project. Now keep in mind that the closer you're getting to the subject, the smaller these elements need to be. So the pumpkin is the largest, then is these leaves, then the other set, and then it will be the butterfly. So the scale of these elements are really important. Make sure that you make the scale relevant to the distance that they have from the camera. I'm going to put a butterfly here, get another butterfly, and just put it somewhere like this. I'm going to select them all and hit U so I can close them, get a more organized workspace. Now it's time to create our camera so we can move from different elements onto the main text. So go to Layer, New, and choose the camera option. Choose a preset for your camera. I will go with 35mm. Then be sure to enable this option. And this is going to allow us to get those depth of field which will blur out certain objects at a time. Because we created distance, we definitely want to turn this on. Hit OK, and you can see we're getting a warning because our layers are not 3D yet. So before we move, we have to turn our layers into 3D. So hit toggle switches and modes, and then turn on this button for every layer. I'm just going to select everything by clicking once, holding down Shift, and then clicking the last item, then pressing this once, and now we get all of these handles which are meant for 3D objects. So this is it for the first part of this lesson. We have positioned everything where they need to be, and in the next lesson we're going to use the camera to slowly pan from the closest object, which is the pumpkin, to the final object, which is the text and our model. So I'll see you guys in the next lesson. In the previous lesson, we laid out our images, we gave each one a certain style, and now we're going to finish it off with the camera movement and a little bit more decor on the images. So these images are placed on top of each other, but as you can see, there is no shadow on each of them, and therefore the entire thing looks really flat instead of 3D. So what we're going to do is to head over to our effects and presets, look for drop shadow, and add it onto our first image. There we go. Let's zoom in and see how it goes. I'm going to change the resolution to full. I'm going to go with like 26. Let's go for 30. You don't want it to be too much because there isn't that much distance between the table and the picture. So I think 30 will do nicely. We get this really thin line. And be sure to increase the softness. There we go. So I added 30 for 29 for softness, and 30 for distance. Now we get this really thin shadow for our first image. 40 for softness, and I will reduce the opacity to like 30. Don't want it to be too dark. Put a really subtle shadow on our images. There we are. So instead of it looking flat like this, we added this drop shadow, and this will make it look as if the image is actually on the table, and because of our spotlight, it's casting a shadow on the table. Let's go back to fit, turn this back to third, and like we said, because we're starting from here, the spotlight will have to go from here to the other side. So because it's over here, we want to make sure that the shadows are on the opposite end. So we have to do that for all of the images. The shadow will be casted on the opposite end from where the light source is. Go to the image that had the drop shadow, Command-C. Grab the rest of your images, except the table background. Use Command-V to paste it, and now all of our images have that drop shadow. You may want to go into each one and work with the direction. Like this guy needs to be more towards the lower side, so I would have to grab my drop shadow and bring it lower compared to the rest of the images. So now we're ready to actually animate our camera movement. I'm going to bring back our spotlight, and now I'm just going to go back in here, type in feather in the search bar. I think I'll reduce the feather a bit. Let's try 46. So now what we're going to do is to start working with our camera and the spotlight layer. I'm going to color code the rest of these so we know which layers we're working with. So the green layers are what's going to create that detective 3D movement. The rest of these guys are going to stay in place. So I'm just going to lock everything that's not green. So now we're ready to animate our camera movement. Before that, I'm just going to change the position of my spotlight. So just open it up right here, go to transform, and we're just going to change the point of interest, drag it like this towards the middle of our work, like so. And then we're just going to grab position Z and just pull this guy back. So it goes past our frame, and we get this dim effect around the edges. There we go. We're going to work with the camera even more later on, but for now, this is a good place to start. At the same time, we're going to change our camera's focal distance, which first we'll need to change our view into 4-view, and we're currently looking at the top, front, right, and active camera. So the active camera is the final thing that we will see as the viewer, but the rest are just the camera and the layers at a different angle. So we're seeing it from the right side. These guys are all of our layers, and the green that you see is the spotlight. This circular thing is a spotlight. I'm going to change the camera's color into a different one so we can tell the difference. Think I'll go with the yellow. So now yellow is our camera, green is our light, and these orange purple things are the flat layers. Select your camera layer and type in focus distance. You want to increase this, so I think by default it may be something like this, but we just want to bring it back to something like this. So we create this space. And now we're going to begin with the transformations for our camera. Now it depends on how you want this camera to go over your detective table. Maybe you want it to show up from below and then pan over the table. Maybe you want it from the left side or the right side. The direction is really up to you, but the setup is the same until this point. Now it's going to be different when we open up the camera. With hit R to open up the rotations. We're going to create a keyframe for all three. Then hit P and do the same thing. Once you hit U, you're going to bring in all of your active cameras. Now at the same time, we're going to go to the end of our composition. If you want to trim your work area and maybe get only 10 seconds of video, now is the time to do it because we're going to put keyframes at the end of our timeline for all 4 of these. So just go over them like this. And now we have the same keyframes at the start and at the end. So let's just zoom out from our top view. Use your trackpad to zoom in or zoom out. You can also grab in a hold down option and kind of zoom in and out with your scroll wheel, just until you see the bottom of your camera. So grab your camera down here, and what we want to do is to just bring this guy towards the corner. Gonna go for 2V for a second, get our top view. This way it's better. Grab this guy and bring it towards the corner. Make sure you're at the start of your keyframe, of your timeline, because we wanted the movement to start from this first image and then over towards the other side. So something like this. If we change back to active camera, we're going to see that it's looking like this. We're at the corner right now, looking pretty good. And I think we have to go a little bit towards the edge. So go back to top view. You could go to 4 view and do them all at the same time, but it's kind of hard to see for me. So I will stick with 2 view, but you can go back to that if you want. Change this to top and saw that we were way too close to our images. Pulled it back a bit. And now it should be pretty good. This is our first image. I just need to go a little bit back. Move this guy back until you're set on your first image. There we go. This is pretty good for me. I can see my first image. I think we just need to bring it down a little bit with position Y. You can also use it here. You can see the orange, which is the outline of your table layer. Forgot to mention that you can change your view here, so you can get active camera, and then here instead of default you can right click, switch 3D view and go to top. So you don't have to go back to the view changer right here. This way it's easier, so you get to see the result and the angles perfectly. So now I'm just going to work with position by grabbing this guy, moving it at different corners, X and Y rotation to get the perfect starting frame for my detective table. It may take a while, but just make sure that you are on the first keyframes, you're at the start of your timeline and not somewhere here, and that you do not disturb the end keyframes because we have to go towards our end frame and these guys are going to help us out. So I'm just going to do that and then I'll be right back. So this is my first frame. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. And I basically have the first frame on my image, making sure that my text is visible. And the stuff I used is the position, X, Y, and Z rotations. I also added some orientations, which you can just type in these guys. I'm gonna make a keyframe for that. And you can also use point of interest, but I'm not gonna add a keyframe for that. So we got all of these guys to get this frame. So now we're getting this really simple animation, but in the end frame, it kind of looks a bit odd because we haven't quite zoomed in onto our last frame yet. So once you have your keyframe set, just click on the next keyframe using this. Grab your position, and I'm trying to find the top view right here. Let's zoom out. So we have it set like this, but we want it to be on this text. So we're going to grab our camera one more time, zoom in onto this box, and just push it forward. Use the spacebar to move the canvas around and just focus on your last frame. Once you have zoomed in enough, we can just grab the rotations and rotate. If we need to, X rotation, Y rotation, and just go over the last frame. We can also use Z rotation if you want to kind of like flip it around. It could help and make it more dramatic. I'm going to do that. I'm going to pull it towards the left so I can read my text. So I made my last frame using these guys. These are the settings I have on. And now I'm getting my last text with the keyframe set at the end. Just gonna go back to my line layer, hit U, and bring this guy back here. So while we're making our way to the last frame, this guy is also coming towards the text. I think that'll look better. And now that we have this, we can just work with the focal length of our camera. Because if we zoom in right now, let me go back to one view. You can see that we are supposed to be focused on our first image, but it's quite blurry. I'm gonna grab the camera layer, type in aperture. I want to increase the aperture, maybe 30 pixels for aperture. I'm gonna go back to my 2-view active camera and I guess top here. Let's find out where it is. There we go. So this box right now, this second box, is our focus distance. I want to bring that back until we are focused on our image, the first one. So I set my focus distance to 802 pixels right here, and my aperture was 30. So now we're going to make a keyframe for focus distance at the start of our timeline, and near the end, I'm going to hit U on camera and see all of my keyframes. And now at the end, we want to change the aperture and the focus distance. Let's make a keyframe for aperture as well at the beginning of our timeline. Then hit U on our keyboard. So we're going to decrease from our aperture in the last keyframe so that we get more in focus rather than less in focus. We reduced from the aperture and we increased the focus distance. We just want it to be towards the corner because currently we're on the right corner of our composition. So you want to bring it closer. And now we're getting everything in focus, unlike the first frame where we wanted a small chunk of our image to be in focus. So we made keyframes right here and keyframes right here. We're about done with the effect. The last thing that you need to do is to just work with the spotlight because currently it's just on the corners. The green guy is the spotlight. I'm going to close off my camera layer. And as for spotlight, which like we said is a green, we want it to move with the movement of our camera. We don't want it to be constant when we're going from one subject onto the next subject. So we're going to just hit P on spotlight. And on the first keyframe, we're going to focus on our first image. So we need to zoom in and do what we did with the camera, which was to grab the end here and just pull it towards the corner from where the image is shown. So just move the position of your spotlight so that it's set nicely onto your first image. So that's looking pretty good right now. We're going to continue the animation in the next part of this lesson. I'll see you guys there. In today's video, we're going to create this space landscape using some built-in effects in After Effects. So let's get started. In the first part of this lesson, we're going to construct our spaceship and then later on move on to the sphere, which is our planet, and finally put in some additional elements to decorate the scene. So first, let's get started with the rocket ship. I'm going to make a composition and then name it space, just space, 1920 by 1080, and okay. And you could, of course, get your rocket from another resource, maybe download it off a website or design it yourself if you have another program. But you could also construct simple illustrations in After Effects. So in this lesson, we're going to focus on that. So I'm going to grab a rounded rectangle tool. Let's choose a gray color. This is the base of our spaceship or rocket. To make a nice rectangle for the body of your spaceship. Hold down Command, double click, or Control on Windows to center the anchor point. Then open up rectangle 1. I'm going to name this first. Rocket base. Go to rectangle path 1, and we're going to increase the roundness until we get something like this. If you want, you could go for a sharp triangle at the start, but I'm just going to do this. Now duplicate this rocket base. I'm going to call it rocket bottom. Hit P on your keyboard. Before that, let's make the edges sharp. So go back into rectangle path and reduce from the roundness. Something like this. Then hit S on your keyboard, unlink the two, and lower it via the Y scale. Scale Y, hit P, and bring this guy down. So now we have this shape, parent rocket bottom to rocket base. Now no matter where we move rocket base, rocket bottom is stuck to it. Now let's change the color of these two and keep our area organized. Let's stretch this out a bit. And now let's work with the wings of the rocket. So grab the star tool and just make a shape. I'm going to go with the classic red for the wings, maybe a little darker. Hit OK. Open up Polystar 1, Polystar path. Change it to 3 and I'm going to work with the inner radius. Change this to star. Make it bent like this. Inner roundness. Let's increase that. Now we're just going to place this underneath our rocket base. Hit R and bring it down like this. Type in Polystar path. And I don't like this line here, so maybe we can change this to a polygon. Squeeze the edges like this. Let's right click and call this wing. Go to Effect, Channel, and put on Set Matte. Take matte from the rocket bottom. Invert the matte. Just gonna pre-compose both of these. Call it rocket base. And now we can take the matte from rocket base. Invert the matte, and there we go. Hit R on it and just rotate it. Let's bring the anchor point somewhere here. There we go, there's our first wing. Could move it up a bit. Use your arrow keys to kind of bring it upwards. Command D, duplicate this and just move it to the other side. I'm going to hit P and just use X position to move it down. Command R and decide where I want this to meet. Flip it horizontal and type in -23. There we go. So now we have the wings for our rocket ship. Color code these to red. Now let's make another polygon shape. Hold down Shift to make it perfect. and open up the Polystar 1 path, change the sides into 3, and just bring this guy underneath the base so we get this rim for our rocket ship. Use scale to just scale it down like so. And there's the bottom. So we're basically creating really simple shapes to construct our rocket ship. Let's give this guy a window as well. Hold down Shift, make your circle. Let's make it a nice blue. Center the anchor point. And I'm also going to give it a stroke that's the same color but a little more saturated. There we go. I think I'll make the outer edge a gray color. Let's just grab the gray from below. All that's left is to add a top color over here. So let's grab the rectangle tool and make a nice shape on top. I think we can just grab the red that we have, get rid of the stroke, and center it vertically. Then we're going to go select the layer, go to Effect, Channel, Set Matte, and take matte from the rocket base. So it's going to give it a nice little hat for our rocket. I'm just going to work with the colors of my shape. Let me just name this rocket top. I'm going to work with the colors a little bit more, and then we'll be back to continue with our effect. So here is my rocket ship. I just changed the colors a little bit, made it better. And now we can go ahead and pre-comp all of these layers. Call this the rocket. And then once we've made our planet, we're going to add some layer styles so it doesn't look this flat. But we're going to do that after we made our planet because we can determine from which direction the light source is coming from. Hit R and rotate it like this, then hit S to make it a bit smaller. We want the focus of this composition to be the planet. So make this a little small. And this way we can make our creative planets look really big and majestic, while this spaceship is just flying around. Leave it in the corner. We're going to come back to the styling of this rocket ship later because we need to first make our planet, and that way we can determine from which direction the light source is coming from. Now let's make a simple background. Hit Command Y, and I'm going to go for a dark blue color of space. Hit OK. Bring this below our rocket ship. And now all that's left is to create our planets, which we will do in the next part of this lesson. I'm also not going to add a fire for this rocket. I want to make it look as if it's just floating around in space and admiring the planet that we're going to make. But if you want, you can go ahead and add some fire illustrations and just make it look as if it's actually moving. I'm just going to make a simple bouncing animation once I make my planets. But if you do want it to fly around, now is the time to add those fire shapes. I will see you in the next part where we make our planets and we finish off the effect with some stars and some other elements. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Alright, and now on to the blur. Because we've used Cinema 4D as our renderer, we cannot quite use the camera's option for depth of field, focus distance, and aperture. So we have to use an adjustment layer for this example. And if we were to change this back to Classic 3D, we will not get the reflections or the extrusion that we kept on the layers. So go back to Cinema 4D, let's make a new adjustment layer. Then grab a blur effect from the Effects and Presets window. Gonna use Camera Lens Blur. Add this onto your adjustment layer. Now we're just going to basically increase our blur radius. 140. 140, change your shape into an octagon. The more size your shape has, the better and softer the blur will look. So I like to stick with an octagon, but you can go further. Now we're just going to make a keyframe at the beginning of our timeline. In the end, we're going to remove the blur. So type in 0. And now this is what we're getting. Let me bring back my remove transparency. And we have this very blurry composition, but as it gets into one piece, we will start getting the pieces in focus. There is our logo. All right, so I'm just going to increase the space between my keyframes just because everything is way too fast. Hit U, grab all the final keyframes, then push them back. I think 6 seconds is better. Close off your work area. So after 6 seconds, I want maybe 4 seconds, maybe a little bit more, of just my logo sitting there without any animation. Right click on your comp area, trim comp to work area. So now our composition is 12 seconds long. So that was the animation of our logo. I'm just going to pre-compose all of my shape layers, including the camera and the light layer. And this way I can keep things more organized as I go. So in my logo pre-comp, I have all the shape layers, camera, and light. Just gonna bring this new pre-comp into my final composition. I've also separated the blur effect. So if I turn it on, we're seeing our blur. But just for the sake of making the reflection first, we're going to hide the blur layer right now. Now let's go ahead and make our shapes more metal and glossy. First, we're going to head over to the effects and presets and look for a effect called fractal noise. Add this onto your logo composition. Go to a frame where you can see everything. And we're going to change the type into turbulent smooth. Then increase the contrast so we create more space between the white bits and the black bits, like 120, 123. Then increase the brightness to separate those sparks even more. Finally, we're going to remove from the complexity so we get simpler shapes. There we go. Now we're just getting little dots. Head over to the transform option, uncheck uniform scaling, and just increase the scale for height a lot. So I would say maybe 10,000 until we get lines like this. Don't touch the width, just do the height. Now go to the beginning of your timeline, set a keyframe for the offset turbulence, turn on the stopwatch, then go to the end and add a number, maybe 2000. So we're just offsetting the way this line looks as we move forward with our composition. All right, so we have our reflection shines. Now all we have to do is to change the blending mode of this effect. Each of these modes are going to give us an interesting look. So maybe we can try add. It's going to give us something like this. Let's skip through where we can find the rest of the pieces. You can try overlay, get a darker look, screen, hard light, soft light. I think I will go with hard light. And that's looking good. Experiment with the different things. I'm also going to make a keyframe for evolution. Go to the end. Let's actually write an expression. Hold down Option or Alt on Windows and press on the stopwatch. Type in time multiplied by maybe 150. Then we're going to get different motion for our evolution. So this was our first effect. Let's go to the effects and presets again and look for our second effect called CC Glass. Add this onto the logo composition. Above your fractal noise, This is going to give us a more glass-like texture. Let's begin by changing the surface of our effect. I'm going to close that off. So bump map, we're going to put it on logo. Go to property, make sure it's on lightness. Then increase the softness of this glass look. Something like that. For height, we're going to make it 100. For displacement, make it 100 as well. Then open up your light settings, change using into AE lights. Already we're getting a pretty glass-like effect. Finally, we're going to head down to the shading, increase the ambient to 0. So we get a really soft effect. Diffuse to 100 to get a softer look, and metal we're going to reduce to 0. Looking good. Now when I go through, this will look more like glass. This is without the effect. This is with the effect. Also, this is without fractal noise. This is with fractal noise. So each one is playing a big part on how our shape looks. I think I'll go back to my fractal noise and perhaps increase the width. I think this will look better. Alright, so I kept 257 for width, 10,000 for height. Close off the effects. Now go for our third effect, which is called CC. There we go, this one. Add it onto your logo layer above CC glass. And let me go somewhere here so I can see all my pieces. Take away from the cut, turn it to 0 so it doesn't cut out anything. Turn our blob layer to logo. Then increase the softness of this effect. Alright, and change the property to lightness. So this effect is going to give us a little bit more of a softer look on the edges. This is without the effect, this is with the effect. So now we're pretty much getting a very intense glass metallic logo, which is looking pretty good. So now all that's left is to take away from this constant lighting that our logo has. I'm gonna change toggle switches and modes, turn this effect into 3D, and now let's get a new light layer. I'll get point light, turn on cast shadows, and turn diffuse to 50. There's my light. And now I'm going to change my view to top. So this is my light, my layer, and I'm just going to make another camera layer. Put it above everything. Let's hit P on our camera and just move forward. Change this to 2 view so I can see exactly how my camera movement affects my layers. So for point light, I'm going to have it start from behind my shapes. So we get this dark screen. Make a keyframe for P. Then somewhere around here, I'm going to have it jump forward in front of my shapes. Let's add a little bit of curve so it opens up in a more interesting way. So as the camera comes forward, we can see our works. And finally, it's going to be in one corner, which means that when our logo has assembled, we will get a rather dim result. You can move the light around. The location can help with the way your logo looks. I'm going to keep mine in the corner. Alright, now what we're going to do is to intensify the bright parts of this reflection and get rid of the darker gray parts. Let's write in levels. Add levels onto your blur layer. Turn on my blur layer and have levels go underneath camera lens blur. Now grab this top slider from the right side to reduce the darker parts of this logo and keep the metallic parts. You can see that it's getting brighter. I think I'll go around this much. 176, you can also type it in if you want. And this is what it looked like before. This is what it looks like after. We can isolate the white parts more by grabbing in the left slider for input black. And now you can see we're getting less of those gray lines and more of this white color. Let's go back to one view and active camera. So that was the effect right here. I'm just going to work with some of the adjustments in the next lesson, and then we'll be finished with our product. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. And now what we want to do is to kind of add depth to this shape. And one way in which we can show that this layer is 3D is to add light layers. So now let's go into our sphere composition. So let's change our view into custom one. Make a solid layer by hitting down Command and Y, that's Control Y on Windows. Hit OK, and we're going to make this layer 3D. Bring it underneath our circle layer, and I'm just going to rotate around. Just going to position this work somewhere like this. So I'm just going to create a space between my circle and the background. So hit P on your shape layer, use position Z to move it away from your solid layer. You can see there's some space between the two. Now what we're going to do is to use light layers to show that there's some depth in this composition, and our circle is actually a sphere. Because when we go into our active camera and turn it like this, it's going to look like a flat layer, not exactly a 3D layer. I'm going to hit S on my solid and increase the side. Now let's go back into custom view and introduce our light layers. Layer, new light. Let's call it, let's get our spotlight first. Choose your color, set intensity to 100. I'm going to leave these as default, and then make sure you have this turned on. Hit OK, and this is what we're getting. I'm going to hit V on my keyboard and rotate this guy around. Make it larger. Push it back until we have it set on our circle. Go back into active camera, and already I can tell that this is not a flat circle. And we did this using one light. Now we can see that I'm not getting any shadows casted on my solid, even though we created some space between the two objects. The reason for that is because we do not have it turned on in our material options. So go to your shape layer, open it up, go into material options. Make sure you have cast shadows turned on. There's our shadow. Make sure that the rest is accepted. So accept shadows, accept lights. We need all of that. Close this guy off. And now when I zoom out and move my light around, go into custom view. When I move my light around, you can see that I'm also changing the position of the shadow, which would be pretty natural if I were to actually have a light turned on onto a sphere. Let's go into our light option and kind of soften out the shadows. Come down into the cast shadows and diffuse the light. It's a bit too harsh. The shadows, I mean. Diffuse the shadows, and we can reduce from the darkness intensity. Maybe 50%. Try 60. And now I'm getting a pretty natural shadow on my sphere. So this right here is my first light. I can go ahead and get other lights to decorate the way my sphere looks. Let's grab another light layer. This time I will go with point light. So again, the color white, cast shadows, no fall off, hit OK. There's my point light. Now point light, like the name says, is a really thin light. I don't know if you can see, but the edge here is being illuminated by this point light. So see how the spotlight is just really big and we're getting this huge area to illuminate. The difference between the spotlight, which covers a big spot, and a point light is, well, the size and how the light is being illuminated onto that area. So open up your point light. For that, I'm just going to go into my spotlight and reduce from the angle. It's a bit too big. And then I just want to hit R on my spotlight and work with my Y rotation. Then grab orientation and kind of pull it towards the side so I get some illumination on this side as well. Now let's work with our point light, which is currently looking pretty tiny. Not ideal. Let's open up our point light options. I'm going to close off my spotlight, make this a different color. So our point light, we're going to open up the light options. First, let's work with the transform. Move it further away from our circle so we can cover up a rather large area. You can see the shadows that it has kept on. Now go into your light options, and it's way too intense, so I'm just going to reduce the intensity to around 50%. Type in 50. I'm going to turn off cast shadows. So we're just dealing with the light here. So there's my point light. I'm also going to add another spotlight, Command D on my first one. Push it towards the top maybe. Lower the intensity to around 40%. Guess I'll drag this guy below my sphere. You can also grab any of your lights and change the options right here. So if you change your mind, you can easily get it done here. I'll go with this other option, which just illuminates the entire thing. Put in 10%, and there we go. Gonna hit R on my shape layer, turn on the Y rotation, go in maybe 7 seconds, and type in 1, so it kind of turns around itself once, and we get a really simple animation. Now, one last thing concerning the edges that are on your shape, which by the way are completely normal with this effect. We're going to add a blur effect, which is going to help us get rid of those sharp lines. So make a new adjustment layer right here. Go into your effects and presets, type in blur, and drag in the CC radial blur. Add it onto your adjustment layer, type scratch, and we're going to add in maybe 6. And now it's pretty smooth. You can work with the amount and the quality, but this was before, this is after. So it's a pretty big improvement. And now our sphere is complete. So those were 2 ways in which you can create spheres in After Effects. They were pretty easy, and we used some lights to add to the depth of our shape. In the next 2 lessons, we're going to take a look at how we can construct a cube and a pyramid. So I'll see you guys in the next lessons. We're going to take a look at the second method in which you can create a cube in this program. So let's create a new composition. Call it cube number 2. Close main. And we're going to grab our tool. Our shape layer, let's make it a solid color. Hold down Shift, click and drag to make your shape. Command double click on your anchor point tool to center the anchor point. Let's align it in the center. Turn our layer into 3D. Make sure that we are on Cinema 4D. Change our camera view and open up geometry options. So unlike the sphere, this is pretty easy. You just have to make your shape as big as you want and then increase your extrusion depth. You can even make it longer than a cube. I'm going to stick with 500. Now go to your top view and we're going to grab our shape tool to use as a guide. This way I can make sure that the sides of my cube are all equal and that I'm not getting a squished cube like I am right now. Hold down Shift, click and drag, and this is going to help us know exactly how far we need to add to our extrusion depth. So there's my second shape. I'm going to grab some rulers and make one ruler up here. Now we can delete the shape layer and add to the extrusion depth until we reach that ruler. And now I'm certain that the sides of my cube is equal. Let's go into custom view and we got ourselves a really nice cube. So that's how you can make a cube using the geometry options. Of course, like any other 3D shape, we can increase the bevel depth, change this to convex. And essentially what's going to happen is that when we bring in our light layers, which we definitely need if you want to show the different sides, we're going to get this metallic effect on our cube. So I'm sure you can see this line at the center. That's because of the bevel depth. If I turn this to 0, we're just going to get a regular side. I like to add about 5 for this. It's a nice touch. And now I just need to use my light to illuminate my shape. Let's hit P on our keyboard and work with the position of my light. Now duplicate my light and show it on the other side too. I'm going to use the orientation settings to just get the right illumination for my cube. There we go, that's looking good. Let's hit U on both the spotlights and create a very simple movement for our cube. Now, the difference between this method and the first method is that we do not need a null object to move our cube because it's just one layer and the different sides of our cube are built into that one layer. So the cube does not consist of 6 different layers, but only one. Just gonna hit R on my shape layer, grab Y rotation, let's come in 4 seconds and type in 1 so it does a full spin around the Y axis. If you don't like the way it's turning, you could easily change the anchor point of this shape. Just grab your tool up here and instead of this corner, we can just pull this guy towards the center and zoom in here. Move this guy towards the center so that it can rotate from the middle. And there we go, we have a really nice simple cube that we made using one shape layer. Unlike the first example, this method doesn't give you a lot of freedom to be creative with the styling of this cube. So you cannot really add gradients, maybe put in pictures on each side. And the only way that you can show the different sides and kind of decorate it is to add different light layers. So I just made my light layers the color white, but if I go into each one, open them up, go to light option, I can easily change the color to make this more interesting. I'm going to add a nice blue on this side, and for the second light, I think I'll add maybe a pink. So you can add colors to your light layers and give this a more interesting look. You can also change the original lights layer, the fill color that is. So if I make it white, my spotlight colors will be a lot more visible. Now let's go into our first cube method, this one. I'm going to close this guy off. And I want to show you a simple way where you can make your cube look pretty dynamic. So just turn off your spotlight layers so we get our original cube. Go into each of the compositions. Locking your control layer is a good idea so you don't accidentally do something to it. And what we can do is to kind of add a disintegration filter onto each one. Just go to Effects and Presets, type in Dissolve. I'm going to choose the Block Dissolve Random, add it onto your solid layer, and you can preview what it looks like by reducing the transition completion. So I'm going to stick with this, make a keyframe. Let me go for like 40%, hit U on your solid layer. Bring this towards the middle and kind of have it glitch. So I'm going to go for 4 seconds, go for 80%, and then copy the first keyframe and paste it around 8 seconds. So it goes back and forth like this. I'm going to copy this one last time and place it towards the end. All right, that's looking good. In my gradient ramp, instead of purple, I'm going to go for a blue color so it can look like kind of tech-like. I'm going to go with these colors. Now copy both the gradient ramp and the block dissolve and paste it into each of these compositions. Just be sure to delete the previous effect. Looking good. I'm going to reverse some of these so that they don't look identical. Time reverse layer. So now the front composition and the back composition, the animation will be different. Do this for the rest of the layers. So now when we play this back, we get this kind of digital box, which is looking pretty good. And I can add another touch to this entire thing by making it glow. Type in glow in your Effects and Presets window and add this effect onto each of the compositions. Let's see which one we're working with by soloing the front layer. And I'm just going to work with the options. Pretty good. Copy this and paste it into all the other compositions. So now we're getting this digital cube, which is also glowing. I may have to reduce my settings for my glow. You can do that later. But essentially, this is how we can get this digital rotating cube. So those were some ways in which you can create and construct a cube in After Effects. You can choose which method you want, but it's rather simple when you know your dimensions, and the rest is just simple geometry. So I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and I will see you in the next one. Now that we have our first shape, let's go ahead and make our second shape. Let's shy away our cube layer by pressing this button and then enabling the shy layers. Create a new composition in our project window. Let's call this rings. It's not really a sphere, it's more of a ring. The same size for your composition, 1080 by 1080, hit OK. And now we can go ahead and do the same thing, but this time we're dealing with circles. Command Y on your keyboard. Call it ring 1, 300 by 300. Choose any color for now, it doesn't really matter. Then change your shape into the ellipse tool. Select your layer and double click to make a perfect mask around your solid. Now grab the same stroke effect and place it on top of your ring 1. On transparent, paint style goes on transparent. 10 for brush size, and now let's choose another vibrant color like this. And make sure that your brush hardness is 100. When we make it less than 100, we're going to get blurry edges, so it's really important that you have this at 100. Then turn on continuously rasterize for your layer. So for this shape, we don't really need to work with the anchor point. The only thing that we need is to make sure that the anchor point is centered. So if it's not centered, you can go ahead and do it now. Mine is pretty centered, so I'm just going to make this a 3D layer. Let me remove the 1 and duplicate this a bunch of times. Now grab maybe a few of these, hit R on your keyboard and rotate them 90 degrees on the X rotation. We can change our camera view to custom view 1 and make sure that you're on classic 3D. We're creating this ring, looks pretty cool. And we can alter the X rotation for each of these. So the first ring is 20 degrees, second one is 40, third one is 60, fourth one we're going to skip to 90 degrees. I duplicate this one more time, grab all the other ones, let's change their color, hit R on your keyboard and rotate them via the Y-axis. So 90 degrees on this, the last shape, 60 degrees, 40 degrees, 20 degrees. It's looking a bit clumpy right now, so let's make a null object. Select all of our layers and connect it to our null object. This will be our control layer. So hit S on your control layer and first make it 3D. And we can just increase the size of our sphere or ring and see exactly how much more duplicates we need to get something cool. I'm going to rotate it so I can see the top. So I can see the top of my shape and use this to kind of spread out my X rotation rings. So just alter them and make them look better. So there's my shape. I just distributed the lines in a more organized way so I can get even rings around my anchor point. Let's hit S and go back to our custom view 1. Now I'm just going to add another ring. You can just duplicate any of these, but we're going to, let's hit none for the parent and link. We're going to increase this quite a bit, like that. At the same time, I'm going to hit R on my keyboard and rotate it via orientation Z. So make a keyframe, go around to the end of your composition and make a keyframe for position Z. Let's go for like 300 degrees. So it's going to go down and then start over. Color code this into something else. Duplicate this, but this time we're going to rotate it on the other end. So these bigger rings are going to go around our ring ball. So I will use Y rotation, type in 0. Once again, have it rotate with orientation, but in the second keyframe, instead of Z, we have to use Y. 300 for Y, and now we get these rings going around our main ring sphere. There we go, we get something like this. I think I'll have it go around the other end. So 300 for X. And now they're going to go, let's actually go for negative 300. So it goes the opposite end. And now we get a nice loop. I'm going to change the color of these two giant rings into something else. Let's try a purple, so that these two can stand out from the rest of the rings. There they are. I'm also going to change the way the stroke looks. So solo one of those layers and increase the spacing so we get these little shapes Do the same thing for the other one. This is, of course, optional. So I'm getting these two rings that are looking pretty cool. Now let's go into our main composition where we had our cube. Just have to hide it for now. Grab our rings composition from the project menu. Continuously rasterize, turn into 3D, and I'm just gonna hit S to reduce the size. Then hit R on my keyboard and just rotate it around. I'm gonna hit N here on 6 seconds. Have it rotate once around the Z-axis and maybe another one for Z rotation. Type in 1 so it does a full spin. There we go. Now add the same glow effect onto your composition. I'm going to bring back my cube and just copy the effects here instead of doing it from scratch. Command C, go into rings. Let's delete this first. Command V. So we get this glowy line. I'm going to shy away my cube now. And I'm just going to work with the intensity of the layers. It's a bit too much. Let's increase the threshold for the first glow layer. There we go. I have this really cool neon effect. I'm going to bring back my cube, hit S on my ring and just get a similar size. You can also go into our rings layer and reduce the size in the composition too. I'm going to connect the purple rings to this and then lower them all together. There we go. And then I can just scale it up over here. I think I'll delete my glow number 2 for this example and just work with my first glow effect. It was a bit too intense. I'm going to scale it down and get a similar size to my cube. And now we have 2 of our shapes. I'm going to add the same keyframes for my cube layer. Command C, Command V. And now they're both rotating around. Just going to right click on the cube keyframes, keyframe assistant, time reverse keyframes. So they will not be going in the exact same direction. So there's my second shape. It was pretty easy to do. In the next lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can create a pyramid and then move into the other elements of this landscape. Let's continue with making our sphere planet. I'm going to hide the rocket for now so we don't see that. I'm going to make a new composition right here, call it planet. Bring the planet composition into the current space composition, then double click to go right inside. Now we're just going to grab our circle shape right here. Let's choose a vibrant color, remove the stroke. Hold down Shift and make a circle. Basically, the planet is composed of these circles. These circles are what's going to color your planet. So you just want to duplicate these around. Hit Command D or Control D. Make some of them large, the other ones small. And just decorate your planet with these circles. The more circles you have, the higher the details of your planet. So don't stick with a small number. Instead, make as many as you can. And like we said, we're going to grab a bunch of the circles in a really random manner. Hit S, make them smaller, then grab a bunch of other random circles, make them even smaller, and just decorate your environment. Once you're done with filling the entire screen with your circles, all in different positions and sizes, we're going to change the colors of our circle. And like we said, these will be the colors of your planet. So if you want to choose a color palette online, then you can go ahead and do that right now. So I went ahead and got this color palette from the internet. You can also grab the same from the resource pack. And the more bright your colors are, the better. So select a bunch of these circles, hold down Shift, make random selections, then grab your fill. Use the eyedropper tool to select one of these colors. You want to make sure that you have the image selected right here so we can easily use the eyedropper tool. Once you've decorated your circle, we're going to bring a bunch of these circles in. It's okay if they overlap. There's no problem with that. Just try to make this look like a really colorful composition. So if you need to add more circles, add different colors, now it's the time to do it because we're going to be changing the way this composition looks. So any edits, you want to do it right now. Just keep the randomness that we set. Use scale and position to make it look really random. And that way you will get a better result. Okay, I'm done with my circles. Let's go ahead and hit Command A or Control A, hit U to close off all of these. And now we're going to kind of make this change its hue over time. So we want to just add a new adjustment layer. Right on top, add the hue and saturation effect right onto our adjustment layer. There we go. Make sure you're at the start of your composition. Make a keyframe for channel range. Go to the end and just increase this as much as you want. I'm going to stick with the warmer side and not go to the colder side. So now you can see that it's kind of changing colors as we go. Pretty nice. But because there's a lot of space between the keyframes, it's going to be really slow. There we go. We can also work with the master saturation, increase it or decrease it. You can see that. Let's do it here. You can increase or decrease. I'm going to increase mine. And this applies to all of the things. Just do it on the keyframe. So keep it pretty high because we're going to be making this glow. So it really helps if it's nice and colorful. And if you want, you can also increase the lightness. I'm going to decrease mine just by a touch. Be sure that you're doing this on the keyframes. So now we're going to get really colorful and bright colors for our planet. Now we're going to hit Command A or Control A and pre-compose everything. Right click, pre-compose, call it Planet Base. Over here you can hit Command Y or Control Y to make a nice background for your planet. Just make sure that all of the colors are visible. This is a bit too dark. You go for a different color, maybe a brighter blue. And now we're going to add motion tile to this new composition. So go right over here, type in motion tile, add it to your planet base. And now using the rulers, we're going to focus on one of these circles. We're doing this because we're gonna have this guy move around. So it's not just one picture as our planet, but we're kind of moving all of these circles left and right. And it looks like the planet is alive and there's a lot going on. So focus on one of these circles. Let me just zoom in. Make sure that it's perfect. Be at the start of your playhead. Turn on the stopwatch for tile center, then go to the end. Make sure that you have mirror edges turned on. And now we're just going to, let me zoom out first. We're going to use X and Y. First use X to multiply this image a bunch of times until you land on that shape, the one where you made the ruler for, right around here. So now you can see that this is our first point. It makes its way like this and ends up at the same point. Now we want to do the same thing but on the y-axis. So select your planet base, go to the effects controls, and use the y-axis. So just bring it down a bunch of times. Try to go for a similar number. Be sure to end the keyframe right on the circle. And zoom in here. There we go, pretty good. So now when we play this back, you can see that we're just this crazy movements with our circle. This will look really nice inside the planet or the sphere, so the more movement you have, the better. Now let's pre-comp these two, right click. Gonna call it planet move. Just naming something that's relevant. Now we're done with the framework of our planet. In the next lesson, we're going to turn it into a sphere. I'll see you guys there. So in this lesson, we're going to make the rocket look better so that it fits nicely into our space that looks 3D, but it's actually all 2D. And also we're going to decorate our space with some stars and some other elements. So let's go into the planet composition and hide the planets for a second so we can focus on the rocket. I'm just going to leave planet 1 because I want this to give the most light. And on our rocket, we're going to right click, layer styles, and choose inner shadow. Open up the, I'm going to change the color so we can see which one we're focusing on. Open up the inner shadow. Increase the distance of the inner shadow and of course the angle, seeing exactly where the light source is coming from. Somewhere like this. Maybe go upwards a bit, so we just want the shadow at the bottom of our rocket because the tip is pretty close to our planet. Then increase the size to blur out those edges. It's looking a bit too intense right now. Something like this. Let's also decrease the distance so it goes backwards. And there's our first shadow. You could decrease the amount for opacity and then be sure to check it in your final composition. So if it's too dark. So if it's too dark, you can work with it even more. I'm going to go back to planets. This was our first effect. Right click again. Layer styles, inner glow. So open up inner glow. Let's first choose the red color that we have. I'm going to grab it from here. Then double click on the color box and increase the brightness and reduce the saturation. Let's increase the choke for the glow and of course the size. Then lower the opacity so that it looks a bit more natural. And there we go. Because we have planets on either side, we get this glow as well. So if I bring these guys back, we can see that there is a glow over here due to this. And we have the same planet on the other side. All right. Now let's remove planet number 3. We can leave 2B. It's not that disturbing. Finally, we're going to add in the bevel and emboss layer style. It's going to look like this, which already makes it look 3D. But I'm going to open this up and first let's increase the size. And then the angle, which like we said, the main light source is from here. So change the angle until we get something like this. And for shadow, I'm going to lower the opacity and just focus on the highlights. I'm also going to soften those highlights out a bit. We can also increase the size and the altitude. I'm going to keep it to -25. Decrease the opacity for highlights so it's not exactly white. So our rocket is looking a lot better than it did before. This is what it looked like before. It was pretty flat, but now it's looking more suitable for our fake 3D landscape. One last effect is the gradient overlay. I'm going to open up the gradient overlay. And first we're going to change the blending mode from normal into soft light. Then we can just change the angle. I'm going to bring it back to normal for a second. I basically want the white to be here and the black to be here. So work with the angle first. And then we can work with the way it blends in. Something like this. Now change the blending mode to soft light. And it's looking better. So this is without it, this is with it. It's adding a little bit of focus onto the dark and bright parts, which is perfect for us. And we're basically done with the rocket. So that looks a lot better. If we go in space, it's pretty suitable for our landscape. Let's bring back our third planet. Go back in here and just see if the lighting is right. I'm going to rotate my rocket, hit R. Bring it up like so. Now I'm just going to make my rocket bounce up and down like it's just floating in space. I don't want it to be flying around. So make a keyframe for position and just bring this guy up. Really slight movements, doesn't have to be that extreme. Go 3 seconds in. Bring it past the first point. And maybe move it along the z-axis as well, so it's not just moving up and down. I'm going to copy the first keyframe for the end of our composition. So let me bring this down. Very slowly, it's going to move up and down like so. I'm going to increase the space between this keyframe. Take a look at how it looks. Now select the rocket, zoom in, and we're going to work with how these lines are looking. First, we're going to easy ease. Hit F9. And now I get the chance to grab my pen tool, hold down Command, and kind of add curves to each of those keyframes so that it's not as sharp and has a more smooth landing every time we go into a new position. So this is really important. Don't skip this step. Now you can see that it's a lot more smoother. It's not like sharp. Makes its way around and we're getting these effects. I'm going to remove mine from easy ease so that it doesn't pause while it's moving around. You can do that by selecting all of your keyframes, holding down Command or Control, and then pressing on one of the keyframes. So now it's just going to do that. At the same time, I'm going to make it rotate really slightly. So make a keyframe, hit U, and match the keyframes. And add really slight angle changes for your rocket. At the last keyframe, copy the first one so that it goes back to where it was. So now it's just going to be moving up and down. The spaceship or the rocket is just chilling while the planets are moving really fast. Now that we're done with our rocket, we can continue in the next lesson with the extra decoration for our space landscape. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. By the end of this lesson, you will know how to create these 3D shapes in After Effects. So let's get started. First, let's make a composition as our background. Gonna go with 1920 by 1080 and name this composition Final. And you can change the background color if you want. I'm going to set mine to white and hit OK. Now we need to create our shapes that will help form the cube. Grab the rectangle tool right here and hold down Shift. Click and drag to make a perfect square. Once you have your shape, you can let go. And now we have our first square. Gonna cancel out the stroke and just give this a random fill. Right click on this shape and call this bottom. Now we're going to duplicate this shape. Call it front. Now go to the front layer and we're just gonna go to layer, generate, and choose gradient ramp. Gradient is optional. You can of course keep a flat cube or just use the stroke of a cube. The stylization is up to you. I'm gonna go with gradients just because it gives it a more 3D effect. Now choose your colors. Start color, I will go with this nice pink. For end color, perhaps a nice cyan. Hit OK and change the ramp shape to radial. Grab the start of your ramp and place it at the center of your cube. And then the end of your ramp, somewhere like this. The end of the ramp indicates how large this circle is. I will keep mine over here and just swap the color so I can see which one gives me a better result. I'm going to try a lighter color. Maybe some white. Hit OK and now I have my first shape. Do the same thing for the bottom. We can actually just delete it and duplicate front, then rename it to bottom. Now we're just going to work with the anchor points of our shapes. Let's hide bottom for now. Grab front, hold down Control and double click on the anchor point tool to center the anchor point. Then bring back bottom. We can hide front and grab the anchor point using the same tool. Make sure you have snapping turned on and place it right at the bottom. So now we have front and bottom. I'm going to bring front in front. And we're basically going to compose a 3D shape using these cards that we're making. So imagine that these layers are cards and you're just stacking them on top of each other using some glue to make your cube. It's the exact same process, except here it's digital. So let's turn both of these layers into 3D. You can change your camera view to anything you want. I will go with custom view 1. And this is my front shape, but my bottom shape, as you can see the anchor point is down here. I can simply move it to the right side by hitting R on my keyboard. And I can rotate it based on the X axis. So you can see I'm just easily able to move it around. Just type in 90 degrees. And now we have the floor of our cube. If I grab the orbit around tool, go back to active camera, you can see that we got one side of our cube ready to go. Let's hit Command Z, go back to our view and finish up the cube. Duplicate this, call this top. Gonna lock the two other layers. And I'm just gonna go back to my default shape right now. Turn off the 3D layer and just move the anchor point up to the top. Turn it into 3D. Again, we can hit R and just use the X rotation to make this guy come upwards. So type in -90 degrees and now it's sitting right above our bottom layer. So as you can see, we're composing like we would in real life. And you just gotta be sure to rename all of your layers or else it will be confusing. You can rename them and color code. So just click on this colored box to turn the layers into different shades. And that way it will be easier to digest all of the layers. So now we need to choose the side. We're just gonna go back into the default Duplicate our top layer, Command D. Let's change the color first. Rename this to left side. Remove it from a 3D layer, grab the anchor point tool and place it right in the left side. Now going back and forth between the default view and the custom view may take longer, but because you're just starting out, it's actually easier to understand the anchor points and the sides. So now once I have this anchor point on the left side, I can go back to my custom view. Let's lock all the other layers, turn this back into a 3D layer, hit R, go into Y rotation this time, and type in 90. So now we have this on the left side. Now duplicate the top layer one more time, lock it back, call this the right side, change the color, remove it from a 3D layer, go back to default, and now we want to grab this anchor point using the tool towards the right side. If you have snapping turned on, it will be brought exactly on that point. I'm going to go to custom view number 3 so we can see it from the other side. And if you were ever confused as to which is the layer you're working with, you can hit this circle solo button, and that will show you exactly what you're working with and where this layer is. Let's undo that. You can use Y rotation one more time and type in -90 degrees to bring this guy exactly on the right side of your cube. So now we're doing well. We just need one last side for our cube to be complete. So let's grab the bottom here, the bottom shape, duplicate this guy, and I'm just going to hide it for now. Lock all the other layers, give this a different color. Remove it from a 3D layer, and instead of here, we want to bring it to the opposite end towards the right side. Turn this back to 3D, and now it's over here. We simply need to drag the move tool, grab the Z-axis right here, and just move it forward until it meets the end of our cube. So if we grab the orbit around tool, it should be pretty good. There we go. Command Z, bring back our last side. And now our cube is complete. Just be sure that all the sides are there and you don't have an open cube. Now we're going to highlight all of our layers, right click, pre-compose, call this cube, hit OK. Turn on the 3D option for this pre-comp and the continuously rasterize option. So 2 of these need to be turned on, or else you won't see your cube that you worked so hard for. Now go back in your cube composition, and instead of these gradient ramps, I'm going to actually fill in each rectangle with the fill color. So left side, we can just go to the view tool, and instead of the regular fill, I want to choose the radial gradient. And down here, let's delete this one first. Down here, we're going to move into edit gradient in front of colors and choose my colors in this area. And go with the cyan we had here. You can see a preview. Hit OK, and we can just change the start and end point like we did in the first ramp, but this way it will look a little different. Once you have your settings, we're going to copy this gradient fill, Command C or Control C, and just paste it for each of these shapes. Delete the gradient ramp and just paste the effect. So just do this for all the other layers. If you can't find the gradient fills and there's a lot going on, you can just go to the search bar and look for gradient, and it will show up in all of the layers. So select the layer and then type in gradient, and then I can access the gradient fill, change things up, and then move on to my next layer. So right side, my gradient fill, and I could just add in those numbers. Make sure your fill color is not a question mark and it's actually the gradient that you made. But then go to your endpoints and type in the same number you had for all the other ones. Once you're finished, you should have a cube with the identical gradients all around. You can use the tools up here to rotate like we're doing right now. Use the pan under to kind of move this guy around. The dolly tool to zoom in or zoom out. These are only available for 3D layers and when you're on the active camera view. Now let's go back to our final composition, and first I will move this guy back. And now we get to duplicate and decorate our composition with all the other cubes. So Ctrl D, use the move tool to move this around. Decorate your composition with as many cubes as you want. You can also hit S on any of these and make them smaller, just to give it a little variety. Make one bigger. Hit S again. Make this one medium. Use the move tool to move the cube around. You can also hit R to rotate the entire thing. We do this. Drag this guy here. Once you have decorated your composition, let's hit Command A and hit U to close off all the properties. We're just going to add a different color to each of these compositions because they all look the same. This is, of course, optional. Just go to the Effects and Presets and look for Hue and Saturation. And just change the hue of each cube until it looks different. I'm gonna go with like a purple. There we go. So now we have all of these colorful cubes. Now on each of these compositions, hit R, hold down Alt and press the Y rotation. Then we're just going to type in time plus 20, click away. And essentially this guy's just going to slowly rotate. If I play this back, it's a really slight rotation. Of course, if you go back in here, hold down Alt again, we can write in time plus 15 or even 10. I'm going to go with 15. I want it to be really slow. Can make it look more majestic. And now it's just going to rotate really slowly. You can do the same thing for X rotation. Time plus 15, click away. And now it's going to turn from the X axis as well. Going to repeat the rotation expressions with all the other ones. So hold down Alt on each of the rotations. You can choose one or two or maybe all, depends on you. Type in your expression, click away, and then we'll be back to finish off our effect. With this style of locomotion, we can create a luxurious mood for our brands. So let's see how we can make it. Because we already know how to do all the techniques, this will not be a hard lesson, but I will have to break it up into smaller pieces so that we can go over the steps one by one. In your resource pack, I've left an Illustrator file called Logo. This is the logo that we will work with. Let me just make this transparent. It's a deer logo, but I've separated each of these sections so we can get that puzzle effect in our final product. Hit Command A or Control A on Windows, right-click, and make these into shapes. We're doing this because we need access to the material options of the layers, and therefore we need to make them into shape layers first. Bring them above your vector files, and then we can just delete the vector files. So first we're going to work with the way the logo looks, animate the movements, and then we can move on to the final animation. So before we get started, we need to change the anchor point of our shapes. So you basically want all of your anchor points to be at the center of your composition. If it's not at the center, you can just grab your anchor point tool or hold down Y, then drag this guy right towards the middle. So once I have this, basically what's going to happen is that whatever animation I add onto these layers, it's going to happen, they're going to move based off the center point. So let's hit S and try to scale them out. You can see they all scale out from the center. And if I reduce the size, the same thing will happen. So this is really important for this style of animation. We can make our layers 3D, and now we can begin with the way our shapes look. I've just enabled the transparency right here, so I can see exactly what I'm working with. Let's first make a camera layer. Place it above, use the Orbit Around tool to push our logo and see it from an angle. This will be helpful when we're adding depth to our shapes because we don't want this thin card, but rather a block for our logo pieces. Once we have our camera, we can just lock it in place. I'm going to solo my first side so I can show you what we're going to do. Then we can repeat it for all the other layers. So hit A twice on your first layer. And we're going to begin by adding some depth and extrusion to our shape. So choose the convex style. Then we're going to increase this all the way to 10. Finally, increase our extrusion depth to 100. So now we get a block for this section. After that, move down to material options, and I'm going to increase the reflection intensity. Now when I grab a light layer, let me just bring this back. Now let's grab a light layer. I'm going to go for spot. So there's my spotlight. I'm just going to grab all of my shapes and turn their color into maybe a gray. Then go to the shape that we were working with and cut and decrease the metal. So essentially what's happening, let me just rotate our camera view. There it is, that's the shape we've been working with. You can see how the rest look pretty flat, but this one looks more 3D-like. That is because of our metal. So this is before, this is after. And when we rotate this even more, we can see the extrusion of our shape. All right, so let's go back to fit. And now I can just copy geometry options, select it, Command C or Control C, come down, and we can actually hit Command A, deselect our camera and spotlight, lock them, Command A and type in geometry options, paste it into each one. Now when I open this, we have the exact same settings. Just paste it on all of these guys with Command V. Make sure that you're selecting geometry options. There we go, that's our last one. Then we're going to grab our first shape, open up material options, Command C again, then select everything except our first shape and type in material options. Then select each one except your original and hit Command V to paste the exact same options that we made for the first one. There we go. Now everything looks metal. And we did that by just clicking around. If I turn this back to full, my resolution, you can see how clean that looks. After we're done with the animation here, we're going to work with the metal look a bit more. Bring this down so I get a faster render time. Now use your Orbit Around tool to decide the first frame of your animation. Rotate it around, then use the different 3D tools to just position it right for your first frame. So this will be my first frame in the animation. Now I can begin animating the different pieces and have them come together near the end. Lock your spotlight and camera layer, Command A, hit S on your keyboard, turn on the stopwatch, move them forward, and we're going to increase their size by maybe 150%. So they're going to be bigger than they were and slowly go back to their original size. At the same time, in the beginning of our timeline, we're going to hit P, turn on the stopwatch, then hit U twice, bring the P keyframes right where the scale keyframes are. And as for position, we're just going to scatter all of these pieces into random positions. Because their anchor point is at the center, they're just going to go back to where they were. So just grab each one, maybe pull one at the back, one up here, and just scatter the logo around. There we go. So I'm getting different pieces of my logo. And I think I'll make my composition a little bigger. Lock the ratio and just increase this so we get more room for animation. Now I can grab my spotlight, change into custom view so I can see exactly where my light layer is. I'm going to hide my camera layer for a second and then use position Z to pull this guy back and to create more room for the rest of the pieces. Maybe go to top and see if this is centered. You can use P on your keyboard to just rotate this and have it exactly at the center. This will give us a better result. Now we have all of these pieces scattered around, but at the end of the animation, they're all gonna just move back into our original logo. All right, so at the same time, I do want them to kind of rotate around. So something like glass pieces, and that can give us a more dynamic movement. So again, lock your spotlight and camera layer, Command A, hit R on your keyboard. And I'm just going to rotate each one in a random position. You can select them here. First, make a keyframe for, I'm going to turn on the stopwatch for X, Y, and Z. Then grab all of my keyframes at the back. You can hit U and make sure that they match the previous keyframes. Pull this guy down once I'm finished. And now at the start, we get to decide the rotation of each of these shapes. So grab either one. Using these rings that you see right here, we're going to kind of rotate them around so they don't look as organized as they do right now. You can also solo the layer if you're having a hard time seeing where it is. I'm gonna use X rotation, Y to kind of flip it towards the camera. And I guess we don't need Z. So this was my first shape. It's gonna go back into its original position. Bring this guy back and do the same thing for the rest of the shapes. Try not to make them identical. So if you used a certain number for one of these shapes, you want to choose a different number for the other shapes. And of course, make sure you're at the beginning of your timeline so we don't create unnecessary keyframes. So now I have something like this. We get really scattered pieces, but it turns out that they're just part of my really nice logo. So now that we have this, we're going to introduce some blur into our camera and kind of have my camera move within this whole scattered effect. Command A, hit U to close off the properties. Now grab your camera layer and I'm just going to switch to top view. Grab my camera layer. I think before that we should just position our shapes first. So let's take a look at our shapes. I'm going to go with 2 view active camera top. This is our camera layer. These are the pieces. Using the structure of our logo, I'm going to grab what's furthest back and push it even further. So use position Z to just push this guy back, but make sure that you are at the start of your keyframe. Push this back. Then grab your next layer, hit P, push that back too. So this will give us a really nice result. And just keep doing this until you have placed the different pieces in a different location. Use position Z alone. Don't touch X and Y because we've already scattered them. Alright, so now my pieces are all over the composition, but at the end they come together. For the antlers, bring them forward so everything is getting pushed back, but antlers are closer to our camera. So you would have to move the opposite way. I'm going to place them at a similar position. Now grab your camera layer, hit P, make a keyframe for position, push this at the end. And in the beginning, I'm going to have this guy focus on our, I believe, chin layer, the one that is furthest back. Then grab your camera and bring it all the way close to your chin layer. I think this is it. Let's see what it looks like here. Yep, we went past that. Set this on the chin layer. I think we have to go a little bit. So we're seeing this random shape right now. But as we move back with our camera, it's going to reveal all of these pieces, which ends up being this logo. All right, looking good. I just have to remove the rotation, which I accidentally kept. Finally, we're going to introduce some blur. So when I'm somewhere here, I can blur out everything that's not in focus. We also need to create a keyframe for the point of interest. So I'm going to set it on our chin layer, make a keyframe. Near the end, it should be set on this area where everything is. So just pull back the point of interest right at the center of your work. There we go. So now we have scattered our pieces. They're looking pretty good in terms of animation and position. In the next lesson, we're going to blur out the items that are not in focus and create a higher dimension for our work. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Now let's take a look at our third geometric shape, which is a cube. Like the previous lessons, we're going to take a look at 2 different ways in which we can create a cube. First, we're going to take a look at an easier method, and in the next lesson, we're going to see how we can take the cube that we made in this lesson and turn it into something really cool. So let's get started with a basic geometric cube. Create your final composition, 1920 by 1080, and choose the color black, hit OK. Now inside this composition, we're going to create solid layers. Solid layers are going to be the sides of our cube. So create your first solid by holding down Command or Control and pressing Y. You can also make a solid layer up here. Layer, new solid. I'm going to call it side. Make sure the width and height is 500 by 500. And give your first side a color. Now, for the sake of knowing the difference between the sides, I will make each side a very vibrant color. We're going to change the colors later, but this is just for telling apart the different sides. There's my side 1. I'm going to be creating 5 more, so we have 6 sides in total. Just keep hitting Command Y, leave the width and height the same, but give each one a different color. Call this side 2. And I'm just going to keep doing this until I have 6 sides. And be sure to rename each one so that it's not confusing. So I made all of my sides and I've given them a name. You can quickly rename your layers by selecting them and hitting enter, write in your new name and hit enter again. So once you have your nicely organized layers, it's now time to create a control layer. Right click, new null object, call this the control layer, and this is going to help us move this cube around once we've made it, of course. Select your null object and hold down Command, double click to center the anchor point. I'm going to grab my null object and position it right in the middle. I'm going to connect my first layer, which is the front layer, to my null object, which is right now my control layer. Once you've done that, turn every layer into 3D. Go into your camera view and switch to Custom View 1. This will give us a nice look as we're constructing our cube. If for some reason your Custom View 1 is not like this, just right click, switch 3D view and reset Custom View 1 camera. It's going to jump back in. So if for some reason your custom view looks like this, right clicking and resetting it will bring it back to this position. All right, so let's get started with constructing our cube. Now we're going to start with our front layer, which is the only layer that's connected to our control or null object. Open up the transform options for front, go to the anchor point values, and we're going to type in positive 250. It's going to jump forward. The reason why we're doing 250 is because 250 is half of 500. If you remembered, our solids were all 500 pixels by 500. So we're going to be using 250 to put our cube into place. So positive 250 for anchor point Z. Let's close this off and open up our next layer, which is our back layer. We want this to go back so we have enough space for our bottom layer. Grab anchor point again. This time we're going to type in negative 250 so it goes backwards instead of front. There we go. So we're done with our back and front. Pretty easy. Let's grab our side layers. So for side, first you would have to rotate it so it goes that way. Hit R on your keyboard. Use Y rotation to type in 90 degrees. There we go. Now type in negative 250 for anchor point C. Now the difference between this and our back layer is that this has been rotated 90 degrees. So that's why it's not going to the back layer. Close side 1. Let's go to side 2. Again, we're going to hit R, Y rotation, 90 degrees. Open up the transform options and type in positive 250. So it goes in front instead of back. All right, so we've constructed 4 of our sides with some simple numbers. Let's grab our top layer, hit R. This time we wanted to rotate towards the ceiling, so that would be X rotation. Type in 90 degrees. You can see it's flat now. Then we're going to open up the transform options and type in negative 250. It's going to be the top layer. And finally, we have our bottom layer, which we're going to do the same thing with X rotation. But for the anchor points, we're going to go with a positive 250 for Z. So there's our cube. Use your control layer to rotate it around and not your individual layers. Before that, let's link the rest of these guys to control. So as you can see, we made a pretty simple cube using some geometry. And they're all looking pretty good. I'm gonna reset my orientation, hit M, and now it's time to decorate our cube. So what I'm going to do is to add a different fill for each of these guys. I will go with a gradient fill. You could, of course, just keep it as the flat colors that you see. If you do want to make them gradients, we just have to simply add a gradient ramp Effects, onto one of these guys. Since I can see the back side, I'm going to put it on back. You can see there's a gradient now. Grab a nice color. I think I'll go with purple. Make the end maybe a darker purple. I'm going to select the same color and reduce from the brightness. Something like this. Hit OK. And if you want, you can change the start of ramp, but by default, it's going to be at the top and bottom of your shape. You can always grab these handles and change the rotation. All right, so I have my first gradient. I'm just going to copy this gradient, select it, Command-C or Control-C, and paste it into all of my layers. Select that layer, hit the empty section in Effects Controls, and hit Command-V. Do this for all the other layers. So now I have an interesting cube, has a nice gradient. And we're pretty much done with this cube. I just wanted to have a more three-dimensional look, so I will be using light layers to illuminate the left side and the right side. Right-click in the box here, New Light. I'm going to go for Spotlight, get the white color, and we're going to turn this off because everywhere else is black. Hit OK, let's go into our top view. This is our cube, this is the light. I'm going to zoom out here and pull this guy towards one corner. I'm going to switch to 2 view so I can see exactly what's happening. Switch this to top and this one to active camera. Your active camera is what you're going to see in the end. So do your edits here and see the results in this window. I'm going to use R to just rotate it in the right position. There we go. And I'm going to open up the light options to just reduce from the cone angle. Looking good. Maybe move it like this. So there's my first slide. Let's duplicate this and position it on the opposite end. There we go. Using my control layer, I'm going to add a very simple rotation for my cube. I'm going to create a keyframe for Y rotation. Go to the end of my composition and make it spin around itself once. So 1 times 0 degrees. And it's just going to rotate around itself. Because of my lights, we're getting this mysterious cube look. Without my lights, it would look kind of flat, so you can choose whether or not you want to keep these spotlights. I'm going to keep mine like this and maybe work with the rotations a little bit more. And there we have it. We have a cube rotating around. It has gradients and it looks pretty 3D. In the next lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can take this simple cube and make it more intense using some additional effects. So I'll see you guys in the next lesson. So similar to our sphere, we're going to use some light to illuminate our pyramid. So grab a new light layer, make sure you're on active camera. I'm just going to place this at the center of my composition. Grab a new light layer, spotlight with the following options. Grab my move tool and push this guy towards the corner. You can turn off snapping, bring it in maybe here, duplicate my spotlight, and move it to the opposite end. So now when I go into Custom View 1, we can see that we're illuminating the side, one side of our pyramid. I'm going to use my null object to just rotate this really slowly Hit R on your keyboard so we can reveal the different sides of our pyramid, like that. I'm gonna hit P. And make sure that any movement you want to do on your pyramid, you do it on your null object and not your shape layers. I'm going to come in around 4 frames, hit N to close off my workspace, and add a simple Y rotation keyframe, allowing it to do 1 full spin. So this guy is just going to spin around itself. Pretty nice. And if you want the sides of your triangle to be more visible, instead of getting a flat color like this, you can go into each one and add a gradient fill. So either a radial gradient or a linear gradient. It's up to you. I'm going to go up here and choose the way that my gradient looks. I'm going to use a gray color for this. Hit OK and repeat this for all the other shapes. So that was how you can create a pyramid and a triangular disc using After Effects. In the further lessons, we're going to use what we learned to make really cool compositions. So stay tuned for those lessons. And now let's see how we can create a cube using After Effects. Now let's move on with our next geometric shape, which is a pyramid. So there are 2 ways on how we can create this shape. One of them will be an almost pyramid. It's going to be kind of like a chunky triangle, and the other one will be a full pyramid. So let's start with the first option. Create a new composition. Let's call it triangle disc. Hit OK. We're going to grab our star tool, which if you click and hold, you'll find it right here. I'm going to remove the fill and instead add a nice stroke. Choose red, increase the size. Hold down Shift and click and drag to make your shape. I think I'll go in with more of a stroke. Align your shape at the center. Hold down Command double click on your anchor point tool to bring the anchor point to the center of the shape. In your shape layer, open up Polystar 1, Polystar Path 1, and reduce the points from 5 to 3 to get a triangle. Let's hit S on our keyboard to just scale it down. Looking good. So we're going to turn this guy into a 3D disc. So first we need to make it 3D. Before we move on to making this a disc, we're going to introduce some lights. So right click in the box here, New, Light, Spotlight, color white, cast shadows. I think we can leave it off for now, then hit OK. Now drag your light towards one corner. I think I'll bring it further back to one side. So we are illuminating the corner here. Duplicate your light and grab it onto the other end. Now we're ready to start adding some depth to our triangle. First, make sure that your layer is 3D. Then change your view into custom view 1. Then we're going to open up this shape layer. Make sure that you're on camera 4D and not 3D. If you're not seeing this, you can just go up to your composition settings, change the renderer from Classic 3D into Cinema 4D. Now we're going to jump into the geometry options on your shape layer. And we're going to choose convex and just increase the extrusion depth. You can see we're making a really nice disc just by adding onto that. And because we have the lights, we can clearly tell that this is a 3D shape. If I hide away my lights, this is what we will get, so lights are really important. So now that we have this, we can work with the bevel depth as well. And this whole bevel depth is the center, so if you want it to be like this, you can do that. I think I'll stick with 150 for extrusion depth. And bring the depth all the way in. So there's my shape. I'm going to go back to active camera. And now if I grab my orbit around tool, we can see that we got a pretty decent shape. Now the back is dark because we don't have any lights from behind. So if you want it to be illuminated from behind, you may have to add a light underneath. So if you go to custom view, you can see that we only get lights from the front face. So if you want the back to be illuminated, just duplicate this and move it towards the back. So now I'm just going to go into active camera and add a really simple animation so that we can clearly showcase that our shape is 3D. I'm going to duplicate one of my lights and bring it underneath so I can create and show that there's a third side too. Like we said, you can create even more lights. And the further away your light is from the anchor point, the more area it will illuminate. So maybe you can go for something like this. If you're really close, you're gonna add light to a really tiny spot. I'm gonna go with something like this so we get a little bit of shadow on this corner. All right, so there's my lights. Now let's hit R on our shape layer. Since I have the anchor point in the center, this will be pretty easy for me. I can choose to rotate it via the X axis, the Y axis, or the Z axis. I think I'll stick with X rotation, come in 3 frames, and let it spin a full cycle. So now we get something like this. And we made this using some simple geometry options that are built into your After Effects. So now we created our disk. It was pretty simple to do, and you can play around with the different lights, the colors, and just make it even better. If you don't want your shape to look metallic, let me zoom in right here. I'm sure you can see there's this highlight on the edge. If you don't want this, you can just go to your bevel depth and just remove it completely. This will not look that good, but you may want it to have this sharp edge. So if you ever wondered how you can remove that, you can just work with your bevel depth. I'm going to go back to 10, and that's looking better. So now let's see how we can create an actual pyramid that has different sides. So this right now is just a disk. So now let's go to our project and make a new composition. Let's name this pyramid 1920 by 1080. Hit OK. Can close this for now. Now what we're going to do is to make a solid by holding down Command, pressing Y, and making the solid 1080 by 1080. So a square. You can choose any color, it's not that important. And this will be used to guide us throughout this whole pyramid construction. Now grab your pen tool, choose a fill color. This will be the base of your pyramid. And now just make points right on the corner of this solid. You can use a ruler to help you out. Command R or Control R. Put them in like this. And that way it's going to snap right onto the rulers. Hold down the spacebar to move to the opposite end. Then hold down Shift and click to make your second line. Using my trackpad to zoom out. Hold down Shift again and make your other point. Then close off your shape by following the ruler and your first point. There we go. There's my shape, which is the same size of my solid. Let's go to View and clear the guides, then go back to Fit. So I'm going to right click and call this Base. Now I'm just going to place some rulers on the edges of my square. So I have one here, one towards the center, and one on the right side. I can grab my pen tool, choose a different color so we can tell the difference. zoom in towards the corner and construct a triangle. There we go, there's my triangle. We can get rid of our solid layer, and now we have a triangle in front of a square. Change the triangle's color into the same purple or any other color that you choose. And rename your shape layer into triangle side 1. Now hit U twice on your triangle side 1. Open up the stroke section. Change the line cap to round and the line join to round join. Close this off. Select your triangle solid again and grab the anchor point towards the bottom of your triangle. Make sure you have snapping turned on and just move it until it snaps to the bottom of your triangle. You can turn it on right here. Now let's make this layer into 3D, the 2 layers, and duplicate triangle side 1 3 times because we have 4 sides on our pyramids and of course the base. So Command or Control D 3 times until you have base, triangle side 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we're gonna just pre-compose all of these guys. Call it pyramid shape. Go into pyramid shape and we're ready to start constructing our pyramid. So change the camera view from active camera into custom view 1. And this is going to help us construct the shape better since we can see all the angles and all the placement. Now for the sake of seeing the sides, I'm going to add a stroke as well. Go for 10 pixels. And choose a really vibrant color. This is going to help us with the placement. Of course, we're going to remove it later on. Let's clear the guides. We don't need them anymore. Grab your base layer and we're going to hit R to rotate it flat on the ground. So just go to X rotation and type in 90 degrees. And now you can see that it's facing upwards, ready to become the base of our pyramid. Now we need to move it down, so hit P on your keyboard and use position Y. Type in 1080 degrees because that was the size of our composition. You can see that it just snaps into the bottom of our work. Now we're going to move into the triangle sides. Hit P to reveal all of the options. I'm going to hit U on base so we can focus on the triangles. So I need 1 triangle on each of these sides. Going to triangle 1, I need it to come backwards towards this side. So we're going to type in 540 for triangle 1, which is half of 1080 because we made all of the triangles and the base 1080 pixels. So 540 for Z. Triangle 2, let's do negative 540. Because we wanted to go on the opposite side. So negative 540, 540. Now we have these 2 to deal with, which we would have to move via the x-axis instead of the z-axis. So triangle side 3, we have 960 by default. Just type in plus 540. Hit OK, and it just snaps into that side. Now we want the other side, which is the last side, to move towards this corner. Select the value negative 540 because it's going on the opposite end. Hit OK, and now it's settled on the corner. Now we're going to hit R on our triangle sides to rotate them where they need to be. So triangle side 1, we're going to type in 180 on Y rotation. Flips it the other way. Triangle number 2 stays where it is. Triangle number 3, we're going to go for the Y rotation, but it will be 90 degrees. The last triangle side will be negative 90. So it flips towards the opposite side. Now all that's left is to connect and close in our pyramid so that they meet at one point. We're going to need orientation for this. So we're going to start from number 4, type in 30 for the Z value. You can see it just goes in. Triangle number 3, we're going to type in 330. Comes in like that. Triangle number 2, we're going to use the X orientation, type in 330. And finally, triangle number 1 will be 30. But again, on the Z value. So now we have constructed a very nice pyramid. To move this pyramid around, you don't want to use all of the layers. I'm going to hit U to close off the values. Instead, we're going to use a null object to control the movement of this pyramid. Right-click, New, Null Object. Command double-click on the anchor point. And we're going to grab all of these guys, use the pick whip to connect it to our null 1. Now using null 1, I can move all of these sides around without disturbing the values that I placed. So if I hit P, let's make it 3D first. I can just move my pyramids anywhere that I want without disturbing the values. Let's go back. I'm going to use the orbit around tool, and you can see that we have, let's go to active camera. Hit S to just reduce the size. Use the orbit around tool, and you can see that we have a pretty nice pyramid. It was pretty simple to make. If you want, you can go ahead and remove the stroke. And now your pyramid is looking a little flat. So let's add some light layers in the next lesson. Let's see how we can create this futuristic landscape using all that we've learned. We're going to combine what we learned about geometric shapes and use that information to create the elements. Because the project will be quite long, I'm going to break it up into short lessons so that we can go along this process step by step. The first thing that we'll go over is the 3 shapes. Let's start with the first one, which is the cube. Create a new composition, call it main, 1920 by 1080, 30 frames per second, and a black background color. Now over here, make another composition. I'm gonna make it, call it cube. This time it will be 1080 by 1080. Hit OK. Create a new solid layer using Command Y or Control Y on Windows. Could be any color, just make the width and height 300. I'm gonna call this side 1. Hit OK. There's my solid. Now we're going to select our solid, double click on the rectangle tool to make a mask exactly around the edges of this solid. Then just go into your effects and presets and look for the stroke effect, add it onto your solid layer. Increase your brush size to 10. Your color could be anything that you want. I'm going to choose a rather vibrant color because I'm going to turn all of these shapes into neons later. So I'll go with this cyan color, hit OK, and then increase brush hardness to 100%. Now go to paint style and change this from original image to the second option, which will only apply the stroke to the mask area. So if I click away, I have a really nice stroke. The reason why we're not doing this with shape layers is because when we construct the cube, the lines will be really tiny and really slim, and that will kind of look awkward. So the stroke effect is the most popular and the most favorite way to create a 3D cube when we're only looking for these strokes to be visible. Now we're going to continuously rasterize this layer and make it 3D. Make sure that your renderer is on Classic 3D. This will give us a better result. Now I'm just going to close this off. Let's zoom in a little bit so we can see what's going on. Duplicate our side 1 and grab your pan behind tool. Grab the anchor point, hold down Command or Control to snap it right towards the left. Duplicate this again and do this to the right side. So we have one on the left, one on the right, and one at the center. Now we're going to continuously rasterize all of these layers and make them 3D. Make sure you're on Classic 3D. Then go to Custom View 1 and we're ready to rotate the sides of our shape. I'm going to rename each one first. So side 1 remains where it is. Side 2, we're going to hit R and grab Y rotation. Type in -90 degrees. For side number 3, we're going to do the same thing, except it's +90 degrees. So it goes towards the other side. Now grab both of your sides, side 2 and side 3, and parent it to your side 1, like so. I'm going to hit U. Duplicate your side 3, make sure that you have these two turned on, and we're going to move the anchor point towards the other end. Then hit R on your keyboard, and we're just going to type in 180 degrees, -180 degrees, to make it snap towards the other end. Use your Orbit Around tool to view your cube and make sure that all the sides are perfect. Now, because we're only using strokes for our cube, we do not need the other two sides, because normally with cubes you would need 6 sides. But since we're only using strokes, we do not need the rest of the 2 sides. I'm going to keep mine like this. And now we're going to head into our main composition. Go to our project window and bring in cube. There's my cube. Make this a 3D layer and continuously rasterize. Then we're going to hit R, rotate it around so I can move the anchor point to the center. You can also go for a top view. You can see that's where my anchor point is. It should be in the center. So grab your anchor point tool. And just put it in the center of your work. I'm going to type in 0 here. So now it's at the center. I can go back to my active camera. When I rotate this, it's going to be a lot better compared to when it was at the corner. Right click on your orientation when you're finished and just reset the entire thing. Now let's add a glow effect to our composition. Add it on top. For threshold, we're going to type in 15%. Radius, let's go for 300. Intensity, 3. Then duplicate your glow layer. Increase your threshold to 75. Radius to 150. Or maybe less. Let's go for maybe 20%. So now I have this really nice glowing cube. I'm going to hit R on my keyboard, rotate it about, and see what it looks like. So there's my cube. It's rotating and it's looking pretty good. So this is it for our first shape. In the next lesson, we're going to make a sphere ring. So I will see you guys there. In this lesson, we're going to see how to construct our third shape, which is a neon pyramid. So I went ahead and modified a few of the settings for my rings. I turned the bigger rings into white and I reduced the stroke size for each of these rings. So if you go into the controls, instead of 10, I kept 6 for all of the rings. And this gave me a better result. And it also allows me to work with the radius and the threshold a bit more so that it doesn't look as chunky as it did. So there's my shapes. I'm just going to move them aside and create some room for my third shape. So let's create a new composition for our pyramid. Call it pyramid, and we're going to change the width and the height to 1080, both of them. Change the background color and hit OK. So now we get this square composition that we're going to create a solid in. Command Y or Control Y. Make the width and the height the same as your composition. So 1080 by 1080. There it is. Now I'm just going to grab my rulers, which you can activate by hitting Command R or Control R to get the rulers. Create a ruler at the edges of your solid. This is going to help us construct the pyramid. So a ruler on each side and one ruler down the center. Be sure to zoom in and make sure that your rulers are perfectly set on the edge of your solid. Now we're going to construct our first triangle by making a mask on top of this solid. So before that, I'm just going to duplicate this. Command D. Let's call the duplicate base. Change the color of this. This will be the base of our pyramid. Just move it down. For the original, we're going to rename it to side. And now grab your pen tool while selecting your layer and construct a triangle. Because we have the guides, it's pretty easy to make a triangle out of our solid. We just have to put the points at the intersection of our solids. Zoom in and make sure that it's perfect. So now my points are exactly set on the intersections that we made with our guides. What we're going to do is to grab the anchor point of our new shape. I'm going to hide base for now. Grab the anchor point, turn on snapping, and move it all the way down. That was our guide. There we go. Just move it all the way down. And I am going to just grab the stroke effect one more time. Add it on top of side 1, or just side. On transparent, and let's hide this again. I'll give it 10 for brush size, 100% for hardness, and now I get to choose another neon color. I guess I'll go with green. And we're going to do the same thing for our base. Let's hide side for now. Double click on the rectangle tool to make a mask as big as our solid. Put on the stroke effect and just repeat what we did. So there's my base and there's my first side. Now we're going to duplicate side 3 more times. Command D. So side 2, 3, 4. And now we're gonna just turn all of these layers into 3D. Change your view into custom view, and this is going to help us see the sides better. Hit R on your base. Use X rotation to type in 90 degrees, and we're basically going to make it flat on the ground. I have to bring it back here. Flat on the ground. Then we're going to hit P, use position Y to type in 1080. So now it just snaps to the bottom. I'm going to use a dolly tool to kind of push this back so we have some space. Now let's work with the sides. Grab all the sides, hit P to bring up the position values. We're going to grab our first side, side number 1. Type in 540 on the first side, negative 540. 540 because it's half the amount of our composition. The composition size was 1080, so we're going to divide that by 2 and get 540. Positive, so it's on this side. Negative, so it's on the opposite side. For side number 3, we're going to use the X values. Just grab what's already there and add 540 to it. So it goes to the other side. Do the same thing with the other one, but this time negative 540. So it goes to the opposite end. So now for 2 of these sides, we have 1080 for Y. For the rest of the 2, we have 540 for the Z value. Now we're just going to rotate it so that they all match towards the center. We also need to continuously rasterize these layers. Forgot to mention that. Now they're looking pretty good. Grab all of your sides and hit R to open up the rotate values. So let's go with side number 1. We're going to type in 180 degrees. Side number 2 is going to stay as it is. Side number 3, we're going to grab Y rotation and type in 90 degrees. Side number 4 will be 90 degrees as well. So now they're all facing each other. The last thing is to just bring the tip closer so that they all meet. We're going to use orientation for that. Grab your last side, type in 30. Side number 3, we're going to type in 330. Goes in like that. Side number 2, we're going to grab X orientation, 330. And side number 1 is going to be X, but only 30. So there is our pyramid. Now we're going to hit Command A to select everything. Hit U to close off all the values and make a new null object. Center the anchor point of your null object by holding down Command or Control and pressing on the tool twice. Make your null object 3D and connect everything to this null object. Like the previous examples, this will be our control layer. Let's hit R on our control layer and just rotate this and type in 180 for Z rotation, maybe 30 degrees for Y rotation, and just transform it the way you want. I'm going to keep mine like this, looks like a diamond. You can of course rotate it and make it even more different. Alright, so we have our pyramid. Let's go into our main composition. Drag the pyramid composition from the project menu, and there it is. Continuously rasterize, 3D layer, hit S, and just make it the same size as all of your other shapes. Hit R to rotate it again. Then hit P to just bring it towards the right side. You can of course have it facing the other way. I'm going to leave mine like this. Now let's add the same glow effect, which I can just copy from my cube composition. Select the two glow layers, Command C or Control C, and then paste it over here. So to make my rings look similar to the two other shapes, I went ahead in the ring composition and added a very slight glow effect to all of the layers. Make sure that you don't put anything on your control layer. So I just kept the glow effect, left all of these settings, and just made the radius into 24. So if we take a look at the ring here, you can see it's a really slight glow effect. It's not that intense. But once we combine it with the glow effect we kept on the final composition, it's going to look better. Alright, so there are my 3 shapes, and we made them using the stroke effect. Like we said, the stroke effect gives us the best result because it gives us a nice edge compared to if we were to use the shape layer. Because the shape layer is going to give us a really thin line and it's not going to look good. So avoid using this one and instead use the stroke layer that we combine with the layer mask. Before I make any rotations, I'm going to change the anchor point of this composition. If for some reason you're not seeing the gizmo or the handles here, select your layer, go to View, Show Layer Controls, or Shift Command H. Then you're going to see the gizmo. Make sure that all of your settings on 0. Then grab the anchor point and just pull it down. You may have to change your camera view if you're having a hard time finding the center. But now if I rotate this around, it's going to rotate based on that point, and that will give me a smoother animation. Hit Command C and just reset all of that. Let's use the X, Y, and Z rotation to make it into the position that we want. I'm going to use orientation as well, just to make this look better. For this one, I'm going to use orientation, make a keyframe, go to the end and just increase the amount so it kind of moves like a microwave. So my shapes are just rotating around. You can work with the speed of them. I'm going to move my pyramid a little bit towards the right It's kind of out of frame. Scale it down a bit. So now our shapes are ready for the new background. In the next lesson, we're going to start constructing our background, which has different elements like the city landscape, the water below the shape, and then of course the reflection of the shapes. We're also going to finish it off with some extra effects to make it look even more futuristic. So I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Now let's work with our city landscape and get one step closer to finishing our neon composition. In the previous lessons, we made these shapes and we have a really simple animation for each of the shapes. Now we're going to construct the background, and then in the next lesson, we'll do the floor, which will leave us with a really cool futuristic composition. First, let's grab a horizontal ruler. If you're not seeing the rulers, just hold down Command press R or Control R on Windows. Grab a horizontal ruler and decide where you want your floor to be. Gonna put mine around here. Then we can just shy away all of our layers, hide them away so we can focus on our city background. Let's first give this a nice solid layer. Command Y or Control Y on your keyboard. Choose the color white. Call this background. Then go to Effects and Presets and look for Gradient Ramp. Drag this on top of your background layer, change this to Radial, and I'm going to grab the start of ramp, place it right where I want my sun to be. So I guess somewhere around here. Then I can grab the end of my ramp and put it somewhere here. We can always come back and adjust how big we want this to be. As for the colors, I'm going to use a pink for start color, a neon color, and end color will be a nice purple. I think I'll make mine a little darker. I'm going to readjust the things. You can also swap the colors and see which one looks better. Now let's grab a shape layer and make our floor. We're going to change the floor later, but creating it now will help us know exactly how tall our buildings need to be. I'm going to make it black. This is just temporary. Let's lock the layer and begin constructing our sun. So grab your circle shape. Hold down Shift on your keyboard to make a perfect circle. It's the wrong shape. I'm going to make this quite big. I'm going to place this at the center. You don't want it to be aligned horizontally or else it's going to go outside of your frame. Once we have this, I'm going to add the same gradient ramp to this layer. Let's call this sun. For start color, we're going to grab a yellow color. End color will be orange. Maybe a dark orange like this. Grab your start of ramp, place it right at the start. And the end, we can just leave it somewhere like this. Drag your sun layer underneath your floor layer. Let me rename this to floor. Then lock it. At the same time, we're going to add a glow effect to our sun. There we go. Bring it above your gradient ramp. Increase the threshold to 75. I'm going to go with like 600 for radius. Now we have a nice glow from our sun layer. This is without glow, this is with glow. So our sky is looking good. Let's begin making our buildings. Now over here, you can choose whether you want buildings, mountains, maybe some other objects. Since everything is a silhouette, you don't have to work on it too much. And you're just looking to create sharp edges for whatever shape that you're going to make. So for me, I'm going to stick with buildings. I'm going to grab more horizontal rulers so I can tell how long my tallest building will be. And maybe some middle-sized ones here and some small ones. You can use the pen tool or the shape tool. I'm going to use the pen tool because it gives me more control. Now begin constructing your shape. Hold down Shift so that the lines are perfectly straight and just go around and make your buildings. So I made my buildings. As you can see, they're not that complicated. You just gotta go with really sharp edges, which you can achieve by holding down Shift when you're making a new point. I renamed this layer to Buildings Black. Now we're going to duplicate it and change the color into a dark blue. Hit OK, right-click, transform, flip horizontal, and then hit R to position it in the right area. You can also hit S to kind of make different sized buildings. Unlink the two, and we can also stretch it out like this. I'm just going to type in 100 for the other option. For scale Y, rename this layer to Buildings Blue. Bring it underneath floor. So now we get this look as if there's way too many buildings, and we can tell them apart because one of them is black and the other one is blue. Let's grab scale Y and make them taller than the first buildings, so it doesn't look like we just duplicated our original layer. Now we're just going to pre-compose our two building layers. I'm going to grab building blue and move the end point like this. Let's pre-compose the two buildings. There we go. Now we want to make it look as if the buildings are really far away. To do that, we're going to head over to our effects and presets and type in warp. Add the warp effect in the distort section on top of your new composition. Change the warp style into inflate, -10. Then we can just add to the vertical distortion. Maybe around 4. Horizontal distortion, we're going to keep it 0. Now hit S on your buildings full and just reduce the amount to around 90%. So we get a little bit of space between the edge of our work. All right, so I'm going to bring it down a bit. Align it vertically, get rid of your guides. Gonna bring back my floor. Once again, this is just for reference. Make it a really obvious color and see what it looks like. Once you're done positioning, make sure to align it vertically again so we don't get the buildings in an awkward position. Okay, so we can delete our floor layer, hide our buildings layer, and create some sort of star outline for our sky, which is currently pink. Create a new composition, 1920 by 1080. Let's call this Stars BG. Set the color to black and hit OK. Over here, we're going to create a solid with the color black. Then hit OK. We're going to call this Stars. Go to your effects and presets and look for fractal noise. Add this onto your stars layer. We're going to get this cloudy looking thing. Essentially what we're doing is to isolate a few of these noise pixels and have them act as stars. So we're going to work with the contrast. When you reduce the contrast, you get nothing. The more contrast you add, it's going to create more space between the black areas and the bright areas. That's exactly what we want. So increase this quite a lot, maybe 800, maybe a little less, something like this. We've isolated a good amount of whites and separated them from the blacks. Now set the brightness to reduce from the brightness, so we only get the white bits. Then we're going to shape these guys into stars. Reduce this quite a lot, around maybe, let's keep going. I think I'm going to leave mine to around negative 300. Negative 300 for me. Go to complexity and we're going to increase this to around 7. Open up these sub settings. Increase the sub influence quite a lot. You can see we're getting more of those little bits, which we got rid of initially, but this time we're just targeting those tiny bits and not the big white chunks that we had before. So increase sub influence to about around 200, I would say, maybe 160 something. It's up to you really. Subscaling, you can use it to either keep your stars really small or make them big and scattered like this. Depends on you. I'm going to keep mine at around 70. Now we're going to open up evolution like so, create a keyframe, hit U on our star layer, go to the end of our composition and type in 1 times 0 degrees. So this will cause the stars to look different. So instead of having one set of stars, we're going to have all of these different ones sparkling around and looking pretty cool. I'm going to have this go for the whole thing. You can also loop it out if you want, but I'm going to leave mine like this. I'm going to increase my sub influence, maybe reduce my brightness. Maybe 350 will be a nice number for me. There we go. It's looking pretty good. Before we had nothing, now we have stars. Go to your main composition. I'm just going to close stars in my composition bar. Head over to the project window and bring in Stars BG. Place it underneath your building layer. Toggle switches and modes and change this from normal to add. There we go. Once we bring the buildings back, it's going to look a lot better. I think I will reduce my scaling. All right, so I just worked with my settings a bit more. Let's come back in here. That's looking better. I will drag this underneath my sun layer as well. We can't have it be on the sun. Then just go into your effects and presets, hide the buildings for now. Add the glow effect right onto your stars layer. Let's add to the threshold 90%, radius maybe 30. Intensity maybe 6, so we get a nice looking star for our background. And because it's keyframed, we get a nice looking glow effect. Now you may be thinking that how is everything in focus when this is a 3D space? At the end of this composition, we're going to create a camera layer, so the focal length will be different. And therefore the things that are behind our shapes will be blurred out and everything else that's closer to the shapes will be in focus. So don't worry about it looking sharp. We're going to work with that later. All right, let's duplicate our stars BG, place it above our buildings layer. Let's continuously rasterize this layer and hit S to just scale it up quite a bit, 150%. Have it going like this. Call this stars front. I'm also going to flip this the other way so that it looks different. Flip it horizontal. And basically I'm going to have my camera pass through these stars and then showcase the shapes that we'll place in front of our buildings. Let's hide these stars front for now. And make it pink. Get rid of that. So we're basically done with our sky right now. In the next lesson, we're going to work with the ground and then finally with some camera movements and light layers. So I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Welcome back to the lesson. Let's continue with the decorations. Before that, I'm just going to work a little bit with the planet speed. So if the planets are way too fast, we can just do something with them right now. Go back to your motion tile and reduce from the keyframes that we provided. Or you could just grab the composition and work with the speed. So I'm just going to do that. The planet that is in the way back needs to be the slowest. So right click time stretch. Instead of 100, we're going to type in 200. So it will be quite slow. Compared to the other two. You can always go back and increase this. I think I'll go with 300. Then we're working with the planet that is second. Right click, time, maybe 200. The final planet, which is the closest to the camera, needs to be the fastest. So we're just going to leave it at the number that it was. And now these guys are moving at different speeds. I think I'll make the planet that is in the far back, maybe 500. So it's really slow. Second planet, which is actually planet 1, we're going to make it 300. And the final one, which is this guy, is going to be normal. So you can use the time stretch to work with how fast they are. Go back in your original composition. And I'm just going to decorate my space landscape with some extra elements. So let's go in our planet composition, hit M, lock all of these guys. Grab our circle tool, hold down shift and make really perfect circles, preferably white. You can also download an overlay, but I'm just going to make it from scratch. Add the glow effect to your shapes. Increase the radius around 30, and of course we're going to have to blur these out. Gaussian blur. Add it above our glow. Remove the repeat edge pixels and just blur this out. If you want, you can go back to your circle, grab the corners, double click on the edge here and kind of stretch it out like this. Maybe make it a little skinnier. It's up to you how your stars look. Once you're done, we're going to make it really tiny, put it in the far back, and duplicate this as many times as we need. There we go. Now I'm going to grab a bunch of these random shapes, hit R on my keyboard, just rotate them about. I think I'll grab them like this, click one, and then hold down shift to get the other ones. Then hit R on your keyboard and just rotate them so they don't look identical to all the other ones. Hit R again. There we go. It's looking pretty good. I'm going to pre-comp all of these star layers. Right click, call it stars. Hit OK, go in my stars layer. Command A, duplicate all of these. Right click, transform, flip horizontal. Then we're just gonna drag them like this. And this way we can create more stars without actually having to copy them one by one. I'll do something like this. I hit Command A on all of these, hit P, make a keyframe, and go to the end. Now we can just grab each of these ones and kind of push them around to create some nice keyframes. Because it is space, we want to make it look as if these guys are just flying around while our spaceship is just discovering these new planets. So now when we go back, we can see that they're moving around really slowly. Missed out a few of these. You could leave some of them to be just chilling, but I'm gonna make all of them move. You can also see which one of these don't have a keyframe. And if they're not in sight, we can just delete them. Move all of these guys around and get a really nice look. There we go. So I did all of those movements. When I play this back, we have these really cool stars just moving around. Go back to the planet composition. I'm going to delete both of these guys. And we're going to move stars underneath the planets. Then add a nice blur effect onto the stars just to make it less visible because they are in the far back. And of course, add more glow by adding our glow effect. Be sure that Gaussian blur is above glow and increase the radius. We can also right-click time stretch to make the stars move a little slower. 400. And now in the back, the stars are just gonna move around. Let me try it with the original speed. I think instead of 400, we can go with 300. So really slight movements for our stars. And we have the planet just moving around. Gonna duplicate my stars composition and bring it above. We can hit scale. Do something like this. You could blur it out more, but I'm just going to leave mine like so. Now increase the blurriness because they are really close to the camera, and I'm just going to flip them by right-clicking, transform, flip horizontal, and now we have a nice spaceship composition. I call this stars front. I'm going to hold down Command Y or Control Y on Windows. Get a black color. Use the circle shape. Select my layer and just create an oval shape on top like this. I'm going to turn on my action safe guides and matching the edges. I'm going to open this up, mask path. Make it as tall as the edge of your action safe. Once you're finished, invert the mask, hit T on your keyboard and just lower the opacity, then M on your keyboard to increase the feather of the mask. Hit T again. Now we have this vignette effect on the edges of our composition. I'm gonna go to my mask and perhaps change the position here. Double click, go for a shape like this. It depends on how you want it to be. But I'm just going to keep mine like so. Maybe lower the opacity a bit more. And that's looking pretty good. We have our planets orbiting and our rocket just chilling in the middle. I'm going to go back in my planets and add a really slight position keyframe for each one. Let's start the stopwatch, go in around 6 frames, and maybe move them down a bit, and a little towards the right, then go to the end, and just copy each of those keyframes, the first keyframe in the last frame. Then we're just going to change the position on each of these layers, the position of the keyframe, so that each one moves at a different time. Let's go back. Planets are going to move up and down really slowly. It's almost hard to tell. Gonna make maybe the last planet go upwards instead of down so that there's some variety between the planets. Same thing for planet number 3, maybe do something like this. Go back into space, and we're basically finished with our effect. You could go ahead and add more, but this is a good place to start. You could maybe add some lens flares, some text if you want, more rocket ships, and maybe some aliens chilling around. It's all up to you and lies in your creativity. I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson and the effect, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. Now all that's left is to create a camera layer. Make sure that is 2-node and that you enable depth of field. Now hit S on your star's front. Type in 100. Place it in the center. Create a keyframe, and towards the end of your composition, we are just gonna scale this up to around maybe 300. So we get something like this. Then we're going to go into our camera layer, camera options, increase our aperture. First, let's choose the positioning of our layers. Forgot to do that. Hit P on your keyboard. First, connect the reflection to shapes and use position Z to just bring this closer to the camera. Like that. Same thing for floor. Hit P and just bring it closer to the camera. This is going to help us with the depth of field. So just do that. Let's go back into active camera. At a glance, it doesn't look that different, but once we grab our camera layer, hit P and use position Z to kind of zoom out, things will look a bit different. So start from where you wanted to, make a keyframe. At the end of your composition, just slowly zoom in using position Z. Like that. I'm going to go in my background layer and just hit S so we don't get those black lines. And now we're getting this cool effect. Make a new adjustment layer. I'm going to call this light. Type in light in the effects and presets and add CC spotlight onto your light layer. So we're going to get something like this. Going to change from to the center, and now we can increase the cone angle just until we get something like this. And I think I'm going to soften the edges out like that. Leave the intensity be that way. And I'm going to grab 2 and kind of pull it down towards our shape. So whatever is happening in the background is not as important as the shapes we see here. Increase your edge softness. And now it's looking pretty good. Now go into your camera layer, camera options, make sure depth of field is turned on, increase your aperture. Let's go into our custom view and work with our focus distance. Make sure that blur level is also 100. And this second box that's emerging from the camera is the area that will stay in focus. It changes to 2 view. So the more we pull this, it changes to custom. The more we pull this past our camera, the more blurry our composition will be. But when we pull it towards the camera, the more blurry the background layers will be. So that's what we wanted. We wanted the background elements to be blurred out. So just pull this guy until it's on your shape layers. I'm going to change this to right. See which one is my shape layer. There we go. So we have the focus distance right on my shape layer. It's pretty good. I'm going to increase the blur level because I'm not really seeing a drastic difference. So now my shapes are in focus. The stuff in the background, not so much. You can also zoom in and make sure. Go back to my active camera. Just to be certain, I'm going to add another adjustment layer right below our floor layer and just add in the camera lens blur effect. Increase the amount until you can't really see the buildings that much, around maybe 3. Change the shape into octagon. And this will give me a better look. And there we have it. We created this retro futuristic landscape using all that we learned so far. I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. It took a while, but the results are pretty good. See you next time on our next topic. So I went ahead and added those expressions, and at the same time I color-coded each layer according to the color that they have, and this way it will look better. Now I'm just going to move these guys around using position, so hit P. Turn on a keyframe, and we're working with this one right now. Use some like slight movements for your cube. So it goes down maybe a little towards the side. And now it's gonna slowly come over here. Let's copy the last keyframe. Copy the last keyframe, paste it, grab the last 2 and just paste them over here. So now really slowly this guy is gonna make its way. If it's too fast, you can limit the number of keyframes. I think I'll do this for mine. So it goes back and we're just getting this loop. So now we have our cube just moving up and down really slowly. Goes well with the rest of the movements. Do the same thing for all the other layers. Make a keyframe at the start and at the end. Then right at the center, or you could just offset the way this looks, we're going to add really slight movements, so not that much. You can see that we're just moving it a little bit towards the side. With this type of style, you don't want to make things too fast or else it will look a little weird. So try to add really small movements, no matter which property you're using. Once you have all of your transform properties, we're going to select every keyframe. Then hit F9 on our keyboard. You can also ease your keyframes by selecting them, then right-clicking Keyframe Assistant, Easy Ease. Now just go to the Effects and Presets and type in Blur. Get the camera lens blur and place it onto the cubes that are not supposed to be in focus. So this guy is in the far back. We need to increase the blur radius. It's too much. Let's go for 10. And just make it look as if it actually is that far. Our second cube, add the same camera lens blur, but this time we will choose a less intense number. So 8. Third one, we're gonna add a little bit of blur. Maybe 5 is good. This guy, go with an even smaller number, 3, and have this guy in focus. So now I have something like this. They're doing their thing, but some of them are blurred and the rest are not. Now we want to Command A or Control A, pre-compose all of these layers. Call them front shapes. Go back in your composition. And this is optional, but I want to place a text. I want to place the text at the center, so move this guy away. Get the text tool and type in something. Cubes. Command A, change the properties over here. Then use the Align tab to center your text. You can also find the Align tab up here. Grab your text layer and place it underneath some of these cubes to make it look more 3D. So now we have this going on. I'm just going to grab the end here for position. Choose a different location so it doesn't cover up my new text. Move these guys around. And it should move back. There's my text. I just moved this guy back. If you want, you can also go to Effect, Generate, add a gradient ramp to your text just to take it away from being flat, since we have a lot of 3D elements. And choose the colors. I think I'll stick with this linear black and white. Now that's looking a lot better. You can also set a different background for your cube. So hold down Command Y and I'm going to make it white for now. Then go to the Effects menu and type in Gradient. Add the gradient ramp onto this guy. Change it to Radial. Right at the center. Put the end over here. Swap the colors, and I kind of want to create a darker environment on the corners and make it lighter as it approaches the text. Make the end a little larger. Let's choose different colors. So now we have a fun background for our 3D shapes. A final touch is to add the drop shadow effect onto your cubes. Just go in the composition, type in drop shadow and add this onto your first cube. Let's close the hue and saturation, increase the distance. First, we need to find the light source. I'm going to make mine over here. So we need to grab the direction and put it like this. Increase the softness. Reduce the opacity. We just want a really tiny amount. Doesn't have to be that intense. Copy this drop shadow, Command C, and paste it onto your other cube layers with Command V. If needed, you can change the direction. So like we said, my light source is coming from up here. Then this guy needs to be a little down. And just do it for all the other layers. So now we have these drop shadows on our shapes as they're moving around. I'm going to go back and change my color. Add the same drop shadow to the text. This is an optional thing. I'm just going to do it. Increase the distance. Soften those out. Remember the light source. And adjust the opacity. I'm going to go back here, type in blur. Get my camera lens blur. Because we're focused on the text, we need to blur this guy out. Add this onto your top cube, blur out the cube. So now we get a nice 3D effect. Let's grab the blue one and perhaps add a little bit more to the blur. It's the wrong one. Add some blur. It needs to be less than this guy because it's closer to the text. Leave this guy to be sharp. And now we're finished with our effect. It took a while, but it's totally worth it because now you know how you can create 3D shapes in After Effects. It just takes a little bit of concentration when you have to put the sides together. But if you do it slow and controlled, it's going to be a lot easier, so don't rush things. and work with one layer at a time. Be sure to label all of your layers so that it's less confusing, and you will have an easier time when you're making 3D shapes. I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and I will see you in the next one. In today's lesson, we're going to learn how to construct geometric shapes in After Effects. So let's get started. Let's create a composition first and name it after our first shape. So to make a sphere, there are a couple of ways. We're going to look at the most popular way and then at another way which you can create a sphere with the shape tool right here. So for this first method, we're going to need some sort of imagery. Create a new solid layer. I'm going to get white, and then I'll grab the pen tool to just make really random lines across this entire solid. So I have this random line composition and I want to turn this into a sphere. To do that, first I will pre-compose both of these. Call it sphere image. Then go to the effects and presets and type in CC sphere. There we go. Drag this onto this composition and there we go. We just have a really simple sphere. And in the options, we have the basic settings like radius. I'm going to make it pretty big. Then we have the offset, which is from what point the sphere begins to form. So by default, it's on the center, but you can maybe start it from the corner and just see which works for you. Then we have the render, which you can put it on the outside, the inside, or just the entire drawing that we did. We also have the option for light. The default options are pretty good on their own, but you can just maybe reduce the intensity, add to it, change the color, and work with the height, the direction of that light. We have the same option for shading, so we have the how bright that shade is, which you want it to be rather soft. We have the diffusion, the specular, which is the brightest point. We're seeing how much the shadow covers that up. And then we have the roughness, the reflective options, basically things that concern the shadow part or just the part where it's not the brightest. So the light section is talking about the light of this sphere. And the shading is talking about everywhere else. You can also get a reflection map, but we're not going to get into this right now. So this is the most popular way where you can grab any picture or any drawing and put it in a form of a sphere. We're also going to try this with an image. So I brought in this image, kind of place it above my sphere image. Let's hit S and scale it down. There we go. So it covered my entire composition and I want this picture as a sphere. Let me delete the previous composition, add this on top. And again, we have a nice sphere, which I'm just going to increase. And now it just looks like a really cool planet that I can maybe put at the corner of my composition when I'm making 3D works. So this effect is really handy. Now let's look at the other method in which you can create and construct a sphere. So let's delete our composition and create a circle using the shape tool. Remove the stroke and give it a random fill. Hold down Shift, click and drag to make a perfect circle. It's pretty tiny. Open up ellipse 1, ellipse path 1, and make it even smaller. So start with 10 pixels, hold down Command and double click on the anchor point tool, center your sphere, your circle for now. And what we're going to do is to just make this layer into 3D. So it's pretty small right now, but when we change our renderer into 4D, Cinema 4D, we actually get new options, which we normally won't when we have it on Classic 3D. So this right now is your 3D renderer. it will not be applied to your 2D layers. So when you turn a layer into 3D, you will have the option to change your renderer. So classic 3D, you can see that the geometry options is turned off. Cinema 4D, it brings it back. Open up geometry options, and I'm just gonna zoom into our circle. Gonna change this to front. There's my circle, pretty small. So let's change the bevel style from none to convex. This will give us a rounded bevel style. And once we increase the bevel depth to around 100, let's zoom out, we're gonna get a pretty nice circle. Now make sure that you remove the whole bevel depth and your extrusion depth is 0 as well. When we go into custom view, you can see that we got ourselves a really nice sphere. But this right now is a pretty nice 3D layer, so I can just rotate it around. Now the problem with this method of sphere making is that when it comes to coloring, you don't have that much options for maybe gradients or strokes. You can't change the main fill color. There's no problem with that. But when it comes to stroke, you will not have an option to create a stroke because it's a 3D object. I'm gonna hold down Command, press K. Something a bit different. I'm going to go for a bright color, but not exactly white, because that may complicate things when we are adding some light layers. I'm going to go back in here and choose a different color, so there is some contrast between our shapes. So if you want to make this larger, you can just hit S on your shape and increase the size. So because we started with a small shape, added the geometry options, we are not getting the awkward lines when we scale this up. But if I started with a circle this big and then I made it 3D, we may get a different result. So I'm just going to bring this guy here and show you what I mean. Let's hide this for a second, grab our circle. I'm going to start with something really big. Command double click to center the anchor point. Then change the color of this layer. Make the layer 3D. Bring it to the center. Change this to custom view 1 so we can see the depth. Go to geometry options, convex, 100, 0, 0. So you can see that I'm getting kind of a ring rather than a circle. And that's because we started with a really big circle, and when After Effects wanted to kind of add these roundness to it, it ended up with this ring because the circle was way too big. But as you saw on this version where we started with a really tiny circle, we did not get that effect because After Effects had to deal with a really tiny circle. And then once it added all of this roundness, it automatically gave us a sphere. So it's really important to start with a small shape when you're making spheres. I'm going to delete this second layer. Now let's go back in sphere, the composition. Bring this guy towards the center. All right, we have our sphere, but it's looking pretty flat. So in the next lesson, we're going to add some depth by using some light layers. Welcome back to the Sphere Planet lesson. We stopped when we made our base. Now we're going to turn it into a planet and use a blur effect in the effects and presets. I will use the directional blur effect right over here, straight onto this composition. Increase the blur length and then the angle. So we want to see some lines like this. You can choose the angle that suits you best. I'm going to stick with this much so we get these really nice lines. On top of this, I'm going to add Gaussian blur. So bring this on top and just blur out the edges a little so we don't get these sharp lines and instead get something that's a bit softer. Now on top of this, we're going to add an effect called Optic compensation. Add it onto this composition, and we're just going to change the FOV orientation into diagonal. And then field of view, we're going to add around, let's just go in until we get a nice circle. Get something like this. Now we have this in a planet. We're going to extend the edges because originally the composition was a rectangle, and you can see that this side is longer than this side. Type in this effect, CC Reptile, add it onto your, let's expand all of the sides to 1000. Bring it above all of the other layers, and now you can see that instead of that square looking planet, we have a full circle. Blend the borders as well, increase the percent, and I'm just gonna add another Gaussian blur effect on top of this composition. Bring it above all the other ones, and just blur this out by a touch. Turn this effect off, repeat edge pixels, we don't need that. And now when we play this back, it's a nice looking planet. So this was our first effect. We added the directional blur, Gaussian blur to make it softer, and then CC Reptile. Now we're going to move to the start of our composition, look for glow. Now open up glow, change glow based on, and change it to alpha channel instead of color channel. So just make this guy glow. I'm going to hold down Command press K, Control K on Windows, and just choose a darker background so I can see how well this is going. And also open up the effects right here. Bring optics compensation above CC Reptile and these two above as well. So it looks something like this. You could blur out the edges. I'm going to keep it like this. So this is the order that you need to have in order to avoid those sharp edges. I'm going to increase the radius even more. Make a keyframe, go forward in time, and just kind of make it pulsate with the glow. So reduce the keyframe, go forward, and just increase the keyframe. So it's going to be bright, and then it goes back to being dark. I'm going to hit U. And it's just changing the way it looks. So this was my first keyframe. In the second one, it's going to be a little less intense. I'm going to go to like 115. 4 more seconds in, I'm going to go back to an extreme glow. Finally, we're going to come back to the original keyframe. So Command C, Command V. It's going to be bright, and then it goes back to normal, comes bright again, and then it just keeps going until we reach the end of our composition. So our planet is looking pretty good right now, and we can just close this off. I'm going to call this Planet 1. Our first planet is ready to go. I'm just going to go to View, Clear Guides, and just use the scale to kind of bring this upwards, place it in the corner, make a really big planet. So we have this really large planet. If we turn our resolution to full, you can see that it's not exactly that blurry. I just have it on third so we get a faster playback. So this is our first planet. I'm going to duplicate this, hit S. First, let's move it to the side. Make it a little smaller. Place it in a random position. Use the hue and saturation effect directly on planet 2. And just change the coloring. You don't need to create keyframes. It's just going to create a different style from the other planet. Select planet 2, right click, transform, and just flip it vertically so that the direction is not identical. So that's our second planet. I'm going to place it like this. Let's also make another planet. Duplicate this, bring it somewhere here. And I want planet number 3 to go above our spaceship or the rocket. Let's first add the different color. There we go. And also add the camera lens blur on planet 3. Gonna close up all of these guys so we can focus on one effect at a time. If you don't want to see all of these guys, you can pre-compose and then come back to it. I'm just gonna leave mine like this. So this guy needs to be maybe 20 for radius. Grab the lens blur on planet 2 and go for like maybe 10. Bring this to full so I can see. Here are my planets. This guy needs to be blurred. Maybe planet 2, we need to make it even more blurry. So 40. Maybe 30. And then the things that are in focus is planet 1 and my spaceship. Hit U on all of these guys to close off the properties. And now I can go ahead and move to my space composition where we had the deep blue solid, hide my planet composition, go to effects and presets, look for gradient, add the gradient ramp on the deep solid blue, choose radial, use the start of ramp, place it where our planet was, swap the colors, and we're going to choose the deep blue, grab it right here. And as for our planet, I'm going to bring it back to change the position first. The end position, actually. Something like this. I think we should go with a light blue. I'm going to select this blue and increase the brightness. Let's reduce from the saturation. Add a little blue to it so we get this nice effect. I'm gonna add the glow effect one more time to my final composition for planet. Change it to alpha channel and increase the sides. Something like this. It's a simple glow on the edges, which looks nice. I'm gonna go to my planet layer and bring my rocket composition and place it between planet 2 and 3. Rotate and scale it right over here. We're doing it in this composition because we want it to be behind one of the planets, but in front of the other one. There's my rocket. We can delete it in the final one unless you want multiple rockets, but you can see that it's behind this planet. I'm just going to bring it up a little bit. Planet number 3. P on my keyboard and just bring it up so it covers up a little bit from my rocket. Looking pretty good. Now we're going to finish up the effect in the next part of this lesson with some dimension on the rocket. It's looking pretty flat right now. And of course, by adding some stars in the back, maybe a little bit of additional elements that can make this look more like a space landscape and not a flat look like this. We're also going to animate the elements in here. So I will see you guys in the next part of this lesson. Now let's make the ground that's in our composition. I will be using a grid background as my floor. You can use anything else. This is in your resource pack if you want to follow the same style. So just bring that into your After Effects and place it right above your buildings layer. Make this 3D, hit R and just rotate it via the X-axis by 90 degrees. It's going to make it flat like this. Hit P and just bring it down until it reaches the base of your buildings. You want to leave some room because we're going to create a water-like effect on this floor, so I think this much will do. You can hit S, grid background, and just kind of scale it down like this. Hit S and change the scale of your shape until we get something. You don't want to reveal the edges here, but show that this is a 3D space. I'm going to grab the corner pin effect and place it above my grid layer. And just push aside the corners here towards the right side. There we go. So now I have kind of cramped up the ones at the back and expanded the grid shapes in the front. I'm gonna pre-compose this image, call it floor, go into our floor composition, hit fit, Command Y to make a black solid, then bring this underneath your grid. Change the blending mode to screen. This is going to give us the white lines alone, and then add a glow effect. Let's increase the threshold and the radius. Type in 4 or maybe 3.5 for intensity. When I go back in my main composition, I have a nice glowing floor, which will be perfect for my shapes. I'm gonna bring back my shapes real quick and see if the position of my floor is suitable. At the same time, I'm gonna make a null layer, a null object. Call it control. Grab all 3 of these 3D shapes and connect it to our control layer. Make sure to center the anchor point, and now using this I can first make it 3D. I can scale down my shapes just so that there's enough room to notice the rest of our composition. Once you're done, I'm gonna maybe bring it down a little, these shapes, so there is space for a reflection. Bring stars front in front of your control layer so that they go above your shapes. And now we can begin by making this flat ground into a water texture. First, we're going to need a displaced composition, which we will later use in a displacement map effect. So create a new composition in your project window. Let's call this displace. The same settings. Hit OK, and now we have a displaced composition. We're going to make a solid layer. Command Y. Let's choose 1920 by 1080. Hit OK, and we're just going to hit S on our keyboard, unlock the 2 options, and make this guy as thin as we want our water layer to be. So in my main composition, I'm going to take a look and see exactly where I want my water to start. Go to Displace and add a ruler. Later on, we can work with the actual placement of our water, but it helps to add a ruler right now so you can work with the amount of height and width your waves have. So once we have this solid, we're going to add the same noise effect that we applied for the stars. Fractal noise added onto your solid layer. Again, we're seeing this cloudy look, which this time we want to increase it instead of making them really tiny. So we're going to go to complexity and make it less complex. 4 is a good number. Then go to scale in sub settings and just reduce the scale to around something like this. Then hold down Alt or Option on your keyboard and click on the evolution stopwatch. We're going to get the expressions right here and type in time times maybe 160. And then click away. This is going to give us a evolution like this, so everything is changing as you move along in your composition. Now we need to make this look more like water, so make a new adjustment layer right above your solid. We're going to add something called turbulent displace onto this adjustment layer, and you can see that it's giving us the natural waves that water would have. Over here, we're going to change the amount to around, I'm gonna add maybe 20 And as for size, we want to reduce it until we get a nice wave. The wave is up to you. You can make it really big or really small. Now we're going to do the same thing. Hold down Option or Alt on the evolution stopwatch and type in the same expression. Click away. And now we have something that resembles water. Let's go into our main composition. We're going to create a new adjustment layer. Let's call this water. Add this above our floor layer. Then grab the displacement map. Add it onto your water adjustment layer. Let's grab in our displace layer, put it underneath everything. Go to water and change the displacement map layer to displace. Then we're just going to change the use for horizontal displace. Luminance, same thing for the other drop-down menu. Slowly you can see that we're getting wavy lines on our grid map. To change this, we can always go into our displace composition and perhaps add to the size and amount. This will be applied to your final look. We're also going to add to the max displace. Try to get a similar number for each one. So there is my water floor. I'm going to work with the amount and maybe get a different type of wave. I think these are way too tiny. So if you want to change yours too, you can just go to the displace composition, work with your turbulent displace, and then with your amount here for these two, max horizontal displace, max vertical displace. On your water layer, before I do that, I'm going to grab a rectangle shape and just mask out my floor so I don't get the water effect on my buildings. Hit M twice to open up the options and feather out the edges just by a touch. And now I'm just going to work with the numbers and the settings until I have a nice water layer. So I just worked with the numbers for my turbulent displace layer in the displace composition and my displacement map, the numbers I mean. Just to make this more intense, I'm going to add the turbulent displace effect onto my water layer. Drag this above your displacement map. Change my mask and update the length of my mask so I don't crop out the waves that I have. Be sure to add the same evolution keyframe so that the waves are moving. Click away and we have a nice water animation. If I bring this down, we can take a look at a nice preview. I think our waves are way too big. Reduce the amount, around 20. Take a look, I think that's better. In my floor composition, I'm going to add a solid layer. Let's get a really dark blue. Change the blending mode to multiply and just reduce the opacity. So I get a very faint blue, which will look nice on my main composition. Maybe go for 30%. There we go. Now let's make the reflection for our shapes. Grab all of your shape layers. They are already animating, but if you haven't animated your shapes, now is the time to do it. Right click and pre-compose all of these. We'll call it shapes. Duplicate your shapes layer and we're going to make this 3D. Call it reflection. Add reflection underneath your shape layer. Hit R on your keyboard and 90 degrees for the X rotation. Then hit P on your reflection layer, grab Y and just push it down until it reaches your water. Bring your reflection layer underneath water and now it's going to be wavy like the rest of the floor. Hit T on your reflection layer and reduce the intensity. Cannot have it be that vibrant. The main focus is on our main shapes. think around 50% will do. There we go, looking good. In the next lesson, we're going to tie everything off with some additional camera movements. So this is the result that we have. We get this slow introduction to this metal logo effect. One thing that I do want to do is to go into my logo layer, go into my fractal noise effect, and just go to the last screen where the logo has assembled and kind of slow down this keyframe that we kept for offset turbulence. So I will just make a keyframe, set U, make a keyframe for offset turbulence, and near the end, I'm gonna kind of slow it down and have it kind of stay still as we show our final logo. Gonna delete this last keyframe, because I don't want it to move around that much when I'm introducing the logo. Also go into your levels, and I want to take away a bit more from this gray area. So bring the left slider towards the right, and this will leave us with more of the highlights rather than the entire thing. Pretty good. And near the end where our logo has settled, now I will go into 2 view. One of them is top, the other one is active camera. And I basically want to illuminate the back side of my logo. Use spotlight, leave the default settings, hit OK. Gonna bring this back just to show a little bit more intensity onto our logo silhouette. It's a bit too intense right now, but once we open up the transform options and reduce the intensity slider to maybe 10%, it's not going to look as vibrant. Let's try 20%. This is what it looked like before. This is what it looks like after. Since we have the points light there, I think I'll just bring this guy towards the other side. Let's go into our logo layer again, and I think for evolution I want to once again reduce the amount, so maybe bring the last keyframe right when our logo has settled. We're gonna turn off the keyframe, turn it on again, but instead of giving it an expression, I'm going to just manually type in maybe 2. So past this point, the rays stay constant. Let's increase our intensity, hit U twice, and write in 40%, just to bring out a bit more of those reflections. And alright, we're finished with our effect. It was pretty fun and easy to do. You can also do this with an image. If you have let's say a PNG of a logo, you can add the same style to it. It doesn't have to be a vector file that you have to bring in. The effect is pretty versatile. You can go ahead and add even more stylization, maybe duplicate a few of these effects and see what works best for you. I hope you guys enjoyed this